Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. Backpacking off trail is one of those things you always know is a bad idea, even while you're doing it. But sometimes, the silence out there and the thrill of seeing something no one else has seen before pulls you off the marked path. That's what happened with my brother and me. We were in North Carolina, up in the mountains, several days into a backpacking trip. The weather had been good, we were making decent time, and I think we were both getting a little too confident in ourselves. We were supposed to stick to the main loop, about a 40-mile trail that looped through a mix of pine and hardwood forests, with a few small campsites spread along it. The last spot we slept had a lean-to, and someone had even left a bag of instant coffee, which we both appreciated the next morning. But something about the next day just felt different. We hadn't seen another hiker since the morning before, and by midday, we were itching for something more exciting than just following a beaten path. There was a ridge line off to our left, beyond a thick slope of hemlocks and deadfall. A few old animal trails wound upward into the hills like scratch marks. We stopped to refill water from a stream, and my brother stood there for a while, just looking up the incline like it was calling to him. Without saying much, he started walking up. I followed. At first, it wasn't too bad. The brush was thick, but not impassable. We had to navigate around some slick moss-covered rocks and fallen branches, but we were making progress. The climb got steeper the higher we went, and the air got cooler. It took over an hour to get to what we thought would be the top. We came out onto a sort of shelf, flat enough to rest on, with a view of the valley we had come from. That's when we saw the cave. It was maybe 20 yards to our right, just below a weirdly shaped outcrop of rock that jutted out like a jawbone. The mouth of the cave was wide, maybe 5 feet tall and 10 feet across, dark like a busted eye socket. It wasn't something we were looking for, but once we saw it, we both knew what we were going to do. The sun was starting to drop, and neither of us wanted to climb back down in the dark. It felt secluded. It felt like shelter. And honestly, it felt like a secret. We approached it slowly, watching our steps. The entrance was ringed with broken shale, and the smell was earthy and stale, like wet leaves and old animal fur. I scanned the inside with my headlamp and didn't see anything moving. No bones, no droppings, just damp, hard-packed dirt and stone. There were a few low-hanging ledges and some flat ground deep inside, enough for us to roll out our sleeping pads. It went deeper than I liked, but the passage narrowed quickly, maybe 15 feet in. Looked like it went back another 10 feet or so before tapering off. We decided to settle in. There wasn't much light left anyway, and it didn't seem like weather was rolling in, but caves always stay dry. We pulled out our gear, made a little corner for our food and stove, another for sleeping. We didn't bother trying to start a fire. Too much moisture and not enough ventilation. But we had warm food and water, and the cave was warmer than it was outside by then. It felt weird sleeping in a place that wasn't meant to be slept in. There's a different kind of quiet in a cave. It's not the quiet of the woods, with branches creaking and birds calling now and then. It's thick, and it presses in on you. I could hear my own breathing too well, my heart too clearly. We didn't say much, just unpacked slowly, tried to keep things tidy. We both knew to leave no trace, even off trail. We just about settled in when we heard it. It was a bell. Faint, metallic. It was far off, too far to place, but definitely out there. Somewhere down in the woods, maybe back the way we came. It rang twice. Then silence. We both froze. I looked at my brother. He had gone still, crouched by his pack. We listened. For a minute, there was nothing. Just the stillness again. Then it rang again. 2 more soft chimes. Closer this time. I stood up and walked out toward the edge of the cave. The fog had started to roll in. Not unusual for the area, especially near dusk, but thick enough to eat the distance. I could only see maybe 30 yards out before it all turned gray and vague. The bell rang again. Still closer. 4 quick chimes now. Sharp and echoing weird through the woods. We looked at each other again. My heart was going faster than it should have. We were way off trail. Hadn't seen anyone in hours. Maybe longer. The idea that someone was out here, alone, in this fog, ringing a bell, didn't sit right. It didn't feel like another hiker. It felt deliberate. Off. My brother moved fast and picked up his hiking pole, the one with the tungsten tip. I reached for my multi-tool and flicked out the blade. It was more for comfort than anything. It wouldn't do much, but I didn't like feeling empty-handed. We stood outside the cave, waiting. The bell stopped. We started yelling. Not panicked, but loud enough to carry. Just yelling into the fog, trying to get a sense of what or who was out there. Nothing responded. Then we heard something moving. Not footsteps exactly. Something lighter. Soft, fast, like paws on the ground. It was coming up the slope through the brush. We couldn't see a thing, but it was fast and getting closer. Then it burst through the fog. A dog. A big one. Medium-long black hair, soaking wet, covered in leaves and dirt. He had a thick harness strapped around his chest, the kind that might hold gear or packs. He didn't bark, didn't growl, didn't hesitate, just tore past us at full speed, straight through the gap between us and into the higher woods behind the cave like he was late for something urgent. He never even looked at us. My brother and I turned, tracking him with our heads as he disappeared into the fog above. Then silence again. No bell, no footsteps, nothing, just the same thick fog and the quiet that followed. We waited, half expecting someone to come chasing after him. Nothing did. We stood there another 5 minutes, just listening, then 10. Still nothing. Eventually, we went back into the cave, sat down, looked at each other. Neither of us said anything for a while. I started going over it all in my head. The bell, the dog, the fog, the way he ran like he was following something. Something important, something urgent. It didn't feel like a lost dog. He knew where he was going. After maybe an hour, we ate again. Didn't sleep much that night. Every sound outside the cave kept me on edge, branches snapping, leaves rustling. I couldn't stop wondering where the dog was going, who he had belonged to, what the bell meant. Morning came slow. The fog hadn't lifted much by sunrise, and everything felt damp and heavy. We packed fast and got out of there, retracing our steps the best we could. The slope was even harder to descend than climb. More than once I slipped on slick leaves or loose stone, but I didn't care. I just wanted to be back on the marked trail. We didn't say much on the way down. Both of us were trying to process it. We didn't see the dog again. We didn't find tracks. Not even paw prints in the wet soil. It was like he'd run up into the hills and vanished. When we finally hit the main trail again, we sat down for a while and drank what water we had left. My legs were shaking from the climb and from nerves. We stayed silent for a long time. Neither of us wanted to talk about the dog yet. It was like talking about it too soon would make it all feel weirder than it already did. The rest of the hike out was uneventful. 3 more days. Quiet. We passed 2 other hikers near the last junction who warned us about bears in the area. But that was it. When we got back to town, we checked the ranger station, just in case. We didn't mention the cave, but we asked if anyone had lost a dog. They said no. Nothing reported. No SAR activity in that section. No rescues or missing persons either. We described the harness. The ranger shrugged and said it sounded like a working dog. Maybe search and rescue or someone's trail dog. But again, nothing logged. He suggested we check the shelters along the trail logs. We did. Nothing. It's been a couple years since then. We never saw that dog again. I've told a few people about it, but it always sounds too strange when I do. We don't go off trail anymore. Not like that. The mountains are too big, too wild. We got lucky. I still think about the bell sometimes. Not the sound, but the way it moved. Closer each time. Like it was drawing the dog to it. Or warning us. Or marking something. I don't know what it meant. Maybe it didn't mean anything. Maybe the dog got lost, found something out there, and chased after it. Maybe it was part of a bigger story we'll never know. All I know is we were too deep, too far, and too alone for that moment to feel like anything but a warning. We haven't gone that far off trail since. I think we both learned something out there, not about danger, but about mystery. The kind you can't explain, even when it's real. And sometimes that's scarier than anything else. It was one of those nights in late September, the kind that still clings to the heat of summer in North Texas. The sun had dipped below the tree line a couple of hours earlier, but the warmth still hung in the air like it didn't want to let go just yet. I was driving home from a friend's place, taking the back roads like I always did to avoid the highway. It was a habit more than a preference. I liked the quiet. Less traffic, more open space. It felt more like home. The road twisted through open fields, old pastures, and tree-covered dips and bends that most people wouldn't think twice about. It was nothing new to me. I grew up out here, used to the dark, the animals, the occasional surprise. I was in my old '92 Chevy cargo van, the one I'd picked up for cheap a few years earlier. Ugly thing, faded white, patches of surface rust around the back doors, and the sliding door on the passenger side groaned every time I opened it. But it ran fine and felt like a tank. I'd driven it through gravel, mud, the occasional shallow ditch. It could handle a lot. The roads that night were quiet. I passed maybe 2 cars in the first 15 minutes after leaving my friend's place. I had the windows cracked, radio low. There was a bit of a breeze, and the bugs were out in force. I remember that specifically because I kept seeing the occasional moth flick into the glow of my dash lights and bounce off the windshield. I wasn't thinking about anything in particular, just letting the tires hum along the road and keeping an eye out for deer or loose cattle. Out here, those were always more likely than any cops or speed traps. Eventually, I turned off the Tulane County Road and onto an older, narrower stretch that cut through a denser patch of trees. It was the kind of road where the limbs met overhead and formed a canopy, thick and dark, even during the day. At night, it felt like driving through a tunnel. My headlights cut through just enough to see a few dozen feet ahead, but everything outside that beam was black. My high beams would have lit up more, but they tended to just reflect off the overhanging branches and blind me. As soon as I made the turn into that stretch, something changed. I don't mean anything spooky, just the way the air felt. It was still, heavier somehow. Not cooler, just still. Like everything had gone quiet. I wasn't thinking about that too much, though. I'd driven this stretch hundreds of times. It was a short mile and a half before it opened back up into pastureland again. I was maybe halfway through that stretch when something hit the van. It happened fast. 1 second I was watching the road. The next I caught a flash of movement from the corner of my left eye. Something coming fast out of the ditch. A blur of gray, low to the ground, but definitely not a rabbit or a raccoon. Bigger than that. Way bigger. It launched out of the trees and slammed right into the driver's side, just behind the front tire well. The impact was loud. It sounded like a heavy bag of wet sand smacking into metal. Not sharp, not like a crash or a scrape. Just a heavy, dense thump that I felt more than I heard. The van jolted slightly, swaying a little toward the opposite lane. I yelled out loud, just a reflex, and slammed the brakes. The tires skidded slightly before I came to a stop, dust and grit rising in the headlights and swirling in front of me. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my neck. I didn't know what I'd just hit. I couldn't even process it right away. My first thought was deer. It had to be a deer, but something didn't sit right. The shape, the way it moved, how fast it came. Something about it wasn't right. I sat there gripping the steering wheel, staring into the darkness ahead. After a few seconds, I leaned forward and looked in the rearview mirror. That's when I saw it. Lying in the middle of the road, maybe 20 feet behind me, was something gray and still. I couldn't make out details, just the shape. It looked like it had landed on its side, back turned to me. And the longer I stared, the less it looked like an animal. The limbs, the body position, it was starting to look more like a person. That's when a different kind of fear set in. My chest tightened, and my mouth went dry. Had I just hit someone? Someone walking out here at night? That made no sense, but what if it was true? I didn't want to believe it, but the shape in the road wasn't moving. I sat there another few seconds, debating what to do, but deep down I already knew I had to check. If it was a person and I just drove off, I wouldn't be able to live with that. So I threw the van into park, turned on the hazards, and grabbed the small flashlight I kept in the glove box. It was one of those cheap plastic ones you get at a gas station, but the batteries were still good. I opened the door and stepped out. The air was thick and quiet. Not dead silent. There were some crickets, a few frogs in the ditches, but everything felt muffled. Distant. The road felt narrower than usual, and the trees on both sides looked like they'd closed in a bit. The smell of hot asphalt and dust filled my nose, and I could hear the slow ticking of the van's engine cooling. I walked slowly toward the back of the van, flashlight in one hand, the other hovering near my hip, like I wasn't sure what I was about to do. I stepped past the rear bumper and turned the light toward the spot I'd seen the shape. Nothing was there. I froze. The flashlight beam cut across the asphalt, all the way from ditch to ditch. The road was empty, completely empty. No body, no animal, no movement at all. But there was something else. On the other side of the road, in the underbrush just past the ditch, the brush was rustling. Something had moved through it recently. I could still see some branches swaying and hear the dry sound of leaves being pushed aside. I stared at the trees, listening hard. Whatever it was had gone through fast, and it hadn't gone far. The underbrush was still trembling. I took a few slow steps toward it, the flashlight beam scanning across the trees, the tall grass, the tangled vines. I didn't see anything, not really. Just shapes and shadows and the kind of movement that makes your brain fill in the blanks with whatever scares you most. The sound faded after a few more seconds. Then there was nothing again. I stood there, sweating, my heart still thumping. I waited another 10 or 15 seconds, but nothing happened. Eventually I backed away, step by step, until I reached the van again. I didn't look away from the tree line the whole time. When I finally got back inside and shut the door, I locked it without even thinking. I sat there breathing heavy, my hands gripping the steering wheel again. I don't know how long I sat like that. Maybe a full minute, maybe more. Eventually I put the van in gear and drove away. Slow at first, until I cleared the tree-covered part of the road. Once I hit the open pastureland, I picked up speed. I kept checking the mirrors, glancing at the ditches, scanning the road ahead. I didn't see anything else for the rest of the drive. No deer, no people, no more movement. I didn't stop again until I pulled into my driveway. When I got out, I checked the side of the van with my flashlight. I expected to see a dent, some hair caught in the bumper, maybe a scrape or smear of blood. But there was nothing. Not a scratch. Not even a smudge. The side panel behind the front tire looked exactly like it always did, dingy, a little rusted, but solid. I checked again the next morning in daylight. Still nothing. I told myself it had to have been a deer. That made the most sense. Maybe I just scared it, and it bounced off the side instead of taking the full impact. Maybe it hit at the right angle to avoid damage. I'd seen stranger things, but the thing that kept bothering me was how it looked. That shape in the road. I knew what a deer looked like from behind. I'd seen them dead on the road before. That wasn't a deer. It looked like a person, a gray figure in clothes, lying still. I kept going back to that moment when I stepped out and saw it. I remembered the shape, how it had its back to me. The way the arms or legs were bent didn't look natural for an animal, and the brush rustling right after. It had gotten up and moved, I was sure of it. But what the hell kind of deer gets slammed by a van, and then gets up and runs into the woods without a sound? I tried to let it go. I really did. I didn't tell many people, just one or two close friends, and even then I kept it vague. I didn't want to sound crazy. It had to have been a deer. That's what I kept saying, over and over. It was a deer. But I've hit deer before. I've been in trucks where a deer totaled the front end. There's always damage. Always blood or fur or something. That van was old, yeah, but it wasn't magic. It didn't just absorb things. Years later, I still remember it in detail. The shape, the sound, the weird weight of the moment. I drive that road less often now, mostly just during the day. I never saw anything like that again. Never found any reports about a missing person or weird animals in that area. But sometimes, if I think about it too much, I start wondering. I wonder how close I came to something I wasn't supposed to see. I wonder if maybe whatever it was, if it was even a what and not a who, got lucky. Or maybe I did. And the part that always sticks with me, no matter how much I try to push it down, is this. When I got out to check, I wasn't scared I'd hit an animal. I was scared I hadn't. I slid under the low iron gate, the bars cool against my forearms, and stepped onto uneven ground where grass and crumbling stone met. The air was warm and still, the kind of night that felt heavy in the lungs. The cemetery sat nestled behind a row of aging maples, their branches stretching across weathered tombstones. A faint glow from distant streetlights filtered through the leaves, casting long, wavering shadows that shifted with every slight breeze. I felt the weight of that quiet pressing in around me, a hush so complete it drove the usual banter out of my head. My friends were scattered among the stones, leaning close to inscriptions, snapping pictures, peering into darkness with handheld recorders. I drifted from one small cluster to the next, staying on the edges, where the light and shadow met. We had come expecting some thrill, an unexpected sound or shape to capture. A funny prank, someone said. Something that would make for a good story. We joked at first, voices low but teasing, cameras flashing every few seconds. I watched the numbers on my phone tick upward, midnight, 12:01, 12:02, and felt my pulse grow steady against the silence. I knew this graveyard had names and dates etched in stone, soldiers who had passed long before I was born, children who had gone too soon, family plots where generations lay side by side. A small place, less than an acre, but old enough that runes of lichen and dark mold clung to the stones. We had split into teams, some of us moving in pairs, others alone. I wandered with two different people before they trailed off into separate corners. At one point, I stood by a stone carved with a wreath and barely visible name, leaning close to read the faded letters. Wind rattled dry leaves against the base of another monument, a jagged stone nearly 7 feet tall, tangled in vines that curled like ancient fingers. That monument drew a crowd. 3 of us gathered at its base, each holding a camera or phone, mouths silent. The air felt cooler there, pressing against the skin like the breath of a hidden presence. I waved my hand through the air, just to test it, and felt the temperature dip even more sharply, as if the world had pushed back. I held my breath, heart thumping, and tried to steady the lens of my camera. A friend whispered something about a cold spot, and another swore they could see a faint outline in their picture, like a pale figure in the background. I hung back, watching my friends crowd around that shadow. Their excitement was muted but electric. The only sound was quiet clicking and muttered exclamations. I could almost believe there was something there. I didn't want to touch the vine-wrapped stone, but I edged closer until my fingers brushed damp bark and cold stone. A sudden rush of air made the hairs on my arms stand on end. Then it happened. A sharp pinch, so sudden that it caught me off guard. Between the web of skin joining my thumb and forefinger, a pressure squeezed. So cold and forceful it hurt more than any bruise should. I cried out, the sound echoing off the stones, and jerked my hand back. My chest tightened as adrenaline surged, and I stumbled away from the base of that monument. My friends turned, faces pale under the phone lights, and I heard them start to move toward me in a rush. I cradled my right hand, feeling a sting that bloomed into an ache. The skin between my thumb and finger felt numb, then slowly burning with warmth as my blood moved back. I said, without shouting, that something had grabbed me, that I didn't want to stay. I was heading for the gate, footsteps uneven over grass and gravel. They followed, maybe more out of instinct than concern, until we spilled back through the gate and onto the street. The sudden openness felt like daylight, though it was still the dead of night. Streetlights glowed yellow, cars passed, and the normal sounds of distant traffic felt jarringly alive after the hush of the graveyard. My hand throbbed with each heartbeat, and I kept fingering it as if to make sure the pain was real. We walked back toward my car, moving in a loose group. No one spoke until we reached the headlights. Then someone asked if I was all right. I nodded, though I could barely feel the movement of my fingers. Everyone saw the darkening bruise forming under my skin, a mottled circle that would later turn yellow at its edges. One friend muttered about it being too perfect, too painful to be a prank. Another said maybe it was just a bad pinch from a vine or a sharp root, but the bruise hurt too deeply for that. The next morning, I woke and glanced at my hand. The bruise sat there like an imprint of a memory I didn't want. I traced its outline with my other hand and felt a shudder move through me. No vine or branch could leave that mark in the middle of the night, no hammering vine that tight. I tried to rationalize it. I must have bumped it on a stone, I told myself, but the bruise was deeper than any bump could make. My skin had turned a pale yellow at the center, ringed by darker purple, as if something had pressed beneath the surface where no light reached. I tried to work my normal routine, coffee, breakfast, the shuffle to class or work, but every time I reached for the mug or lifted a pen, my hand screamed. I couldn't rest it in my lap without noticing the tender spot. I glanced at it dozens of times a day, half expecting it to fade, but its edges remained crisp. A reminder that whatever I had felt under that vine-wrapped stone was not a trick of the mind. I asked one friend if they remembered seeing any animal, maybe a bat or an owl that had brushed past me. They shook their head, said they had been too busy checking their own photos. Another friend joked that it was just my imagination, that I was making it real. I told them I didn't want jokes, not about something that still tingled every time I flexed my hand. Weeks passed, and the bruise turned golden brown. I kept wearing a glove whenever I went outside after dusk, but I never returned to that gate. I drove past it only once, and the sight of the maples and stone monuments made my stomach clench. I slowed as if I might turn in, then pressed the accelerator and sped away. The road curved around a small pond, and I watched the moon reflect off the water, dark and restless. The graveyard stayed there, under the maples, untouched by streetlights or traffic. People drove by, maybe noticed the gate, but likely thought it was just a small plot behind old trees. They didn't know the way the air could change, how a vine could hide something sharp enough to bruise skin. They didn't know how a quiet night could feel heavy, as if the stones themselves waited for someone to wake them. I told myself to move on. I ignored the tremors in my palm when I tried to type. I wrapped my hand in ice packs and took aspirin until the bruise faded. But I never erased the memory of that squeeze of cold. I never stopped picturing a shape behind the monument, just out of view waiting. I know now that some places keep secrets, tucked into the cracks of stones and roots of trees. When I cross that stretch of road now, my eyes drift to the iron gate and maples, and I remember the hush, the sudden pinch, the bruise that appeared hours later. I remember the weight of silence pressing in. I remember the way my hand throbbed. I remember deciding in that moment that I would never go back. And I haven't returned. I avoid the road at night. I avoid talk of the place. The bruise healed, but the memory did not. It settled into my bones, a warning not to test boundaries I don't understand. We camped in the same place every single year, for as long as I can remember. It was one of those traditions that never got old, something that became so normal and routine it felt like part of who we were. The campsite wasn't some paved, polished thing with electrical hookups and a visitor center. It was raw, wild land, tucked away off a logging road so rough you'd feel every bump for hours after you stopped driving. It was a solid 2-hour drive past any paved roads, and the last half hour was mostly navigating by landmarks and memory. The place wasn't marked on any maps I'd seen, and my dad always just called it the site. Once you were out there, it was all forest. Just endless trees, pines mostly, with some birches mixed in, and thick underbrush that grew in patches. The campsite itself sat in a clearing near a small lake. The water was clean and cold, the kind that stung your skin even in the middle of July, and there were patches of rock and moss that felt like they'd never been touched by people. There was no phone signal, no lights except the stars, just the sound of the wind through trees and the occasional snap of branches at night when something moved out there. We'd go out there for 2 weeks at a time. My family, me, my 2 younger brothers, mom and dad, would pitch 2 big canvas tents, one for the kids and one for the parents. My dad would set up a massive fire pit made of stones we'd dig out of the woods, and Mom always packed way too much food. We'd fish, hike, swim, and sometimes just lay on the rocks and stare up at the sky for hours. There were no distractions. But every summer, me and my brothers would get a little braver, a little more curious. And one summer, when I was around 13, we found something strange. Something that stuck with me in a way I still think about all the time, especially late at night. We were wandering a couple kilometers from the camp one day, just walking along a narrow game trail that ducked and twisted through the woods. It was a lazy, hot afternoon, and we didn't have much to do, so we just kept going. After about an hour of walking, we found this barbed wire fence. It ran in both directions as far as we could see, and it was taller than we were. Of course, being boys, the fence became a challenge. Something about it just felt like an invitation to find out what was on the other side. But it was too high to climb, especially with the barbed wire across the top, and we didn't want to shred our shirts or arms. So we did the next best thing. We decided to dig under it. My dad had this old folding shovel, a tactical military-style one with a blade on one side and a jagged edge on the other. He used it for fire pits and burying trash. We borrowed it for some reason that day. I think we said we were going to dig a hole for a fire. Anyway, we took turns hacking at the dirt under the fence, scraping and tossing out clumps of root-filled earth. It took a while, and the hole wasn't very big, but eventually we made something low enough and wide enough that we could wriggle through on our stomachs. On the other side of the fence, the woods looked the same, but they felt different. There was something quieter about them. The ground was a little softer. We kept walking, heading in a random direction, with no path or trail. Just wandering. After maybe 20 minutes, we heard the faint sound of water. We followed it, and soon came to a river. It wasn't a big river, more like a wide creek, maybe 15 feet across in some places, and only a couple feet deep. The bank was steep and muddy, and in the heat of summer, the water was low and slow, exposing rocks and roots that stuck out like old bones. We climbed down and started walking along it, just killing time. We had no goal in mind, just walk until we got bored. We'd probably been following it for another 30 minutes when we saw something that made us stop. It was a car. At first, it didn't even look real. Just this shape in the bank, partly sunken into the soft, muddy earth, with moss growing over the top. As we got closer, we saw it was an old Volkswagen Beetle. The kind from the 60s or 70s, all curves and soft edges. Only this one was wrecked. The front end was crushed in like it had slammed into a tree or something hard. The windshield was gone, so were all the other windows. The doors were rusted shut, and the paint was mostly gone, just patches of red and white clinging to the corroded metal. But the weirdest thing wasn't the wreck. It was the roof. There was a hole in the roof. Not just a rusted patch or some rot, it was punched through. A hole about the size of a beach ball, and the metal around it was bent outward, like something had burst through from the inside. Not caved in from above, blown out. We stared at it for a long time. Eventually, we decided to get a closer look. Using our pocket knives and the shovel, we started prying at the driver's side door. It took forever. The hinges were fused with rust, but we were stubborn kids, and eventually, with enough leverage and effort, the door cracked open with a horrible metal scream. The inside was worse. The seats were shredded, not just torn like from age or animals, ripped in a way that looked violent. Stuffing spilled out like guts, and the floor was layered with old muck, leaves, and moss. There was no glass anywhere. No sign of anything personal. Except one thing. On the driver's side floor, half buried in sludge, was a shoe. A single leather shoe, brown, with the laces still tied. It looked out of place, like it had just been taken off, not lost in a wreck. No holes, no chewed parts, just sitting there. We didn't say anything, just stood there staring at it, like we were waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. Eventually we backed out, pulled the door shut again, and just stood there for a while looking at the car, the river, the trees. There were no roads out here. No trails. No sign of logging or old cabins or anything. Just wilderness. We had no idea how that car had gotten there. We came back the next summer. We brought our friends. We showed them the car, told them the story. Everyone agreed it was creepy as hell, but nothing ever happened. No ghosts, no weird feelings. Just that car, rotting a little more every year, sinking deeper into the mud. Eventually, you could barely see it. The last summer we went out there, before we all got too old for camping trips with our parents. The car was almost completely gone. The bank had swallowed it. Only a bit of the roof stuck out now, and the hole was still there, rusted and jagged like some mouth trying to scream. We never told our parents. We never told anyone, really. It felt like a secret, a place we'd found that belonged to us, even if it didn't feel right. Years later, I tried to look into it. I searched online for any records of a missing car in that area. Looked up old wrecks, missing persons reports. I even emailed the local RCMP detachment, asking if there were ever any accidents reported out that way. I didn't mention the car, just asked if anyone had ever driven off into the woods and disappeared. They said no. There weren't any roads near there, not for miles. No logging routes either. That whole stretch of land beyond the barbed wire was part of a privately owned wildlife reserve. No public access. But there was something that stuck with me. Something I kept thinking about. That hole in the roof. If the car had crashed, maybe flipped, I could understand a lot of the damage. Even the isolation. Maybe someone had dumped it there a long time ago, pushed it off a trail that used to exist. Maybe the forest had grown up around it. But that hole, the metal was punched outward, like something inside had forced its way out. Maybe it was heat and pressure from the crash. Maybe it was animals. But that shoe, that damn shoe, sitting there so clean, so placed, and the fact that it was the only thing left. Sometimes I dream about that car. I see it in my sleep, but the river is gone. The trees are all dead. The car is just sitting there in the dirt, waiting. I walk up to it, and the driver's door creaks open by itself. There's no one inside, just the shoe. I still don't know how it got there, or who it belonged to, or what happened to the person who was driving it. But I'll never forget it. We haven't been back to that campsite in years. Life gets busy. We all got older, moved on. But sometimes late at night, I'll remember the feel of that shovel in my hands, the sound of the river, the sight of that twisted metal roof, and I'll wonder if that fence was there to keep something out, or to keep something in. The cold hit me the moment we stepped off the snow-covered path into the small clearing. It was January, deep winter, and the kind of cold that steals your breath before you even realize it's left. The woods behind my house stretched out in every direction, untouched and unclaimed, about an acre or two, maybe a little more. No one lived in it. No one owned it. We'd been camping there more times than I could count. It was our little piece of wilderness, right behind my place, close enough to run home if we had to, but far enough to feel like we were really out there. 5 of us, me and my college buddies, had planned this trip for weeks. The day had been slow, hanging out, packing gear, and eating dinner in my kitchen. We were all pumped, excited to get out of the house and into the quiet woods, to drink some beer, make a fire, and just get away from the stress of school and work. We'd brought enough gear to last us a couple of nights: tents, sleeping bags rated for cold weather, extra layers, plenty of food, and firewood. The plan was simple: hike deep enough into the woods to reach that clearing we always camped at, set up, light a fire, and just chill. By the time we got there, the sun was gone. The sky was a black canvas dotted with stars that shivered against the biting cold. The temperature was brutal. I checked my phone when we stopped, and the screen told me it was about minus 35 degrees Fahrenheit. I'd never felt cold like that before. It wasn't just the air, it was the way the cold seemed to settle into your bones. We all zipped up our jackets, pulled our hats down low, and started unpacking. The clearing was perfect. It was surrounded by thick trees, pines and firs mostly, with a carpet of snow that looked almost untouched except for where we'd been before. We cleared a spot for the fire, building a ring of rocks we'd arranged on past trips. There was an old wooden bench tied between 2 trees with rope, and a makeshift table that someone had hammered together out of scrap wood. It was worn down from use, but sturdy. We set down our packs and started stacking firewood. Starting the fire took longer than usual because the wood was damp from the snow. We fed it kindling, blowing gently, coaxing the flames alive. Finally, a warm glow spread out, and the cold felt just a little less sharp. We pulled out our cards, some cheese and crackers, and settled around the fire, letting the warmth sink into our faces. The fire crackled and popped, sending little sparks into the dark sky. The woods around us were silent except for the occasional creak of a tree swaying in the cold wind. The only sound besides our quiet shuffling and card movements was the occasional crunch of snow underfoot as one of us shifted position or reached for a snack. That's when it started. At first, it was faint, almost easy to miss if you weren't paying close attention. There was a rustling sound somewhere out in the trees. Leaves crunching, branches snapping lightly. Not the regular sound of a squirrel or a bird. This was heavier, slower, and somehow off rhythm. I noticed it first. I was watching the fire, my breath making little clouds in the air, when the noise caught my ear. It wasn't human footsteps. Humans walk with a rhythm, a steady beat. This was uneven, jerky, like something limping or dragging a leg. It was faint, but it came from just beyond the edge of the clearing, somewhere deeper in the woods. The others heard it too. Nobody said anything at first. We all stopped what we were doing and just listened. The rustling moved slowly closer, then paused. It didn't sound like it was searching for us, but it was definitely moving toward the clearing. After a moment, the sound stopped. We looked at each other, unsure. My heart was starting to race. We decided to keep playing cards, trying to push the noise out of our heads. Maybe it was an animal. Maybe a deer had wandered in. Maybe it was just the wind moving the branches. A few rounds later, the rustling came again. This time closer. Joe, one of my buddies, grabbed his flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, slicing the shadows between the trees. I told him to stoke the fire while he looked around. We all huddled together, eyes peeled toward the woods. The cold was biting, but the fire kept us grounded. Joe moved carefully around the clearing, shining the light into the dark forest. After a few minutes, he came back and said he hadn't seen anything, but one of our benches was tipped over. We'd lashed it tightly between 2 trees, so it shouldn't have moved on its own. We fixed the bench quickly and sat down again, closer to the fire. Cheese and crackers tasted less enjoyable with that weird feeling crawling over us. Time passed. The fire burned low, the cold creeping in. The woods seemed darker than before, thicker. It was about midnight, or maybe a bit later when it happened. The sound came suddenly, slicing through the silence like a razor. A shriek, high-pitched, piercing, the kind of scream that makes your skin crawl and your breath catch in your throat. It was loud, raw, and desperate, like nothing I'd ever heard in the woods. Not a person, not an animal. It was awful, like a banshee's cry if banshees were real. But I don't believe in that crap. It was real, though, and it was terrifying. The noise echoed through the trees, bouncing off the trunks, getting louder and closer. I stood up, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. We all moved quickly toward the tents. No words were spoken. There was no time for that. We threw our gear into our packs, hands shaking as we stuffed everything in. The fire was dying, the last embers flickering. I grabbed the flashlight and shone it out into the dark woods. Nothing was there. No shape, no movement. Just the cold, heavy silence. We didn't wait. We zipped up our tents, snatched our packs, and headed out, the path back to the house seeming longer and darker than ever. The shriek didn't come again, but the fear stayed with us. Every crackle of a branch, every rustle of leaves made us jump. We didn't stop until we reached the edge of the woods, where the lights of my house were faint but shining like a beacon. When we finally got inside, we locked the doors, bolted the windows, and sat in the living room, shaking off the cold and trying to make sense of what happened. No one ever explained that scream. It didn't sound like any animal I knew. It wasn't a person in trouble. Whatever it was, it stayed hidden in the dark woods, waiting. We never went back to that clearing again, not in winter at least. The memory of that night, that scream, stays with me every time I think about camping behind my house. The cold still gets under my skin, but it's the sound that haunts me. The sound that promised something was out there, watching, waiting. And maybe it still is. I never meant to wander so far. It was my friend's birthday, and she'd insisted we all go hiking to celebrate. I hate gatherings, hate the endless chatter and forced smiles. Her friends didn't bother me before, but that morning, something in me snapped. Instead of sticking with the group, I veered off the trail as soon as I could, plunging into underbrush to explore on my own. The forest was cool and damp, the scent of pine needles heavy in the air. Sunlight flickered through leaves overhead, thrown down in shifting patterns on the ground. I followed a narrow deer path alongside a sleepy creek. The water ran shallow, clear enough to see stones smoothed by years of flow. After a while, mud walls rose on both sides of me like crumbling cliffs. The earth, slick and dark, glowed with moisture. I'd lost any sense of where my friends were. I couldn't even hear their laughter now. I crouched at the water's edge, toes submerged, testing the mud's grip with my boots. Every step sank me an inch deeper. The walls pinched closer ahead, until I realized I was in a tight ravine. The creek hissed through narrow rock, and when I looked up, the mud cliffs on either side stretched higher than I could reach. I turned my head slowly, trying to find a way back, but already the trail I'd taken had disappeared beneath thick roots and shrubs. My heart thudded. I pressed on. The creek bed sloped down, and soon the mud walls gave way to a sheer metal barrier rising straight out of the ground. Rusted steel sheets bolted together to form an unbroken wall. Whoever built this must have poured concrete behind it, but nature had long since reclaimed the other side. Ivy curled around the edges, and moss clung to every rivet. The metal was cold and rough to the touch. I ran my fingers along a seam. It left a dark streak of rust on my skin. I sat down in the water, letting the creek lap my ankles as I studied the wall. Why build a dam here? The metal didn't span the entire width of the ravine. It stopped short on either side where mud walls plunged straight down. Behind it, I could see nothing, only darkness and a few streaks of water trickling through seams. Maybe it was meant to hold back a landslide or divert water. I shook my head, uneasy. My friend's laughter, distant now, felt like a whisper from another world. I glanced down at my feet and froze. A pale shape lay half buried in mud, a rock covered in slick slime, but shaped so strangely that at first I thought it was man-made. Then I saw another, and another, small, thin, curved bits that caught the light like bone. My stomach churned. I knelt, brushing away mud with my palm. A rib? A fragment of skull? There were dozens of them, scattered among pebbles, bleached white. My mind hammered between explanations. Animal bones, deer or fox, maybe. But the shapes were too large, too curved to be from small game. These felt human. I stood quickly, water sloshing. My heart ratcheted tight. Adrenaline roared in my ears. I turned, instinct screaming to go back to the group. But as I raised my foot, I heard it. A faint crack, like a skeleton snapping or a branch breaking under weight. It echoed through the ravine, stopped. I froze, chest tight. My boots slid on the slick mud. I lunged forward, slipping almost to my knees before scrambling upright. I power walked back the way I came, the creek's shallow water slapping against my shins. My eyes darted at every shadow. The walls here were taller than me, and the sky looked like a thin strip above. I kept my head down, following muddy footprints I'd made earlier, hoping they'd guide me out. Then I heard it again, a crack, a staccato echo, closer this time. I broke into a run, scrambling over stones, splashing through mud. My lungs burned. Halfway back, the crack came again, like something large stepping on a twig. I skidded to a halt, chest heaving. Silence pressed in. I yelled for them at first, a raw, ragged shout that sounded too small in this place. No answer. The woods on either side were dense. I couldn't see beyond the mud cliffs. Gathering my courage, I ran again faster. I slipped twice, knees hitting rock, but I pushed on. My ears strained for the sound of my friends' voices, their calls for me. Nothing but the creek and my pounding heart. After what felt like an eternity, the walls opened to a wider, flatter area where sunlight poured down. My boots clattered on dry stones. I burst through underbrush onto a familiar path, the main trail. Relief washed over me, so intense it took my breath. I broke into a jog, emerging onto a bluff where the rest of them were gathered, sitting on fallen logs and sharing snacks. They glanced up as I charged forward, startled. I collapsed on my knees at the trail's edge, hands braced on my thighs, chest heaving. They jumped up, concerned, asking questions I couldn't answer. I pointed back the way I'd come, voice brittle. "Don't go back there." No one believed me. They laughed it off as nerves, or maybe I'd fallen and gotten spooked. They teased me gently, nudging me to calm down and rest. I stayed crouched, head down, until one of them tossed me a bottle of water. They wanted to continue, to see a waterfall further up the trail. I shook my head, stepping back. "No," I said almost to myself. "Let's turn around." They argued it was no big deal, that I must have just imagined noises, that bones were probably just animal remains washed down from upstream. The metal wall, maybe part of an old mining operation. They chattered rational explanations that I couldn't hold on to. My skin still felt like it was crawling. Slowly, I convinced them. We turned around and retraced our steps, voices light, laughter forced. Part of me stayed on high alert, scanning the trees. The further we walked, the more I tried to shake the vision of that metal wall, of pale curved bones glinting in mud. I tried to focus on the sunshine and the birdsong. My friends talked about birthday plans, post-hike pizza, nothing serious. By the time we reached the parking lot, the strange fear had sunk deeper, a cold knot in my gut. The woods behind us looked peaceful, harmless. The trailhead sign invited hikers to explore a scenic route. It seemed impossible that anything sinister lurked there. But I knew better. I could still hear the snaps in the trees. I could still see the bones half buried in mud. And I knew I would never hike that trail again. At home, I scoured online maps and old Forest Service logs. There was no record of a dam or metal wall. No accounts of missing hikers or skeletons found. Just the usual warnings about slippery creek beds and sudden drop-offs. I closed my laptop, unsatisfied. In my mind, the metal barrier remained, a silent sentinel guarding secrets best left buried. I told my friend not to plan another hike for her birthday. She rolled her eyes but agreed, and though I tried to laugh it off, my nights grew restless. Every dream took me back to that ravine, to the slick mud walls pressing in, to the pale bones. And the cracks, always the cracks, echoing in the trees just behind me. Months later, I learned that the land had once been private property. A rusted gate stood at its entrance, long since removed. Locals spoke of old logging camps and a rail line that ran nearby. Some claimed they saw odd metal sheets leaning against trees, abandoned equipment. No one mentioned bones. No one admitted to exploring the ravine. It remained a forgotten slice of earth, claimed by trees and water. I never went back. But every time I drive past the old trailhead, I glance down the path, half expecting to see a sliver of metal flash among branches. Sometimes I think I hear something, a soft crack, the scrape of stone. And I remember that day, the way the bones glinted, the way the mud swallowed my boots. I remember the wall, rusted and silent, its purpose unknown. Whatever it was meant to hold back, it held something far worse. Questions I still can't answer, and a part of me that stays behind, trapped in that dark, narrow ravine. Working at a hostel in Lisbon had its perks. The city itself was a mix of old charm and vibrant life, and meeting travelers from all over the world was part of the daily rhythm. One evening, after my shift was winding down, I found myself chatting with a girl who was part of a large group staying at the hostel. Her friends, about 25 of them, were all going to a prearranged dinner later that night. We talked for about an hour, just small talk at first, about the city, our travels, the usual stuff, but something about her felt different. She was easy to talk to, and we seemed to share a love for exploring without a plan. Eventually, I suggested we leave the hostel together and just wander around the city. She seemed surprised at first, considering she was supposed to be with her group. I told her, "Why don't you skip that boring pre-scheduled dinner with people you see every day and do something with me, a stranger you just met?" There was a pause, and then she smiled, asking what I had in mind. I had no plan. I told her as much, that I just loved to walk around Lisbon, turning corners randomly and discovering places I never would have found otherwise. To my surprise, she said she loved that idea. She said if I had given her a destination, she probably would have gone with her friends. But because the destination was unknown and random, it felt like an adventure. She was in. We left the hostel together, the late afternoon sun still warm but starting to cool as the evening approached. The hostel was on a hill, and as we reached the bottom, I asked her which way to go. She said right. We agreed to walk 5 streets before turning right again. That was how we planned it. Turn right after a certain number of streets, then decide again. We moved through the city like that, taking turns randomly, but always mindful of the surroundings. Lisbon felt safe in the areas we were exploring. The streets were well lit, people were out and about, and there was a buzz of life everywhere. We passed by a beautiful old church, its stone facade glowing in the golden light. The architecture was stunning, and I could tell she was as taken by it as I was. We kept walking, taking lefts and rights as if the city was guiding us. After about 25 minutes, we ended up in a quiet area with small cafes and little restaurants. They were hip and cozy, the kind of places that would only seat 20 people at most, but they smelled amazing. The scent of fresh bread, garlic, and grilled fish drifted through the air. We both got a little hungry, but decided to walk a bit further. We knew we could always double back if we wanted to eat there. The streets began to empty out as we moved away from the lively cafes. The city's hum faded, replaced by a quieter, almost eerie stillness. It was strange but not unpleasant, more like the city was sleeping. We reached a crossroads and she said, "Okay, this is our limit. Let's go back." I hesitated, then suggested one last turn. I figured maybe we'd find a great view or something interesting because the street was going uphill. At the crossroads, I asked her if we should turn left or right. She chose left. We walked a few steps, and just as I was about to say we should head back, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. It was like an explosion of sparks, but unlike any spark I had ever seen. It shot up about 5 stories high from the roof of a building to our left. At first, I thought it was a firework, but it wasn't. It looked more like the sparks you'd get if you took a chainsaw to metal or brick, but much bigger, more chaotic. And then, something impossible happened. The sparks began to move, not like they were falling, but like they were alive, like a flock of birds. They moved in loose formation, shifting and changing direction, slowly flying across the sky above us. There were maybe 100 or 150 individual pieces, each about the size of a cell phone. They flickered and shimmered with all the colors of fire, but they were more than just flames. They looked like they were made of light itself, glowing with a brightness that didn't flicker or die out. They moved with purpose, turning and flapping as if they had wings, though they were clearly not birds. I was frozen, utterly stunned. My mouth was open, but no sound came out. I watched the flock of fire-like creatures move slowly from the left, directly over our heads, and then continue ahead until they turned sharply around a building. We followed on foot, but the street ended, and they disappeared from view. The girl I was with was standing just a few feet away, as stunned as I was. Neither of us said anything, both of us struggling to understand what we were seeing. It wasn't fireflies. It wasn't any drone or technology one knew of. It wasn't electricity or some kind of light show. These things were alive. The way they moved was mesmerizing. The flames shifted colors unpredictably, with shapes flowing and folding like water reflecting sunlight, but always glowing, always alive. The light sparkled as if covered in thousands of tiny mirrors catching the sun's rays and throwing them back in every direction. They didn't burn out. They didn't grow. They just moved alive, vibrant, and totally otherworldly. I didn't have my phone on me to record it because I had just been moved to a different room at the hostel earlier that day. I'd thrown all my stuff into a locker to keep it safe and ended up without my phone when I left. The girl had a camera back at the hostel, but hadn't brought it along. We both tried to talk about it after the flock disappeared, but words failed us. It was the kind of thing that rattles you, shakes you down to your core. I love nature, strange species, weird insects, all kinds of animals and phenomena. But nothing I've ever read about or seen even comes close to this. We stayed there for a while longer, walking slowly back towards the city center, replaying the moment in our minds. Neither of us could come up with a reasonable explanation. We shared the same experience, the same bewilderment. After that night, I kept thinking about it for months, trying to find some logic or reason. A few months later, I found a post online from someone in the Cascais area talking about strange lights in the night sky. The report said it was bioluminescent insects, but the size they described didn't match what I saw at all. I was sure these things were far larger, and the way they moved was not insect-like at all. I was relieved, though, to see that I wasn't the only one noticing strange things. It's been nearly 2 years now. I haven't found any solid answers. The only thing I know is that two people who had never met before, two people who just happened to decide to wander the city together, saw the same impossible thing. I'm convinced this is not a hallucination or some trick of light. Whatever it was, it felt like a glimpse of something unknown, something new, something alive that humans aren't meant to understand yet. And I know this. I will never forget that night, the flicker of those firebirds, the impossible light that danced over Lisbon's streets. That moment changed how I see the world. I still walk the city sometimes, hoping to see them again. Maybe one day someone else will tell the same story, and maybe then we'll begin to understand. Until then, I hold on to that memory, clear and vivid as if it happened yesterday. It was real, it was strange, and it was unlike anything I've ever experienced before. When I was 14, my dad took me hunting up in northern Michigan. It was something we did every year, just the two of us, getting away from the noise of town and the usual distractions. Hunting was never about trophies or big kills for us. It was about the quiet, the waiting, and the slow crawl of time in the woods. We didn't follow trails or roads. Instead, we just walk into the forest, picking a spot where we thought the deer might come through, and sit down to wait. No noise, no fuss. That trip was supposed to be no different. The day was clear, cool but not cold, with the smell of pine and damp earth hanging heavy in the air. The forest was dense, mostly pine and hardwoods, with thick underbrush that made walking tricky. My dad carried the rifle, and I had the pack with some snacks and water. We'd moved past the usual spots we hunted and kept going deeper into the woods than I'd ever been before. I remember thinking how strange it was that we were going so far without using the trails like usual. The forest felt older here, more tangled and wild. The ground was littered with fallen branches and dead leaves, the kind that crunched softly under our boots with every step. After a while, we found a fallen tree, a big, thick trunk lying across a slight rise in the land. It looked like a good place to sit and watch. We dropped our gear and settled in. I looked around, taking in the quiet. The only sounds were the occasional bird call and the distant rustling of leaves. It felt peaceful, but also a little different than usual. I started scanning the woods carefully, eyes sharp for movement. That's when I saw it. Across a small clearing, maybe 100 feet from where we sat, was a cabin. It was small and old, made of rough-hewn logs, with a metal roof that glinted faintly in the fading light. It looked lived in but worn down, like someone used it as a seasonal place to get away, or maybe a hunting shack. The windows were dark, but I could see some things inside, shadows of furniture, maybe some tools hanging on the walls. There was a thin plume of smoke curling up from a rusty chimney, which told me someone was probably there or had been recently. I nudged my dad and pointed toward it. I said something about how it looked like someone's property. He just shook his head, told me I was imagining things, and to be quiet because I was scaring the deer away. I tried to argue a little, but he was serious. I knew better than to push when he was like that. So I stayed quiet, but I couldn't stop looking at the cabin. For the next couple of hours, as the sun dipped lower and the shadows grew longer, I kept my eyes locked on that cabin. My dad was scanning the woods in the other direction, focused and patient like he always was. But I kept feeling uneasy. It wasn't just the cabin, it was how close it was, how suddenly it had appeared after walking so far into the woods. It was almost like the forest was different here, tighter, darker somehow. The sky started to shift from orange to purple, the light fading fast. My dad finally said it was time to head back. I felt reluctant but nodded. Before we stood up, I told him to hold on a second. I didn't want to just leave it there, not with how strange everything felt. I got up and started walking toward the cabin. My boots sank slightly into the mossy ground, and I kept my eyes on the trees, watching for any sign of deer or movement. When I got within about 20 feet of where the cabin had been, something changed. The air felt heavier. The smell of pine and earth was suddenly muted. The shadows between the trees deepened. And then, the cabin wasn't there anymore. Not just hidden behind a tree or covered by shadows, but completely gone. It was like the forest had shifted or swallowed it up. One moment I was sure it was right there. The next it was just empty woods. I blinked and looked around, confused. There was no clearing, no cabin, only trees, thick brush, and the cold silence of the woods. I walked forward a few more steps, looking for any sign of it. Nothing. I turned back the way I'd come, trying to shake the feeling of disorientation. My heart was pounding harder than usual. I wondered if I was seeing things, or if maybe I'd been so focused that my brain had played a trick on me. But no matter how much I tried to convince myself, I couldn't forget every detail of that cabin. The shape, the windows, the roof, even the smoke from the chimney. I walked back to my dad as fast as I could, feeling a chill I couldn't explain. When I told him there was no cabin, he just shrugged and said it didn't matter. We needed to get back to the truck before dark. We started walking, the forest closing in around us, and I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see that cabin again somewhere just out of sight. But it never came back. The woods felt different on the way back, less mysterious and more empty. We eventually reached the truck in near darkness, the last light slipping away from the sky. That night, I lay awake in my bed, staring at the ceiling and thinking about that cabin. I tried to remember every detail, the way the windows framed the dark inside, the way the metal roof caught the fading sun, the smell of smoke and old wood. It felt like something out of a dream, but I knew it wasn't. I knew what I saw. Over the years, I told a few people about it, but they just shrugged or told me I must have been tired or imagining things. Maybe I was. But that moment, standing there, certain I was close to that cabin, then watching it vanish like it never existed, has stayed with me. I still think about it when I'm alone in the woods or when I hear stories about strange things in the forest. What happened that day? I don't know. Maybe the cabin really was abandoned and someone took it down quickly. Maybe it was a hunting blind or a shed that had been camouflaged. Or maybe it was something else, something that shouldn't have been there. And when I got too close, it just disappeared. Whatever the case, I never went hunting that far into the woods again. And I never forgot that cabin, because sometimes the forest holds more secrets than you ever expect, and not all of them come with easy answers. When I was about 10 years old, something happened one night that I still can't really explain. It wasn't just a regular nightmare. It felt different, darker, more real. It all started with a dream, but it ended with me waking up in a way that shook me to my core. That night, I went to bed like usual, in my small room with the blue walls covered in posters of spaceships and planets. My bed was against the wall under the window, where the faint glow of the streetlight outside spilled in just enough to make shapes on the ceiling. The house was quiet except for the soft hum of the heater and the ticking of the old clock on the dresser. My dad's room was right down the hall, and sometimes, if I was lucky, I'd hear his snoring through the thin walls. I was drifting off, halfway between being awake and asleep, when the dream started. At first, it was nothing special. I was walking through a dark hallway, but not the kind of hallway from school or home. It was long, narrow, and cold-looking, like something out of a science fiction movie I'd seen called Alien. The walls were metal, and the lights flickered overhead in that buzzing way that makes you feel uneasy. The air was thick and heavy. I felt it pressing down on me. As I walked, I suddenly felt sick. Not just a little queasy, but like something inside me was twisting and turning in a way I'd never felt before. My stomach churned, and I had this horrible cold sweat breaking out all over my body. It was strange because I was still in the dream, but part of my mind was starting to realize that this was not just a regular dream. It was something else. I knew I was dreaming, but I couldn't stop myself from moving forward, walking faster, almost running, down that endless hallway. The more I ran, the darker everything got. The buzzing lights started to fade, and the walls seemed to close in around me. The metal was turning black and slick like oil. I could hear my footsteps echoing, but something else was there too, a heavy, dragging sound behind me, like something large was following me. My heart in the dream pounded louder than I've ever heard, and the sick feeling in my stomach became worse, twisting into fear and panic. I came to the end of the hallway, but instead of opening into another room or hallway, it just ended in a wall of pure blackness, as if someone had painted over the air itself. Then, out of that blackness, something appeared. I never actually saw the whole thing clearly, just the edges, the shape, and the terrible feeling it gave me. It was big, and it moved slow, but I knew it was a monster. It was the kind of thing you don't want to look at because your brain knows it's wrong, but you can't help it. The monster seemed to stretch out its long, dark limbs, and it was coming for me. I knew in that moment, deep inside, that I was about to die in the dream. There was no escape. The fear was overwhelming and real. My chest felt tight, and I opened my mouth to scream, hoping somehow that the noise would pull me out of the nightmare. I screamed. I woke up screaming. But I didn't just wake up in my bed like normal. No, I woke up about 3 feet in the air. I was suddenly weightless for a moment, then I crashed down hard on the bed. The impact hurt my back and rattled my bones. It was so sudden and so violent that I gasped, frozen in shock. My dad came running into my room, his voice rough from waking up so fast. He asked if I was okay, but I couldn't answer. I was trembling, my breath short and fast. The dark edges of the nightmare were still crawling around my mind, making it hard to think clearly. I never told him what happened that night. It felt too strange, too unbelievable. How do you explain waking up in the air, then falling hard? And the scream, so loud and desperate? It wasn't like me to make that much noise while sleeping. I usually slept very still, almost like I was frozen. I never sleepwalked, never talked in my sleep. My parents always said I was a quiet sleeper. After that night, I tried to push it out of my mind, but it stayed with me like a shadow I couldn't shake. For years, every time I closed my eyes, I could still see the endless hallway, the blackness at the end, and the shape of that thing coming for me. I felt the cold, sick feeling in my stomach, and I could hear the echo of my footsteps and my own scream. I tried to make sense of it, looking for answers. Maybe it was sleep paralysis mixed with a nightmare, I thought. Or maybe it was my brain's way of trying to warn me about something I didn't understand. I read about people who have vivid dreams that feel real, who sometimes thrash or move in their sleep, but none of those explanations fit me perfectly. I wasn't moving around much at all in my sleep, and I'd never experienced anything like waking up in the air and falling. Sometimes I wondered if it was a strange type of nightmare combined with a sudden muscle spasm or something, but that didn't explain the scream or the noise my dad heard. It was almost like my body jumped awake, throwing me off the bed like I'd been pushed by an unseen force. I grew up, but the memory stayed. I never forgot that night. It was a reminder that our minds can do strange things, even when we think we're safe in our own beds. The idea that my brain could trap me in that endless hallway, making me feel sick and scared, and that my body could react so violently without me controlling it, that scared me more than any ghost story or made-up monster. Eventually, I learned to live with it, to accept that some things don't have easy answers. Maybe it was just a rare nightmare, the kind that some people have once or twice in their lives. Maybe it was something I'd never fully understand, but it taught me something important. Sometimes, fear doesn't come from outside things or monsters. Sometimes it comes from inside, from the deepest parts of our own minds, and it can feel just as real as anything in the waking world. That night, I learned how powerful fear is, and how it can trap you in places you don't want to be, even when you're awake. It's a feeling I'll never forget, and even now, when the lights flicker or the house goes quiet at night, I sometimes wonder if that hallway is still there, waiting at the edge of my mind, just out of sight. But I don't run from it anymore. I just breathe and remind myself that no matter how real it feels, it's just a dream, and I'm still here. I grew up in that house, the one my parents had built from the ground up, and I can still see those walls in my mind, fresh paint gleaming under the lights. The floors were smooth and clean, the rooms bright and new. When we moved in, everything smelled of fresh wood and plaster, and I walked through each space as if marking new territory. In the daytime, it felt like an adventure, like I was exploring a castle that I would one day inherit. But at night, the castle became something different. At night, the rooms changed shape in the corners of my vision. I would wander through a hallway and catch a flicker of black or gray at the edge of my sight, something that dissolved the second I turned my head. I told myself it was my mind playing tricks, that the newness of the house sent my brain looking for patterns. I learned what sleep paralysis was and how our minds can weave monsters in the dark, so I blamed every shadow on my own imagination. But that did not stop my heart from thumping against my ribs when I'd pass from one room to the next and feel like I wasn't alone. Those first years passed under a strange cloud of half-seen shapes and moments when I'd jerk awake to the feeling of someone watching me from the foot of my bed. Sometimes the darkness felt too heavy, pressing in on me so that I could hardly breathe. I would lie still, staring at the ceiling, knowing that any movement might draw the shape closer. So I stayed as quiet as possible until the sun began to lighten the curtains. I learned not to talk about it. My parents were busy with work. My younger brother was too small to understand. And I thought it would sound silly to tell friends about the dark shapes that ghosted the hallway. I thought it best to keep my terror private. I hoped that if I whispered it only inside my skull, I could control it there. I found comfort in routines. I arranged my room a certain way, lined up my books just so, kept the same flashlight by my bed. In the basement, I had a shelf of old board games that I would pull down when the night felt too still. I turned on the lights one by one, clicking the bulbs into brightness until the room glowed with warmth. Light banished the shapes. I needed to see every corner. Once, when I was about 14, I spread my blankets on the cement floor and slept under a pile of pillows, refusing to climb up the stairs until morning. My brother teased me about camping in the basement, but I told him it was an adventure. He never asked why I chose that of all places to camp. Time slid by. High school began. I studied harder to distract myself. I rode my bike until dusk, listening to the wind rush past and feeling the air on my face. Away from the house, I felt safe. In my first year of college, I got rid of my childhood bedroom and stored my things in the basement. I left the house behind. I called it progress, but maybe I was just running. Still, for a long time I did not see the shadows. At least, not until the day I went back with my brother to clear out old boxes. I was about 20 then. We had decided to sell the house, pay off some debts, and move on fully. My brother and I kept joking we'd find dusty trophies or an old diary down there. I laughed more than I had in years. The basement felt brighter somehow. The walls showed their age. A few scuffs, a water stain here, a loose board there. The fluorescent lights hung crooked, humming with electricity. I walked through it with my hands shoved in my pockets, dust motes floating in the air. I had tied my hair back that day, twisting it into a ponytail while I stepped toward the hall mirror that leaned against the wall. I looked into the mirror to check that my hair was neat. Then I saw him. I could only see half of him, but that was enough. White clothing, long greasy black hair hanging in clumps, face hollow as a dried gourd, black stains under his eyes. He stood just beyond the frame of the mirror, his body half hidden by the door jamb. He did not move. He had no breath of life that I could sense. For 2 seconds, or maybe 5, he stared back at me. I felt a wave of ice wash through me, as if I had plunged into a lake. Then he was gone. The hallway lay empty. I pressed my hand to my chest and realized I was panting. My brother turned at that sound, standing a few feet away with a box tucked under his arm. He did not see anything. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, thinking I must be tired. I pulled him by the sleeve and told him we were going for a walk. He laughed, said okay, and we climbed the stairs into the fresh air. I did not look back. Later that night, when I lay in a hotel bed far from that house, I closed my eyes and the scene played over again. The mirror, the half-body, the dark hollows under his eyes. I tried to chase it away. I tried to tell myself it was stress, a trick of light, my own mind bending the world. But the image held fast in my mind like a photograph I could not put down. That night the shadows returned in my dreams. Months before the mirror, I had a dream of a woman. She floated down a long, empty hallway, her hair the same greasy black strands. Her face was thin, her eyes deep and haunted, her dress long and white, drifting like smoke around her. She passed through the far end of the corridor and vanished, leaving the air icy. In the dream I felt no fear. only a cold fascination, like I had known her all my life. I woke to the hum of my fan, staring at the ceiling, and for the first minutes I thought it had been real. I lay there until the color seeped back into the morning light. I carried that image with me. I sketched it sometimes in the margins of my notebooks, a pale silhouette drifting into darkness. I never showed anyone. I never told a soul. I assumed that when I walked out the front door of that brand new house for the last time, the specters would stay behind. And for a while they did. I moved into an apartment in the city. The walls were older, stained with watermarks, and the windows rattled in the wind. But I did not feel those black shapes there. I had more roommates, more noise, more excuses to stay up late or go out for walks. I sat in coffee shops until closing time, wrote until my eyes burned, ran my hands through my hair in restaurants so I could hide under a baseball cap. I stayed busy. It worked. I thought I had left the shadows in the basement behind. One winter, I went home for the holidays. The house was empty now, the yard overgrown, the interior stale with disuse. A real estate sign leaned at an angle on the lawn. I walked through with my parents once more, measuring rooms, pointing out chipped paint and out-of-place cabinets. When we reached the basement, I felt a cold tug in my chest, but I told myself it was nerves from being alone in that space again. I flipped on the lights and dust motes danced in the beams, but the mirror was gone. I remembered it leaning by the hall. Maybe the new owners had taken it. I felt a small relief. After that, life moved forward. I finished college. I found a job. I fell in love and moved to a different part of the country. I bought a small cottage. The nights there were peaceful. If I awoke, it was because of traffic outside or a thunderstorm. No dark forms lurked in the corners. I wondered if my mind had simply used that empty house to paint its fears, like a child coloring in an outline. I believed the explanations: low light, shadows cast by old trees outside, a smudge on the mirror. I believed I had outgrown those old ghosts. Still, every year around the anniversary of seeing that man in the mirror, I feel a chill. It only lasts a moment. I touch the back of my head where I tied my hair that day, and remember the way his eyes seemed to burn holes into mine. I remind myself that it was only a trick of light, only memory. I tell myself it means nothing. Now I am settled in my own home. The floors creak, the paint peels in bit of sunlit corners, and I know the sounds of my house. I have never seen those shadows here. I have never felt that cold pressure in my chest. But sometimes, when I walk past a mirror in a dim hallway, I pause. I look. I half expect to see a pale face, ragged hair, a thin body in white. I catch myself and laugh softly. I know it is just the way my mind works, chasing shapes in half-light. I stand up straighter, flip the light switch, and walk on, leaving the darkness behind. In the end, the story of that house is the story of growing up. Shadows fade with age. Mirrors lose their power. I learn to fill my nights with light and carry a small lamp when the past feels too close. I keep busy. I keep moving. And I have found that the moments of fear diminish until they are just echoes in memory. The house still stands, waiting for new lives to fill it. I will never own it again, nor do I want to. I have my own walls now, my own safe rooms. And even if my mind still plays tricks from time to time, I know how to chase the shapes away. So I sleep with the blinds drawn, I leave a narrow beam of lamp on my nightstand, and I let the darkness know it has no home here anymore. I remember the morning air on Oahu as something alive, heavy with warmth and the scent of damp earth. My sister and I woke before the sun, drawn by a restless urge to explore. We didn't follow marked paths or crowded trails. Instead, we slipped past the low fence behind our house, stepping into a world of tangled vines and thick ferns. Our bare feet sank into soft soil, and the air tasted of salt from the distant ocean. I could hear the faint roar of waves, muffled by the grove of ironwood and monkeypod trees. Light filtered through the canopy in golden streams, painting the undergrowth with shifting patterns. Every breath felt like an invitation to go deeper, to discover something our neighbors never noticed. We climbed without plan or map, guided only by the shape of the land and some impulse to ascend. At first, the slope was gentle, carpeted in bright green moss that cushioned our steps. Birds called out in hidden perches, their songs echoing through hollows in the earth. We paused to study a line of delicate orchids growing along a fallen log, each bloom a pale cup shaded with maroon. My sister reached out to touch one, her fingers barely brushing the petals. We lingered there, marveling at how life thrived in this quiet place untouched by visitors. There was no thrill in the climb yet, only the pure joy of wandering where few had gone before. Hours passed without our noticing. The sun rose higher, and the air grew warmer, sticky against our skin. We drank from a plastic bottle refilled at home, wiping sweat from our necks. Our clothes clung to us, and damp hair frayed around our faces. Still we pressed on, driven by something neither of us could name. The trees changed as we climbed higher. Koa and ohia began to appear, their bark rough and cracked. I brushed a hand against the trunk of an ohia, feeling its ancient strength. Somewhere beyond, the ridge of the mountains cut jagged against the sky, and I thought we might be close to the summit of our makeshift trail. But the forest offered no clear clue, only endless green and the promise of secrets buried in its depths. Then we came upon the stone structures, 3 cairns standing side by side as if waiting for us. They rose from the earth like creatures turned to granite, each one 6 or 7 feet long and nearly as tall. Vines crept around their base, threading through gaps between weathered stones. Moss clung to every surface, softening sharp edges and coloring the rock in muted shades of green. The air around them felt cooler, darker, as though the forest held its breath in their presence. I ran a finger along the top of the nearest cairn, marveling at how smooth the stone had become over centuries. Tiny bits of lichen dotted the surface, and I could imagine rain drifting down these mountains long before any human set foot here. We circled the cairns in silence. No wind stirred, and the only sound was our breathing and the faint rustle of leaves overhead. My heart thumped in my chest, partly from the climb and partly from awe. Without thinking, I brought my palms together and bowed my head. My sister followed suit. We stood there for a long moment, acknowledging something vast and unknowable. It felt right, as if we had recognized a threshold between worlds. Then my sister stepped back, nodding ever so slightly, and together we moved on, leaving the cairns behind like ghosts fading into the woods. We climbed higher still, winding along the flank of the mountain. The air thinned, and the soil grew rocky underfoot. I stumbled over roots hidden beneath fallen leaves, and my sister caught my arm to steady me. We laughed quietly, the sound strange in that hushed place. Occasionally we paused to rest, leaning against stones warmed by the sun. From some breaks in the trees we glimpsed the ocean, a broad sheet of blue merging with sky at the horizon. It gleamed with sunlight, serene and impossible to reach from here. By late afternoon the angle of the slope increased sharply. The forest floor broke away into steep drop-offs and deep crevasses. I peered over the edge of one chasm, my stomach fluttering at the sight of mossy walls falling away into shadow. My sister tested the ground ahead of her, toes curling at the edge of a rocky ledge. We realized then how far we had wandered. We had no water beyond what we carried, no compass, no flashlight. The sun dangled low behind the peaks, casting long fingers of light that danced between tree trunks. We began to talk, without words, only gestures, about turning back. But retracing our steps was difficult. The forest looked different in every direction, as though shifting beneath our feet. We started down as quickly as we dared, slipping on loose stones and dodging low branches. Shadows pressed close, swallowing the path ahead. At one point I lost sight of my sister for a heartbeat, and panic flared in my chest. I called out, and she answered by lifting her hand through the gloom, her silhouette narrow and steady. I exhaled and moved toward her. Our pace quickened until we were almost running, trying to outrun the dark that chased us like a living thing. The sun slipped behind the ridge, and before long every tree trunk became a looming colossus, every fern a reaching hand. I could hear the beat of my heart in my ears. My sister reached for my hand, and I grasped hers, relief flooding me at the warmth of her skin. We clung to each other, arms locked, feet finding the faintest suggestions of a path. Our breaths came in sharp gasps. Each step felt perilous, as if a single misstep would send us plunging into a crevasse. The air lost its warmth and turned cool, damp with evening mist rising from the undergrowth. At one point I felt us come to a small clearing, though it was more an accident in the trees than a true opening. My sister's grip tightened, and I followed her lead without question. Her steps were sure, unerring, as if she could see something I could not. I thought her eyes must be perfectly adjusted to the dark. I followed, staying close behind. We moved steadily, branches scraping our arms and legs, roots tripping us. Yet somehow she never faltered. I began to hope that this path would lead us back to the place we entered, to the world of streetlights and paved roads and friendly houses. Then, without warning, the forest thinned. I stumbled across a flat patch of ground, and the next moment I was staring at the old fence that bordered the edge of our neighborhood. A street lay just beyond, its asphalt surface pale under the glow of newly turned-on porch lights. I blinked, hardly believing my eyes. I turned to my sister and let out a laugh soaked in relief. She squeezed my hand hard, and I felt tears prick at my lids. We were out of the darkness, saved by something beyond our understanding. Only then did I notice the weight in my sister's other hand. She had been holding something else, not the flashlight we lacked, but a slender finger's grip that pulsed with a faint warmth. Her fingers were pale, and the skin seemed to strain as though clutching something that did not belong. I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came. Instead, I stared at the ground, trying to make sense of what had happened. We had been led out of a place where no trail existed, by a presence we neither saw nor heard. My sister's face was ashen, and her eyes wide with wonder and fear. We walked the last few yards to our house in silence, still entwined. The front door stood ajar, welcoming us with a gentle light. Only then did the weight on my sister's hand shift and fall away. She glanced down, her face tightening, and then she slipped her palm to her mouth, stifling a gasp that I did not hear. She turned without looking at me, stepped into the house, and closed the door with a soft click. I stood on the porch for a long moment, listening to the hum of evening sounds. Crickets calling, a distant car passing, the faint rustle of palm fronds in the night breeze. Inside, the lights were warm and familiar, the kitchen table scattered with mail and a single, half-eaten sandwich on a plate. Our mother's voice called to someone in the other room, but neither of us moved to answer. I sank into a chair, my mind still tangled in the wild woods. My sister emerged silently, her eyes rimmed red. She didn't speak. She rarely spoke of that night afterward. The memory lay between us like an unmarked scar. We never returned to those cairns. In the weeks that followed, we avoided the woods altogether, content to wander the paved streets or drive to crowded beaches. But I carried the memory of that unseen hand guiding us through darkness. I carried the weight of something older than any of us, something both gentle and relentless. Even now, more than 2 decades later, I can close my eyes and feel the press of cool stone beneath my fingers, the hush of wind through ironwood leaves, and the inexplicable peace that came when we emerged from the forest's heart. Someday I will return. I will slip past that fence once more, step into the cool air beneath the trees, and find the place where the cairns stand. I will place my hands together and bow, in thanks and in honor. I will leave a small offering, a stone from the shore, smooth and sun-warmed, to show my gratitude. I will walk away knowing that whatever guided us then still watches over these mountains, silent and steady, a guardian of paths we cannot see. And perhaps, in that moment, I will finally understand what held our hands and led us home. I remember the afternoon light drifting through the kitchen window, pale and drifting, the way it did every late summer day. The air felt thick and still, as if the house itself knew something heavy was coming. I was 9, and our small home on Maple Street felt like the whole world to me. It was a 2-story house painted a soft yellow, its clapboard siding whispering in the breeze that came through the front yard. In those days, my grandfather and grandmother lived with us in that same house. They had moved in when my grandfather's health started to slow, making it easier for my grandmother to care for him and for my mother to help where she could. My grandfather was a solid man, broad-shouldered and patient, with hands stained from decades of woodworking. His workshop was in the garage at the back of the house, filled with the smell of pine and varnish, and I used to watch him carve little wooden birds and airplanes on slow Saturday mornings. My grandmother was quieter, her hair always pinned up neatly, her voice soft but certain. She rose early each day to tidy the house and make coffee strong enough to wake the dead. I remember hearing her footsteps in the hallway before dawn, a slow, steady rhythm across the creaking floorboards. The night he was rushed to the hospital, I had fallen asleep on the couch in the living room, curled under my favorite blanket. I was woken by muffled shouting and the slam of the front door. My mother's face was pale when she came back inside, her eyes wide. I could hear her on the phone, her voice nearly a whisper. The emergency vehicle's wailing siren faded down the street as they carried him off, and I lay there, half asleep, wondering what it all meant. I did not understand then how serious it was, only that my mother looked scared, and my grandmother stood at the threshold, her face ashen but calm. I waited in the living room with my head on the coffee table, my ears straining, as though I might catch something important if I listened hard enough. My grandmother sat next to me, her hand on my hair, stroking it gently. She did not say he was gone, not yet. Instead, she said he was resting, that he needed to be strong. The words made me feel both hopeful and uncertain. She sounded certain, but her eyes flickered to the clock on the wall above the TV, its hands ticking loudly in the silence. When morning came, the phone rang before the sun was fully up. My mother answered it in the hallway, and then she and my grandmother came back in, their faces grim and drained. I rose and stood groggy in my pajama top, clutching the edge of the couch. My grandmother laid a hand on my shoulder. My mother knelt down and told me he had died at 6:02. The words felt distant, like they belonged to someone else's story. I tried to picture him lying there alone in the hospital bed. I tried to feel the shock I thought I ought to feel. Instead, a tight ache settled in my chest, unfamiliar and cold. That evening, when I should have been in bed, I was in the kitchen with my grandmother and mother, the three of us drawn together by grief. I remember the clock on the kitchen wall clearly. It was round, with a shining chrome rim and bold black numbers. Its second hand ticked in precise leaps. But that evening it did not move. Its hands were frozen at 6:02. My grandmother lifted her head from the counter, where she was washing dishes in the pale amber light. She did not flinch or startle. She just watched the clock as though it were the most natural thing in the world. I rose and went to the living room, where the battery-powered clock on the mantelpiece in my grandmother's bedroom also sat paused at 6:02. I opened the bedroom door quietly. The clock tick had once promised to carry me to sleep. Now its silence felt like a deeming that time itself had stopped for him. On the dresser lay his watch, the one he wore every day. It was a metal band, nicked and worn, the glass face reflecting the lamp light. That had stopped too. The watch's second hand hovered above the 12, frozen in that same moment. My grandmother joined me in the hallway. She stood beside me without a word. She placed a hand on the dresser, her fingers brushing the cold watch face. I felt the soft creases in her skin as she straightened and left the room. She did not say it was strange. She said later that it was a sign he was so important to all of us, that his passing had marked the very heart of our home. She spoke of it as though it were a gift, a quiet miracle in the face of sorrow. My mother nodded and agreed, but her eyes were damp. The clocks remained stopped for nearly a full week. Every time I passed the kitchen, I looked up at those hands, unable to tear my gaze away. Every night, I checked the clock in the bedroom, even as I lay awake in my bed, listening to the wind rustle the pine trees outside. I would turn over slowly, feeling the softness of the sheets and the hum of the furnace in the walls. The silence of the clocks echoed in my thoughts. I tried to imagine the world beyond those hands, moving through days and nights without my grandfather. The very idea of time moving on without him felt like a betrayal. After 8 days, my grandmother wound the clocks back to life. She replaced the batteries in each one. She reset the watch and placed it carefully in a wooden box she kept on a shelf in her bedroom closet. She closed the door without a word, as though she had performed a necessary ritual, and it was complete. The clocks ticked forward again, measuring hours and minutes in the usual way. But the watch stayed in the box, untouched. I never saw it again until years later when my grandmother passed her keepsakes to my mother. Growing up, I believed time stopped whenever someone important died. I thought clocks listened to sorrow and paused in trembling sympathy. I expected it to happen all the time. When an acquaintance lost a parent or a friend's hamster died, my mind leapt forward in anticipation of frozen hands and silent watches. But it never happened again. The few clocks in our home always ticked on, indifferent to grief and memory. It was as if the world decided to keep going, heedless of our pain. Later, long after my grandfather's funeral and my grandmother's soft tears had dried, I learned that clocks do not stop when people die. Batteries die. Mechanisms wear. Hands falter. A watch can get put away. I learned it in a classroom, taught by a science teacher who spoke of battery life and the physics of gears. I learned it from watching my own digital watch abruptly die one afternoon because I forgot to replace the battery. I tested the theory in my mind. If I celebrated someone's passing, would the clock stop? They did not. I felt a surge of disappointment, a sinking realization that the moment in our kitchen had been a coincidence. Even so, the memory lingers. I can still see those fixed hands, can still feel the weight of that week when time paused. I remember how my grandmother moved through the house, her faith carrying her, her devotion to ritual and prayer making sense of what felt senseless. She did not weep openly in those days, but she carried her rosary and whispered prayers at dawn. I watched her on Sunday morning kneeling at the foot of her bed, the soft hymn from church still lingering in her mind. She accepted the clocks as a sign, and I accepted her acceptance. The story of those stopped clocks has followed me through life. It came with me when I left for college, packed away in the fold of memory that I revisit on quiet evenings. I recall my own apartment, its digital clock blinking low battery with a tiny colon that refused to stay lit more than a flash. The irony struck me. After all that, it was my own forgetfulness that silenced a clock again. I replaced the battery, and it whirred back to life without ceremony. Last year, when my grandmother died, I looked at the clocks in her room. I wanted them to stop again, to give me that same strange comfort. But they kept ticking insistently, reminding me that the world does not pause for loss. The hush in the kitchen never returned. The house on Maple Street was gone then, sold and painted a different color by new owners. The workshop in the garage stood empty. The pine scent drifted away under dust and time. I have come to see that time does not stop. It continues whether we notice or not. And yet, in that long ago week when every clock in the house was frozen, I felt a kinship with something beyond myself. I felt as though the whole world had bowed its head for a moment to mourn with us. Science tells me it is impossible, but memory holds its own truths, stitched together from moments of wonder and coincidence that defy explanation. I choose to hold that memory gently, as a reminder that love can make us imagine the impossible. Now, when I glance at a clock and see it stopped, or a watch left unwound, I do not leap to belief that someone has died. I think instead of my grandfather's life, of the strength in my grandmother's quiet acceptance, of the way the house felt when time itself seemed to hush in respect. And I feel grateful for that week of stillness, for the way it taught me to listen for what lies beneath our daily rhythms, and for the knowledge that even when time marches on, the moments that mean the most can echo forever. I was 25 the first time I worked on that old house at the edge of town. My brother and I had been hired to refinish the garage and build new shelving along one wall. The place was quiet, a block off the main road, surrounded by tall pines that rustled softly in every breeze. Inside the garage, the air smelled of sawdust and oil, mingled with the faint scent of gasoline from an old lawnmower tucked in the corner. I set up my ladder beneath a bright work light, its glare cutting thin lines of shadow across the concrete floor. I climbed carefully, feeling the ladder rungs under my boots, the metal cool against my skin. The board I needed to nail in place was long and heavy, and I balanced it with my left hand while driving nails into the joist with my right. My brother worked a few feet away, measuring and cutting planks. He was quiet that morning, focused on his work, humming low to himself as he squared off each cut. The radio in the corner played a soft country song, mostly drowned by the thud of hammer on wood. Midway through the job, I paused and glanced over my shoulder at the open doorway leading into the kitchen. The garage door stood raised an inch, letting in the pale light of late afternoon. I shifted the board and braced it with my shoulder, then looked again. In the corner of my eye I caught movement, just a flicker, like something white stepping behind the door that linked the kitchen and garage. I froze for a moment mid-nail, and thought maybe a stray piece of plastic bag had blown in, or a stray reflection from the window across the driveway. I dropped the hammer, catching it before it clattered, and leaned forward to peer past the doorway. The kitchen beyond was empty. The tiled floor gleamed, the counters clear except for a dish rack by the sink. A polite silence filled the space, broken only by the hum of the refrigerator in the corner. I swallowed hard and climbed down, dust from the ladder puffing into the air. My brother looked up at me, eyebrows raised. I pointed silently to the doorway, expecting him to see something. He shook his head, turned his head, and then gave a small shrug before returning to his measuring tape. No one else was in the house. The real estate agent had left an hour earlier, and the owners were scheduled to return only the next day. The only living people in the house were the two of us. I stood back and took in the empty kitchen, the hanging light fixture above the sink, the silent fridge. Nothing moved, nothing stirred. I climbed back up and finished the nail, hands still trembling. As the day waned, I worked more briskly, trying to shake the cold knot in my chest. Every so often I would check the doorway. Imagine a pale face might be peering back at me. But the door frame remained empty. I focused on the wood, the fine lines in the grain, the feel of the hammer in my palm, the echo of each strike. Late afternoon light slanted through the dusty windows, casting long, thin rectangles on the floor. My brother stacked the cut boards against the far wall, then paused and ran his hand through his hair, giving me a quick look of concern. When we finished, we climbed down together. The shelves were up, sturdy, each bracket perfectly aligned. We wiped the sweat from our brows and packed our tools into the old van parked in the driveway. The job had taken longer than expected, but it looked good. I unlocked the front door and walked into the kitchen, planning to grab a drink from the sink before heading back home. The owner was standing by the counter, arms crossed. He smiled politely, but there was something in his eyes that made the back of my neck prickle. I greeted him without words. He motioned toward the doorway to the garage. I held up my hand, indicating thumbs up for the job well done. He nodded, paused, and studied me. I realized I could mention what I'd seen. Half joking, half nervous, I said I thought I'd caught sight of something odd in the garage doorway. Before I could finish, he looked relieved. He told me quietly that years ago a young boy had drowned in the tub just inside that same kitchen. The family had left soon after, but rumors persisted. Occasionally he'd hear a door slam when no one was around. He'd seen a pale figure in a suit walking through the rooms, always vanishing through the same door. He spoke in a steady voice, as though this happened every evening. I felt the blood drain from my face. He didn't ask me questions or urge me to speak. He just nodded, as though confirming something he already believed. I blinked and looked at the doorway behind him. The tile floor was spotless, and the refrigerator hummed softly. I thought again of the way the door had slammed shut on its own earlier when I paused on the ladder. My heart pounded, and I kept my eyes on the floor. The owner clapped his hands lightly, thanked us for the work, and said he'd call if he needed anything else. No big talk, no apology. My brother and I stepped back into the garage, closing the door behind us. The late sun was dipping behind the pines, throwing long shadows across the driveway. We loaded the van in silence. I couldn't tell him what the owner had said. It felt too strange, too real. Instead, I bounced the hammer on the seat, staring at the dashboard until I felt my pulse return to normal. On the drive home, I replayed every detail. The feel of the ladder rungs under my fingers, the cool metal of the hammer, the faint smell of damp wood and machine oil, the way the door had slammed, not thrown open, but closed hard enough to rattle the frame. The image in my mind was clearer than any dream. A small boy in a faded suit, pale as new plaster, stepping back into the shadows. I reached home as daylight faded. My wife was in the kitchen, humming as she made dinner. I dropped my tool bag by the door and leaned against the wall, watching her. The ordinary comfort of her voice, the soft light over the stove, the warmth in the room, it grounded me. I told her nothing about the garage. I couldn't find the words. Instead, I took a cold drink from the fridge, listened to the hum of the motor, and let the cabinets creak shut. That night I lay awake, pictures of the kitchen and the garage door framing flickering behind my closed eyelids. Every creak in the house sounded like a footstep. Every gust of wind rattled against the windows like soft knocks. I forced myself to breathe deeply, to imagine the smooth feel of my pillow, the steady weight of the blanket over my legs. After a long time, exhaustion pulled me under, and I fell into deep sleep. The next day I called the owner to send a photograph of the shelves. I told him I'd noticed a small scratch on the wall near the doorway and asked if he wanted it filled. He agreed, and I scheduled a return. All day, though, I thought of the boy. When I showed up the next morning, the owner met me at the door without a hint of embarrassment or apology. He led me silently to the scratch. I knelt and spread a bit of spackle with my putty knife, the smell of compound filling the air. He watched as I worked, then turned away without a word once I was done. Later, he offered me a soda from the fridge and asked me if I felt comfortable working there late into the week. I nodded and said I did. He said good, then paused, looked at me closely, and said quietly that sometimes the boy liked company. He said some nights the door wouldn't just slam. It would open too. I felt my skin tighten. I didn't respond. He smiled and left the room. The hum of the fridge and the distant tick of a clock were the only sounds. That afternoon, while measuring boards for a bench, I caught movement in the corner of my eye again. I turned quickly, but nothing was there. The open space beyond the doorway was empty. I felt a prickle on the back of my neck, the chill of someone watching. I resisted the urge to run. I placed my hand on the ruler, on the cool metal, and focused on the numbers stamped into it. I worked steadily, finishing the bench in a few hours. The afternoon sun fell straight through the garage windows, making the dust motes dance like tiny fireflies. When I climbed down, my boots kicked up a trail of sawdust. I shook out my shirt, wiped the sweat from my brow, and glanced toward the door to the kitchen. The once glossy tile looked dull in the half-light. I wondered if the boy might be standing just behind the door waiting. I didn't look long enough to find out. At quitting time, I packed my tools in the van and locked the garage. I walked to the house's front door and let myself out, marveling at how different the world looked outside. The pines whispered overhead, the wind felt warm. My brother waved from the driveway, and I waved back. He climbed into the passenger seat and asked how it went. I told him the work looked good. The owner seemed happy. He grinned and started the engine. On the drive back home, we talked about the next project and what supplies we needed. I kept my eyes on the road, occasional glances at the empty fields that rolled past. I felt the house slip behind us, gone from sight. I tried to push away the memory of that pale boy in the suit. The memory clung stubbornly to my mind. Years passed before I thought of that day again. I changed jobs, moved cities, but sometimes in a quiet moment I'd recall the smell of sawdust, the metallic taste of fear on my tongue, the slit of light through the doorway. Once I even looked up the house online, curious if anyone else had reported strange happenings. There were a couple of posts on a local bulletin board, brief notes about doors slamming when no breeze stirred, about the soft creak of unseen footsteps. The details matched exactly what I'd experienced. I never returned to that garage. I never mentioned it again to my brother or anyone else. But whenever I find myself in a quiet old house, I remember the solid feel of the ladder under my feet, the steady thump of my hammer, and the soft slam of that door. And I know that some moments stay with you forever, as real and heavy as any nail driven into wood. I remember the first day of our 3-month spelunking expedition like it was yesterday. The sun was already high in the sky when we set out from base camp, the group of us loaded with ropes, lights, food, and water for weeks underground. The expedition team was small, just 5 of us, but every one of us was skilled, sharp, and ready. Maps of these caves were sketchy at best. We'd been hired to collect data and map shadows and chambers that few had seen, let alone explored in full. Our plan was to tackle 13 caves, one after another, drilling deep into each system and marking every passage. One cave in particular had caught our attention, a system that local guides called the Whispering Depths. They said the name came from the way water dripped in hidden corners, echoing softly. They never went in past the first few chambers. We arrived at the mouth of the Whispering Depths on our 3rd week underground. The entrance was a low arch about 3 feet high. Moss and old roots clung to the stone. The air that blew out of it was cool and damp, smelling of limestone and earth, carrying hints of mineral and ancient water. We rigged our lights and cameras, set a rope line, and started in. The first few chambers were roomy, enough for us to stand upright and walk carefully over uneven stone. Every few meters, I'd drop a reflective marker, bright orange ribbons tied in knots. It was slow, deliberate work. We talked little. There was no conversation, only shuffling gear, the sound of water dripping, and the echo of our own breathing. In total silence, we moved deeper. By the time we reached the 12th chamber, it felt like we were 1,000 feet in. The walls pressed in close. The floor tilted down, carrying water in narrow streams toward some hidden source. The light bounced off slick stone, making everything look damp and alive. No wind, just the hiss of water over rock and the click of our boots. We set up a base just before a slender opening barely big enough for one person to wriggle through. The opening was maybe 8 inches wide and 15 inches tall. Beyond it, my headlamp caught the sparkle of running water. That was the source we'd come for, a spring that formed the currents feeding each chamber. There was no debate about who would go first. I was the smallest and the skinniest, but that didn't truly matter to me. I liked the close spaces. I felt calm in the dark earth. I squeezed my pack tighter, fixed my helmet light, and eased forward. At first, it was just a crawl. My hands pushed against cold stone, my knees and elbows grinding through sand and grit. I counted my finger holds. 1, 2, 3. I could feel every bump. My chest scraped the rock, my pack dragged behind me. The air smelled musty but clear. I kept moving. Then I came to a corner. One more turn, and the walls narrowed. I had to pull myself forward inch by inch, fingers in small cracks in the rock. My breathing slowed. Each inhale tasted of earth. My body was pressed tight, chest against stone, shoulders locked. I worked my arms like pistons, pulling forward until finally my head and shoulders popped through to a new chamber. I sat for a moment, head spinning. My light swept across a tall room, the ceiling lost in darkness. Running water gleamed ahead, carving a shallow stream in the limestone floor. I exhaled, relief rushing through me. I turned and looked back at the hole I'd come through. That's when I heard it, the sound of a heartbeat. Loud, thudding, echoing against walls I couldn't see. I froze. The echo settled into my chest, ringing louder. My own heart must have pounded against the stone cage behind me. I let out a quiet breath. I shivered. In the dim glow of my helmet lamp, I pinched the reflective ribbon tied where the hole began. My fingers brushed something smooth and hard beneath the marker. My light caught it. I froze. The lower half of a human jaw lay half buried where I'd tied the ribbon. Yellowed bone, jagged edges, 2 teeth missing. I could make out grooves where gums once clung. A small chip at the corner of a canine. It lay half in the cool stream, half on damp rock. My skin prickled. I knew that this opening was so narrow, like sticking a puck into your mouth. One side went in easily, but you couldn't pull it back the same way. Whoever, or whatever, had lost that jaw, it had been trapped. I swallowed hard. I reached down and gripped the jaw with one hand, the teeth edges pressing into my palm. My fingers trembled, but I held on. Then I heard the others calling behind me. I had tied our line for them to pull me back through. I couldn't stay here. I leaned forward, pushing the jaw in front of me, but my pack caught on the rock. I felt it snag. I hefted my shoulder, but my spine scraped against the opening. Pain shot down my back. My arms burned. I yanked hard. The jaw slipped from my fingers and clattered back against the stone wall. My chest cleared the hole for a second, then snagged again. I felt my shirt tear as bone-crunching pressure pressed my shoulders. Panic rose. I twisted my head and saw my flashlight beam dancing over the dislodged jaw. Then I realized I didn't need the jaw. I needed to get out. I forced my hands to steady. I shoved my arms forward, pulling, pushing, inch by inch. I dug my fingers into deeper cracks, isolating each hold. I shoved my hips up. A jolt of pain shot between my shoulder blades. Then I slipped free. I tumbled out onto the floor of the 12th chamber, breathless. My back burned where the rock had gouged me. I lay there a moment, listening to the water. The jaw lay motionless. I didn't move. I heard my teammates creeping closer, light beams bobbing against stone. One of them said my name, but I didn't answer. I waited until they were sure I was safe, up on their side of the wall. We packed up quickly. We couldn't map further without risking more. We'd come for the water source, and I'd seen it. It was enough. Behind me, I left the jaw's lonely grin. I tried not to think how long it had lain there, waiting. Back at camp, my back was dirt-streaked and bleeding. I cleaned the gashes with iodine and covered them. I kept the memory of that jaw echoing in my mind. In the days after, I caught myself scanning walls and corners, half expecting to see more bones. It haunted my dreams. I saw the color of the water, the way the light flickered on slick stone. I heard the echo of my blood-stuffed heartbeat. Weeks later, after we'd mapped 12 caves and recorded everything, I found myself alone in the equipment tent. I remembered the jaw and realized I'd forgotten to pick it up. I should have left it. Part of me thought it was someone's remains from decades ago, maybe foolish explorers who never escaped. Another part of me thought it was something worse, a warning, but I was young and reckless then. I found the small canvas bag I carried for mementos and slipped a protective cloth around the jaw. I packed it carefully, zipped the bag, and stowed it in my day pack. I carried that bag for weeks, into damp canyons, across rocky ridges, along muddy cavern floors. I kept it secret. I smiled whenever I thought how strange it would be to tell my hippie ex-girlfriend about it. When I finally left the caves, sun-baked and dirt-lined, I carried the jaw home. It sat on my desk for months beneath a glass dome. At night, I'd turn it slowly. I'd stare at the groove where a tooth had been knocked out, and I'd wonder about the last moments of its owner's life. Eventually, as summer turned to autumn, I boxed it up. My ex-girlfriend was studying art and said she wanted it to use in a sculpture. I gave it to her. She painted it blue and gold, set it on a metal stand. It never went away, though. I'd hear about it in her occasional letters, how she used it, where she displayed it, how people reacted. I never went back to see it. Years later, when I told the story at gatherings, people leaned forward. Some said they'd brave that crawl. Others said they'd never go underground again. But I know the truth. It wasn't bravery or fear. It was survival. It was a reminder that deep below the earth, in wet and narrow darkness, the bones of strangers lie waiting. And sometimes they reach out, a silent warning carved in yellowed bone. And if you hear your own heartbeat echoing, you do well to listen. That summer, I learned that the earth holds more than just water. It holds memories and warnings, and the silent ghosts of those who ventured too far. And sometimes, all it takes is a crack in the stone, and a lost jaw will speak enough to send you scrambling back to the light for the rest of your life. I never told many people about this, but after reading a lot of comments and discussions online, I feel like it's time I put it down in words. It's an experience that changed the way I see things, even though I still don't fully understand it. It's not the kind of story I like to share, but it's the only thing I can think of when people talk about strange things you see, but can't explain. I was 18 at the time, living in a city I had moved to about 6 months earlier. I was still pretty new to city life, coming from a small rural town where everyone knew everyone, and the nights were quiet except for the occasional owl or distant dog. Here, the city felt alive even at night, but it was also a bit lonely. I liked walking though. I found it calming, a way to think and clear my head. Walking anywhere was normal to me now, but I still didn't love walking alone late at night. This night was no different, but I was heading home from a party at a friend's place and decided to walk rather than catch a ride or cab. The night was early fall. The air was cool but not cold, and the darkness still thick, even though the sun was beginning to wake somewhere far out on the horizon. The walk started off normal. The streets were mostly empty. Only a few cars passed by now and then. The city seemed quieter than usual, maybe because it was after 4 a.m. I followed the sidewalk that ran alongside an old cemetery, one of those big, grand cemeteries with tall iron gates and rows of weathered tombstones. I actually liked that cemetery. It was old, peaceful, and somehow comforting rather than scary. The trees around it swayed softly in the breeze, their leaves rustling quietly like whispered voices. I had walked past this cemetery many times before, never feeling scared, just a calm respect. As I walked along, my shoes made a soft tapping sound against the concrete. The streetlights flickered above, casting pools of pale yellow light here and there, but most of the sidewalk was still swallowed in shadow. The cemetery wall was high, made of old stones, moss growing in the cracks, sturdy and unmoving. I liked that wall. It gave a sense of boundary and protection. About halfway along the wall, near the corner where the sidewalk ended and the street curved, I noticed something out of place. At first, I thought it might be a trick of the light or my tired eyes playing games. There was a figure just ahead, swaying gently. It looked like a person, but something about it didn't feel right. I slowed down a little, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure was standing at the very end of the sidewalk, right where the cemetery wall met the edge of a small patch of tangled bushes. I couldn't see much because it was so dark, but the figure seemed tall, taller than any person I'd seen around. It looked like it was wrapped in something white and loose, almost like a sheet or blanket draped over the body. It was standing very still, but swaying slightly back and forth. The movement was slow and unnatural, like it was balanced on something soft or springy. I tried to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe someone had set up a hammock hidden behind the bushes, and the person was standing on it. But why would anyone stand on a hammock? And why would they be covered head to toe with a sheet? It didn't make sense. As I got closer, my heart started beating faster. The figure's shape was strange, not quite human. It looked like it had a pointed hood or cone on its head, but not like anything I had ever seen before. The white material covering it was too smooth and bright against the dark background, almost glowing faintly in the streetlight's weak glow. Then something happened that I still can't explain. I felt like the figure was looking right at me. I don't mean just turning its head or glancing. I mean there was a connection, like eyes locked on mine. But the face was hidden behind the white material, so I couldn't see eyes clearly. Instead, there was this grayish smudge, like a blur where eyes should be. It was like I was staring through fogged glass or a dusty window. I could feel eyes watching me, but I couldn't see them properly. The feeling was intense and strange. It wasn't fear exactly. Not the kind of fear that makes you want to scream or run immediately. But it was chilling, like being caught looking at something you shouldn't see. I knew I was vulnerable. I was alone, a young woman walking late at night, and this tall, weird figure was standing right there on the edge of the sidewalk. I thought about turning around, but something held me in place. I tried not to stare directly, so I looked down at my phone and fumbled to unlock it. I wanted to call someone, anyone, just to hear a voice, to remind myself I wasn't alone. My sister's number was the easiest to find, and I dialed quickly. She answered groggily, and I murmured softly, trying to sound calm as I crossed the street to put some distance between myself and the figure. I explained in quick, half-whispered words what I was seeing. She didn't seem to understand fully. She was too tired, I think, or maybe didn't believe me, but she kept the phone on the line. I didn't want to hang up, even though I wasn't saying much. I just wanted the comfort of hearing a familiar voice. As I crossed the street, I glanced back. The figure was still there, swaying, still watching me. The sense of being observed didn't leave. I felt exposed, like I was prey being studied by something that didn't quite belong in the world I knew. I kept walking, feeling my breath shallow and fast. I didn't want to stare, but I couldn't help sneaking peeks. The figure didn't move closer or away. It didn't speak or make a sound. It just hung there, like it was waiting for something. Then, just as I was almost to the next street, the one where my friend's house was, the figure vanished. It disappeared like it was never there. I looked carefully where it had stood. There was no hammock, no sheet, no person. The wall was tall and solid, taller than the figure had appeared. There was only a narrow gap where a few tangled bushes grew, and behind them a small house with its lights off. There was no place for the figure to have gone, no shadow to slip into, no hidden doorway or passage. It was just gone. My sister asked if I was okay a couple of times over the phone. I told her the figure had disappeared, and that I was fine. My voice shook more than I wanted to admit, but I wanted to sound brave. I didn't want her to worry. By the time I got to my friend's house, I was pale and exhausted. I didn't say much. I just went straight to bed. I didn't sleep well, though. My mind kept going back to that figure, the way it looked, the way it watched me. The next morning, the city was bright and warm with early fall sunshine. I told my friend about it briefly, but she shrugged it off, said I must have been tired or imagined it. I couldn't argue. I wasn't sure what to say. The whole thing didn't make sense. I walked back past the cemetery later that day, hoping to find some clue, some sign of what I had seen. There was nothing. No footprints, no blanket, no hammock, nothing. It was as if the figure had only existed in that small slice of time just before dawn, disappearing with the first light of day. I never saw anything like it again. I never found out what it was or why it was there. I never posted the story online or told more than a couple of close friends. But that night changed something in me. It made me realize there might be things in this world we don't understand, things that exist alongside our normal lives, but remain hidden, only visible in moments when everything else feels quiet and fragile. I don't believe in ghosts or monsters. I don't think it was a spirit or something from a storybook. But I do believe I saw something not quite human, not quite part of the city or the cemetery or the world I knew. And that's enough to make me think there's more out there than we can explain. I lived in an old convent that had been converted into dorm-style apartments for medical students and residents. The building itself was huge, made of thick stone walls, and had this heavy, almost suffocating quietness that settled over everything inside. It used to be run by nuns, strict, quiet women who worked at the hospital nearby. When the hospital was bought out, the nuns were forced to leave. No one really knew what happened to most of them after that. The convent was then remodeled, but only just enough to turn it into housing. The original architecture and many of the old fixtures stayed intact, like the wooden beams in the ceilings, the long narrow hallways with cracked plaster, and the big old windows with thick curtains that barely let in any light. Everything felt a bit frozen in time. The rooms were small and dorm-like. The halls were long and often echoed with every footstep. The lighting was harsh fluorescent tubes that flickered sometimes. There were these old, heavy doors with those old-fashioned tumbler locks that clicked solidly when you locked or unlocked them. Because the place had been a convent, there was a strange stillness, a sense that something was watching, even though no one said it out loud. I was there with a couple of friends, mostly med students like me. And one thing we all noticed was how strange some things got in that building. There were plenty of little weird moments, lights flickering without reason, electronics turning on by themselves, doors locking and unlocking on their own. But none of it ever seemed outright dangerous. It was more annoying or unsettling than anything else. One afternoon, me and Mark were in the conference room on the second floor, trying to cram for an upcoming exam. The room was basic. Long table, old chairs that squeaked when you moved, a whiteboard on one wall, and a small window that looked out onto the parking lot. The sun was out, but the light coming through the window was dull, muted by the grime on the glass and the thick curtains that hung unevenly. While we were studying, John, another friend of ours, came in looking a little frustrated. He told us he'd locked himself out of his room. John's room was down the hall, on the third floor. The doors had those tumbler locks I mentioned. Nothing fancy, but they could be tricky if you didn't know what you were doing. John knew Mark could pick these simple locks because Mark had done it a few times before. So John asked Mark if he could unlock it for him. Mark agreed, and we all got up to follow John to his room. The hallway on the third floor was narrow, with old peeling wallpaper and a thick carpet that muffled our footsteps. The air smelled faintly of damp wood and something faintly metallic, like rust. We reached John's door. Mark pulled out a small toolkit he carried and got to work. After a couple of minutes of fiddling, the lock clicked open. John pushed the door and walked inside, relieved. We headed back down to the conference room to continue studying. About 20 minutes later, John came back again. Same problem, locked out. He said he was sure he'd left the door unlocked this time. But when he came back from stepping outside for a cigarette, the door was locked again. Mark picked the lock again, shaking his head but smiling at John's expense. We all shrugged it off as John being forgetful, or maybe the door having a faulty latch. Then, another half hour passed, and John came back once more. The exact same thing had happened. Locked out again. This time, we decided to go with him to his room. Mark unlocked the door, and we all stepped inside. The room was small and plain, just a bed pushed against one wall, a desk covered with textbooks and notes, a tiny dresser, and a window with heavy curtains drawn. The floor creaked slightly underfoot. We stood there, talking quietly about how strange it was that the door kept locking itself. That's when we heard it, a faint click, like the sound of a lock snapping shut. We looked at the door just in time to see the dial on the lock turn slowly, and then snap into the locked position with a loud, solid click. The kind of click you hear when a door locks itself tight. We all froze for a second, eyes wide. None of us moved. The room was suddenly too quiet, the kind of silence that feels thick and heavy. No one said anything. The door stood there locked, and we knew none of us had touched it. Without a word, we all turned and left the room immediately. The moment we stepped into the hallway, the air felt lighter, like a pressure had been lifted. None of us laughed or joked on the way back. Something about that was just off, unsettling in a way that didn't go away. Later, we joked quietly among ourselves that it must have been Sister Mary, a name we gave the unseen presence in the building. We never saw anything that looked like a ghost or anything supernatural, but it felt like something, or someone was still there, messing with the place, quietly making its presence known. John definitely moved rooms soon after that night. Other strange things happened, too, over the months. Electronics would switch on by themselves. I remember sitting in my room late one night, playing video games with a friend on the phone, when I casually said, "Well, we haven't heard from Sister Mary in a while." The words barely left my mouth before my closed laptop, sitting on the desk across the room, beeped loudly. It powered on by itself and started playing Pandora, loud enough to make us both jump. We just sat there staring, frozen, trying to process what just happened. 30 seconds later, it beeped again and shut off. We laughed nervously, trying to convince ourselves it was just a glitch or a weird coincidence. But the timing was too perfect to ignore. We went back to our game, but the room never quite felt the same. Sometimes, the lights would flip themselves on and off, or light switches would move up and down on their own. Doors in the hallways would creak open slowly with no breeze or sound to explain them. The old building groaned and whispered with its own life, making the silence feel alive. I never felt truly afraid, but there was an underlying unease that settled deep in my chest. It was like living somewhere that remembered the people who had been there before and wasn't quite ready to let go. The locking door was the most unsettling, though. It wasn't a random flicker or a harmless flick. That door locking itself was purposeful, deliberate. like someone inside was making sure we noticed it. We never found any logical explanation for it. No faulty latch, no stuck mechanism, no prank from anyone. And after that, we always made sure to keep an eye on that door when John was around. Eventually, John moved out of that room and found a place off campus. We all tried to brush off the incidents as quirks of living in an old building. Still, the memory stuck with me. The quiet pressure in the air, the sound of the lock clicking shut on its own, the cold shiver that ran down my spine as we stepped out of that room. Those moments lingered. The convent was old, tired, and full of strange little noises and unexplained moments. But it wasn't a place of horror or evil, just a building holding on to its history in its own quiet, stubborn way. We never had anything truly dangerous happen, just small things that made you wonder if maybe some parts of a place never fully leave, no matter how much you change the walls around them. When I finally moved out, I left behind the dorm, the old convent, and the locked doors. But the feeling of that afternoon, standing in a quiet room, hearing the lock snap shut by itself, stayed with me long after. It reminded me that some places hold onto their past quietly, with no need for screams or shadows, just simple, unmistakable signs that someone or something is still there. A few years ago, I was married, and we lived in a modest neighborhood with houses close enough that you could easily see your neighbors from your porch. Our front door faced directly across the street to the house of a man who, at first glance, seemed harmless enough. He was skinny, had a thin mustache, more like a pornstache if you know what I mean, and always wore these thick, round glasses that magnified his eyes in a way that made him look a little odd. His house was right across from ours, and our garages were set at a 90-degree angle to our front doors, both facing the road. My wife used to spend a lot of time sitting on our front steps, smoking cigarettes, and playing her Game Boy. She liked the quiet time, the way the afternoon light fell across the street, and how you could watch the world without really being seen. One afternoon, she was out there, cigarette in one hand, Game Boy in the other, completely absorbed in her game. I was inside, doing some work, when she suddenly jumped up and ran inside, looking scared out of her mind. I asked what was wrong, but she just pointed through the window toward the neighbor's driveway, eyes wide and frantic. I looked and saw a concrete block lying there, the kind with 2 big holes through it, probably 8 or 10 inches wide, maybe a foot and a half long. She told me that the neighbor had been lying in his garage with his head behind that block, watching her through the holes. I didn't believe it at first. My wife sometimes gets jumpy or overreacts, and I thought maybe she had just imagined it. But the way she described the block, how the holes lined up perfectly so he could peek through, gave me pause. Days later, I looked outside from behind the blinds. My wife was sitting on the steps again, smoking, calm and relaxed this time. I glanced over to the concrete block in the neighbor's driveway, expecting to see nothing, and smiled to myself. Then my eyes caught a faint glint from the neighbor's bedroom window above. I squinted, focusing on the light, and thought I might have seen something that looked like a camera lens reflecting the sunlight. I wasn't sure, but it felt wrong. I told my wife it was time to come inside, making some excuse, though I was feeling uneasy. I didn't really know what to make of it. Was the guy spying on us? Was he recording us? It seemed creepy, but without proof, it was just suspicion. So I planted hedges between our houses. Thick, tall bushes that would block his line of sight from the windows and door. It took a few weeks for the hedges to grow enough to give us some privacy, but once they did, we felt safer. My wife was relieved to be able to sit on the front steps again, without worrying about being watched. One Saturday, my nephew and nieces came over, full of energy and ready to play. They decided to play hide and seek, and I was roped into hiding. I'm not exactly a small guy, so I doubted they would expect me to climb a tree. But I did, hauling myself up into the thick branches in the backyard. From up there, I could see over the top of the hedges. That's when I saw him, the neighbor, standing right outside, in plain view, jerking off. I froze. I watched for a moment to make sure I wasn't mistaken. He was standing just there, not hiding at all, stroking himself in broad daylight, right in front of my house where my wife and niece were sitting on the porch, playing their game cubes. I climbed down the tree quietly and crept along the edge of the hedge. I could hear the faint, wet sounds, the unmistakable noise of someone masturbating. My heart was pounding, not from fear but anger and disgust. I looked back at my wife and niece, who were oblivious to what was happening just feet away. I moved to the other end of the hedge, and just as I was about to confront the man, I heard the neighbor's front door close behind him. He was gone. I went inside and told my wife what I'd seen. She was horrified, as was my niece, who went inside immediately, upset and scared. I wanted to deal with the man right then and there, to give him a piece of my mind, or worse. But my wife stopped me. She wanted us to think this through, to not do anything rash without proof. A few months went by. We tried to ignore the neighbor, but the feeling that we were being watched never fully left. One night, we were playing Monopoly in the living room with my sister. Everyone was a little tipsy, laughing, relaxed. My sister wanted to take some pictures to capture the moment. She grabbed her phone and sat between my wife and me on the couch. She snapped a few selfies, laughing as she did. Suddenly, the satellite TV went out. There was a loud crash outside, something tumbling over the patio furniture. I jumped up and turned on the outside light. 2 patio chairs were knocked over, and one of them had snagged the satellite cable, pulling it loose and breaking the connection. As I stood there, trying to figure out what had happened, I saw fingerprints on the glass of the sliding door, smudges right where we'd been sitting just moments before. My heart sank. I grabbed my sister's phone and looked through the photos she'd taken. The first picture showed the bridge of a nose, thick glasses, and 2 wide, startled brown eyes staring directly at the camera. It was him, the neighbor. Somehow, he had been right there behind us, watching and taking pictures. I was furious. My wife was scared out of her mind. Again, she told me to hold back, to not do anything I'd regret. The next day, I went over to his house with the photo in hand. I told him he had 2 weeks to move, or there would be serious consequences. I punched a hole in his front door to make sure he understood I was serious. He didn't say a word. It took him about a month, but eventually he moved out. Once he was gone, the neighborhood felt safer. We never found out exactly what his deal was, why he was so obsessed with watching us, but it didn't matter anymore. The hedges remained, thick and tall, blocking the view between our homes. My wife and I could finally relax on the front steps without fear. It's strange how something that seems so small, a man lying behind a concrete block, watching through holes, can unravel your sense of safety in your own home. Even now, when I think back, I still get that cold feeling, that awareness that sometimes the people right across the street aren't who they seem to be. And sometimes they're watching you. I stumbled out of my friend's house later than I wanted, my head swimming from the drinks I'd swallowed earlier in the evening. The night had crept in quickly, wrapping everything in a cold, damp blanket of drizzle and thick shadows. I decided to take the shortcut through the forest to get home faster. It seemed like a good idea at the time, a familiar path, just a bit quicker. But that night, the forest didn't feel familiar at all. The trees loomed like silent watchers, their dark trunks barely visible in the low light. It was fall, the air was sharp and cold, and the rain was light but constant. Drops fell in soft plinks from the pine needles, creating a quiet, steady rhythm that filled the forest, drowning out other sounds. My shoes made soft, squelching noises on the wet, pine needle-covered ground as I pushed forward, the dampness soaking through my jeans and chilling my skin. At first, I thought I was on the right track, but the path soon disappeared into a tangle of undergrowth. I paused, trying to listen. The rain masked everything. No rustling of small animals, no crackling of twigs beneath deer hooves, just the steady drip of water from the trees. The forest around me felt endless, a sea of black and dark green. Every shadow seemed to twist and shift just out of the corner of my eye. I wasn't sure where the path had gone, and the faint glow of distant streetlights was nowhere to be seen. I kept moving, telling myself it was fine. I had a phone, but the battery was nearly dead, and there was no signal here. I didn't want to admit I was lost. My breath came in short gasps, both from the cold and the sudden rise of panic. The trees felt like they were closing in, blocking every direction with their thick trunks and low branches. Then I noticed something ahead. At first, it was just a vague blur, but as I focused, I could see it move. Something large was shifting between the trees. It was darker than the night itself, a long, low shape that didn't belong here. Its outline stretched unnaturally between the trees, longer than any animal I knew of in these parts. The rain made it hard to tell how many legs it had, but whatever it was moving deliberately, slowly coming closer. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. I couldn't hear it over the rain, but I could see it advancing. The spaces where I'd glimpsed the clearing behind it were now swallowed up by this solid, looming mass. It was creeping closer, as if the trees themselves were shifting to hide it from view. I couldn't stay still. I screamed a raw, panicked sound that tore out of me, and turned to run. My feet pounded against the muddy ground. My hands swept branches aside as I pushed forward blindly. I wasn't thinking. I just wanted to get away. Then, without warning, I tripped. I fell forward hard, chest first into something wet and cold. The smell hit me instantly, something rotten and foul, sharp and sour. I scrambled, one hand landing in a thick, warm, sticky mess that soaked into my gloves. I pulled it back, trembling, and saw it was bloodied and slick with slime. My other hand clawed at the earth and wet pine needles. I realized with a sick twist in my stomach that I'd fallen into something like a pile of half-digested animal remains. My clothes were soaked in the warm liquid. Panic slammed into me harder than the fall as I scrambled upright, nearly losing my balance. The forest around me was still dripping rain, but now I could hear something else. The crunch of dead branches breaking, the rustle of underbrush being pushed aside. The shape was coming after me. I didn't want to look back, but I could hear it, something big, heavy, and fast, crashing through the undergrowth. Its footsteps were uneven, like a dozen legs moving in unison, but too big to be any animal I'd ever heard of. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. I knew I had to get out. The smell, the wet blood on my clothes, the crushing fear. It was enough to make my legs move without hesitation. I ran blindly, the branches whipping against my face and arms, my clothes snagging on every low branch and snaggy bush. I could feel the presence behind me, chasing me relentlessly. The forest was a blur of dark trunks and dripping leaves, my breath ragged and loud in my ears. Every step felt like it could be my last. Somehow, I made it to the edge of the forest. The muddy ground gave way to a ditch, and beyond that, a paved road glistened wet and empty in the night. I scrambled out of the ditch and onto the road, gasping for air, my heart pounding so loud I thought it might burst. Behind me, the shape stopped at the tree-line. I dared to look once. The creature, or whatever it was, stood like a black shadow among the trees. I could see its long, stretched-out body, too wide and long to be any animal I knew. I counted at least a dozen legs moving as one, prowling along the forest edge. It didn't come any closer, just stayed there, watching. I didn't wait. I ran along the road, faster than I ever had in my life. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I didn't stop until the glow of streetlights in my neighborhood was ahead. When I finally slowed down, the reality hit me. I was soaked in blood and slime, clothes sticking to my skin, cold and shivering. Once inside my warm apartment, I stripped off my jacket and shirt. The mess on my clothes was thick and wet, sticky with a foul smell I couldn't forget. I scrubbed at my hands, still trembling, trying to wash away the night's nightmare. It took me a long time before I could think straight again. The next day, in the daylight and after sobering up, I started piecing together what had happened. The forest behind my friend's house bordered some farmland I hadn't noticed before. There were cattle pastures nearby, some not fenced off properly. I remembered the heavy smell, the warmth, the thick slime beneath me. It dawned on me, I hadn't been chased by some creature from a nightmare. I had stumbled into a cow pasture in the middle of the night. The black shape that followed me wasn't some strange beast. It was a cow, or probably more than one, loose from the nearby pasture. I had startled a mother cow who'd just given birth, her calf probably only minutes old. That's why the ground was covered in blood and afterbirth, still warm and sticky. The long, many-legged shadow? That was just the cow's massive body moving through the trees, its legs thick and numerous when blurred in the dark and rain. The cow was probably coming after me because I had accidentally snuck up on it, threatening its newborn calf. The panic I felt made everything feel monstrous and impossible, but it was just nature, raw and unforgiving in the dark. The forest didn't hide monsters, only animals, and sometimes a drunk person who didn't know better. After that night, I never took shortcuts through the forest in the dark again. The memory of the slick blood on my clothes and the heavy, shuffling steps behind me stayed with me for a long time. It was a night where my fears made the ordinary seem terrifying, and the forest that had seemed so full of life was just a place where animals lived, and I was an unwelcome guest. I learned something important that night, not to trust my instincts when they're clouded by fear and alcohol, and to respect the wild, no matter how familiar it seems. That forest wasn't haunted or cursed. It was just real, and sometimes reality is scarier than any ghost story. About 2 weeks ago, I decided to go for a hike on a trail I've been on a few times before. It's one of those places where people expect to see other hikers or mountain bikers now and then, so you never really feel totally alone out there. The trail winds up through a forested hillside, with patches of sunlight breaking through the trees and patches of damp earth, especially this time of year. The weather was perfect, clear skies, a light breeze, and just the right temperature to keep you comfortable while moving, but cool enough that you don't overheat. I started off early, wanting to make the most of the day. My backpack was light, a bottle of water, some snacks, and my phone tucked away. Nothing fancy, just enough to enjoy the hike without getting weighed down. The trail was familiar, lined with fir trees and scattered rocks. Birds chirped now and then, and I caught the faint smell of pine needles and damp soil as I moved upward. As I made my way along the narrow path, I noticed someone up ahead. At first, I thought it was a mountain biker because of the helmet and the sporty clothes, but as I got closer, I realized it was a girl walking. Something about her looked a bit off for this trail. She wasn't dressed wrong exactly, but it wasn't what I'd expect for a serious hike. No hiking boots or technical gear. She wore casual sneakers and leggings, with a loose sweatshirt tied around her waist. Her hair was pulled back, but a few strands had escaped and framed her face. She wasn't carrying a backpack or anything like that. I closed the distance until I was about 10 to 15 feet behind her, and I called out to her, partly to let her know I was there, so I wouldn't startle her, and partly because she was kind of cute, and I felt like starting a conversation. "Hey, how's it going?" I said, trying to sound casual. She glanced back over her shoulder, her eyes meeting mine with a soft smile. "Not too bad," she said. "How about yourself?" I caught up to her and matched her pace. "Not bad. Great weather for hiking, huh?" She giggled, this light, almost musical laugh that made me feel a little more at ease. As we walked, she kept smiling and laughing at little things I said. I noticed she had a bright, almost childish energy, like she was really enjoying the moment, maybe even more than me. We talked about the usual stuff, where we were from, how often we hiked, favorite spots nearby. She said her name was Lily, but I didn't catch her last name. She moved like she was completely comfortable on the trail, though the way she stepped through the dirt and around the roots seemed almost effortless, like she belonged in the woods even if her clothes suggested otherwise. After about 10 minutes, she suddenly stopped and turned toward me with a mischievous grin. "Hey, you want to see a meadow I found a while back? It's a bit off the beaten path, but it's really pretty." Normally, this would have set off alarms in my head. Who just invites a stranger off the trail to some unknown place? It didn't make sense, but I was caught off guard by how genuine she seemed, and honestly, she was the kind of girl I'd imagined dating in my head more times than I could count, short, petite, with this playful spirit and bright eyes. Plus, she wasn't intimidating or threatening in the slightest. I figured we had plenty of daylight left to find it and get back safely. "Yeah, sure," I said, nodding. "We've got plenty of daylight to get back. Let's go." She threw her hands up excitedly and let out a joyful, "Hoo, let's go." Then, grabbing my hand, she pulled me off the trail and into the woods. At first, I stumbled through the underbrush, tripping over roots and stepping on loose leaves, but Lily was like a deer. She danced between the trees, slipping behind trunks, and then peeking out from the other side with a laugh, almost like we were kids playing hide and seek. I couldn't help but laugh along with her, even as I struggled to keep up. We'd been walking for about 20 minutes when the forest started to thin. Through the gaps between the trees, I could see sunlight spilling onto an open field about 20 yards away. I felt a rush of relief. Finally, some space and an easier path. I quickened my pace to catch up to her. I was only about 6 feet behind when she stopped again. "Come on, just past this tree," she said, stepping behind a large pine like she had done a few times during the walk. Feeling playful, I ran up and said, "Let's see if we pick the same side to jump out. Ready? Go." But when I looked to jump out from behind the tree, she was gone. Completely gone. There was nowhere for her to go. On one side was the empty field, open and exposed. On the other, the forest thickened, but she had been right in front of me moments ago, and there was no sign of her anywhere. No rustling, no footsteps. Nothing. A sudden cold spike hit me, colder and sharper than I'd ever felt before. My heart hammered in my chest, my skin prickled, and sweat broke out across my forehead even though the air was cool. I was frozen in place, panic clawing at my throat. Then, from somewhere behind me came a faint, familiar sound, a light giggle like hers. It echoed off the trees, soft and teasing. Without thinking, I spun around and ran. I ran harder than I ever had before, every muscle screaming, lungs burning. The woods were a blur of green and brown, the ground uneven beneath my feet. Somehow, I found the trail again, but even then I didn't stop. I ran downhill, desperate to put as much distance between me and that spot as possible. My vision started to blur, black spots dancing in the edges as my body cried out for air. But I kept going, refusing to slow. Only when I reached the parking lot, where other hikers were finishing their trips, did I finally stop, gasping for breath. The experience stayed with me for days after. I told 4 people about it, 2 close friends, my sister and a coworker. Only one seemed to believe me, but even then, it was with an understanding. Yeah, man, I get it. Let's just move on. I kept replaying the whole thing in my mind, trying to understand how someone could vanish like that, especially after grabbing my hand and leading me through the woods with such carefree energy. The whole thing felt like a dream I couldn't wake up from. I never went back to that part of the trail again. The thing is, the forest was real, the trail was real, and I know what I saw. That girl wasn't a figment of my imagination, at least not entirely. Something about the way she moved was too natural, too alive. But when I reached out for her, she disappeared, like she'd never been there. It took me a while to piece together what could have happened. The trail isn't exactly a ghost town. Plenty of hikers come and go every day. But the part she led me to was off the map, off the trail, a place I never heard about before or since. When I think about it now, it hits me that maybe she wasn't leading me to a meadow at all. Maybe it was a trick. Maybe she wanted to get me off the safe trail and into the woods alone for some reason. But for what? I never saw anyone suspicious around there before or after. No sign of struggle, no traces of someone hiding. Just that empty field and the thick woods around it. A few days after the hike, I checked the area again, this time with more people, a couple of friends who wanted to see what had unsettled me. We hiked the same way, but there was no meadow, no clearing like I'd thought I'd seen, just thick trees and uneven ground. That's when it hit me. Maybe the clearing wasn't a meadow at all. Maybe it was just a patch of light filtering through the trees, or a trick of perspective. But how had she disappeared so completely behind that tree, with no way out? Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still hear that giggle, faint but clear. It's not frightening anymore, just strange, like a memory that doesn't quite belong. I don't know what to make of it. Maybe she was a hiker who knew the woods better than I did, and slipped away when she wanted to. Maybe she was lost and needed help, and then changed her mind. Or maybe it was something else entirely, something I can't explain. What I do know is I won't be following strangers off the trail anymore. And I won't forget that day, that girl, or how quickly everything changed with just a single step into the woods. A couple years ago, when I was still in high school, a friend and I agreed to help out at this 2-day fair a few towns over from where we lived. His dad ran a side business selling cinnamon roasted nuts, almonds, cashews, pecans, that sort of thing, and needed an extra pair of hands to keep the booth running. It was easy work, really. You just had to scoop the nuts into little paper bags, make change, and smile at people. The smell alone drew folks in like moths to a flame. You didn't have to be a salesman. People followed the scent, right up to the table. The town the fair was in was one of those small Midwestern places, real cozy during the day. You know the kind. Courthouse in the center, faded banners hanging across Main Street advertising upcoming events like a chili cook-off or a high school musical. The people were friendly, not too curious about outsiders but still polite. Old brick buildings, family-owned hardware stores, and small coffee shops with hand-painted signs. It was the sort of place that seemed charming in the sunlight, a little worn down but warm, almost nostalgic. But once the sun went down, the mood changed. Not in a supernatural way or anything like that. It was more subtle. The streets emptied out fast. The shops all closed around 6, and the few restaurants that stayed open didn't look too inviting after dark. The lights seemed dimmer. There were long stretches of silence, and you could hear your own footsteps echoing off the old buildings. The town was surrounded by woods and highways, and once you got past the town limits, there was a weird tangle of back roads, old county roads that connected to highways that curved back on themselves, and random gravel paths that didn't seem to lead anywhere. If you weren't local, it got confusing fast. GPS worked, but it was shaky. Signal came and went, and sometimes your location would just spin in circles. Anyway, the first day of the fair went fine. Hot, long, but nothing unusual. We set up early and worked through the afternoon. Sold a lot, talked to people, drank too much lemonade. We were sweating like crazy under the tent, but we were making decent cash. After we packed up for the night, we didn't feel like heading back to the hotel right away. We were both hungry, and fair food only goes so far. We wanted something greasy, something with a fountain drink the size of a bucket. That's when we remembered seeing a Sonic when we were driving in that morning. It hadn't seemed that far out, just a few minutes down the main road we came in on. But when we tried to find it, we couldn't. We must have turned wrong, because before long we were looping around the outskirts of town, driving past closed gas stations and flickering street lamps. You know when you keep trying different turns thinking you'll recognize something, and before you know it you're in some area you've never seen before? That's what happened. We passed the same pair of mini-marts twice, both of them shut for the night, their parking lots empty except for a few tired-looking pickup trucks. The third time we went by, we were embarrassed. We were debating whether we should just suck it up and go inside and ask directions, but honestly, neither of us wanted to deal with the awkwardness. We were teenagers. Dumb pride. That's when we saw it. Off to the right, a little ways back from the road, stood one of those blue highway service signs, the kind that tell you which fast food joints are at the next exit. Except this one was weird. For one thing, it wasn't reflective, and it didn't catch the light from our headlights like the real ones do. And the edges were all torn up, like someone had cut it out with a dull saw, or maybe tore it by hand. It was crooked on its stake, kind of leaning back, and the logo on it, clear as day, was the Sonic Drive-In logo. But no words, just the logo, and a white arrow pointing straight ahead, up this narrow road that cut through a patch of woods. It didn't even occur to us to question it at the time. Looking back, that's the part that gets me. There were so many red flags. The fact that a legitimate business sign was bolted to a wooden stake like a yard sale notice. The way the arrow pointed toward a two-lane road that immediately curved into thick, unlit trees. The silence. But we were tired, we were hungry, and we were stupid. So we followed it. At first, it felt like a shortcut. The pavement wasn't in bad shape, just narrow. No potholes or anything. Just clean, smooth road, snaking into the woods. The trees grew in close, real close, so even though it wasn't that late, maybe 9 o'clock or 9:30, it felt darker. Our headlights only reached so far, and the trees cast thick shadows that moved in weird ways when the car turned. We kept driving, waiting for a parking lot to appear, some neon lights, maybe a few lit-up menu boards with speakers. After about 5 minutes, I started to realize how quiet it was. We hadn't passed any other cars. No street signs, no mailboxes, no animals crossing the road. I didn't see any deer, which is rare for that part of the country. I didn't even see any birds flitting across the beams. Just trees and blackness between them. To break the tension, we started joking around. Dumb stuff. I remember I said something about dueling banjos, and my friend made a joke about how if we saw anyone standing still on the side of the road, we were doing a 180 and flooring it. He even mimed shifting gears and peeling out. We laughed, but it was nervous laughter. We were trying not to admit we were getting a little creeped out. 10, maybe 15 minutes in, the road stopped making sense. It forked once, then again, and we were just guessing which way to go. The trees looked older here, thicker trunks, overgrown branches that almost touched over the road. It was the kind of dark that made it hard to focus. I couldn't tell if the car's headlights were dimming or if the night was just that dense. I remember checking the time and thinking it felt later than it was. Then we hit the dead turn. It wasn't a cul-de-sac or anything marked, just a hard right curve that ended in a wide dirt clearing. We figured maybe this was the back way into the Sonic. Maybe it looped around to a parking lot. But what we found was nothing like that. We'd pulled into what looked like an unmarked trailer grove, not a proper trailer park. There weren't any fences or office buildings or numbered lots. It was a wide circle of dirt and gravel, surrounded by maybe 10 or 12 old trailers. Some had cinder blocks propping them up, others were sunken into the mud. No lights on, no music, no cars parked out front. We sat there for a second, unsure what we were looking at. Then all at once the trailers lit up. Every single one. Not staggered. Not like people flipping switches in sequence. It was almost instantaneous. The windows glowed from the inside, soft yellow at first, then brighter, like the bulbs were old and warming up. You could see movement inside. Shadows. People looking out. I didn't move. My friend didn't say anything. We both just sat there, eyes wide, frozen. There was something deeply wrong about it. Like we had triggered something. In one of the trailers, closest to us, just off the driver's side, I saw a man in the window. He was tall, or maybe just close enough to the glass that he looked big. He had something in his hand. I didn't want to believe it at first, but I couldn't convince myself otherwise. It looked like a shotgun. Just the outline, but clear enough. He didn't raise it. He didn't point it. He just stood there, still, holding it by his side, watching us. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I grabbed the shifter and threw the car into reverse. Gravel popped and spat under the tires as we backed out. I almost hit a tree on the edge of the turn, but I got the wheel around and we tore back down the road the way we came. I didn't slow down. I didn't check for turns or branches or dips in the road. We just flew through that forest road like we were being chased. I kept expecting headlights in the rear view or for something to dart out from the trees, but nothing followed us. We hit the edge of the woods fast, faster than I thought possible, and suddenly we were back at that weird sign again. We blew past it, and a few minutes later, we were back at the gas stations. My hands were shaking. I pulled over and just sat there, breathing hard. My friend was staring out the window, silent. We didn't talk much the rest of the night. Went to the hotel, ate vending machine snacks. Didn't mention it again until the next day. We never told his dad. Never told anyone until years later, and even then, we left parts of it out. I've thought about it a lot since then. What kind of place has a fake highway sign leading to it? Who would go through the trouble of planting something like that by the side of the road? And why was it pointing to what looked like a hidden trailer camp buried deep in the woods? I don't know what we saw. Maybe it was some off-grid community. Maybe they were just paranoid people who didn't want visitors. Maybe that guy didn't have a gun, and my brain was just freaking out. But I can't stop thinking about how fast those lights came on, how synchronized it all felt. It didn't feel like a coincidence. I'm not saying something terrible would have happened if we got out of the car. Maybe we just stumbled onto someone's private land, and they were ready to defend it. Maybe the fake sign was a prank. But my gut tells me we weren't supposed to be there. That sign wasn't there to guide us. It was there to lure us. And the way those people lit up those trailers the second we pulled in, that wasn't normal. I don't know where that road really goes, and I'll never look for it again. We never found the Sonic. Never saw that fake sign again when we left town the next day. And I'm fine with that. There are some places you don't go back to. Some roads you don't take twice. I remember that summer night in vivid detail, even now, years later. The bicycle tires were long since replaced by the steady hum of the car's engine as we drove down a narrow country road, the moon riding high overhead. The air was warm and thick, the kind of night when the scent of wildflowers and damp earth lingers even after the sun has set. My girlfriend sat in the passenger seat, her sister in the back. We were on a whim, chasing nowhere in particular, just enjoying the freedom of a late-night drive. The road wound past fields of corn and stands of pine, their silhouettes stretching along the horizon. In the dim glow of the dashboard lights, I caught the way her sister's hair fell across her face as she craned her neck toward the window, her eyes curious. The radio was off. We preferred the soft rhythm of tires on asphalt and the occasional rustle of wind through the open window. Then, without warning, the road opened into a clearing. A small lake lay before us, its surface smooth as glass under the moonlight, reflecting a silver beam that split the water in two. We slowed the car and pulled over onto the shoulder, the gravel crunching under the tires. I cut the engine, and everything fell silent, but for the chirp of crickets and the soft lap of water against the shore. We climbed out and wandered toward the edge of the lake. The sand was cool beneath our bare feet, the blades of grass trembling with dew. I stood a few paces back, leaning against the roof of the car, and watched as the two of them stepped closer to the water. Moonlight danced on ripples, and I reached down to scoop up a handful of water, watching the droplets slip through my fingers. It was then that my girlfriend raised her arm and pointed out to the middle of the lake. A thin veil of mist hovered above the water, a small, pale patch that seemed almost to float. At first, I thought it was steam rising from the water, perhaps an effect of the cool night air touching a warmer lake. But as I blinked and looked again, I noticed its edges were shifting slightly, a barely perceptible movement that made my skin prickle. Her sister leaned forward, her gaze locked on it. I straightened and joined them, squinting to make sure it wasn't a trick of the light. The mist hung in the center, almost motionless. Moments passed. Then I realized it was growing. Slowly at first, as if it were stretching, and then imperceptibly faster. It expanded outward, its pale edge creeping across the moonlit surface. I watched, mesmerized, feeling a dull thrum of unease coil in my chest. The two of them murmured beside me, their voices low and curious, but over my shoulder I could see how the patch of fog was no longer small. It was wider, denser, more substantial. The night air turned heavier. I noticed a drop in temperature that settled on my arms like gooseflesh, even though I was still wearing a thin shirt. The mist now spanned a good 50 yards, a cloud resting lightly on the water, its edges frayed and moving almost as if it were alive. I took a step back, brushing my hand along the car's cool surface. I sensed we were holding our breath. There was no wind, no breeze to move the mist, and yet there it was, inching forward. I felt a flicker of fear, irrational, perhaps, thinking what if this fog was not like any I'd seen before? What if it was something more than water vapor? Rational thoughts told me it was just a natural phenomenon, but my gut tugged in a different direction. The mist doubled in size in under a minute. I watched in awe as it boiled outward, puffing into puffs that joined and thickened. It raced toward the shore, steam-like waves cresting on the water's surface. The three of us retreated, inching away from the water's edge, though I felt we were still too close. I fumbled for the car keys, my fingers awkward against the cold metal. Her sister hovered near the shoreline, frozen, as if glued to the spot. My girlfriend stood beside her, eyes wide in the moonlight. Only then did I fully register how pale the world had grown, as if the lake had exhaled a breath so dense and bright that it swallowed the darkness. I gripped the keys tightly until my knuckles went white, then jabbed at the car door unlock button. The click echoed loudly in the night. The fog now reached halfway to the shore, its leading edge a thick, cotton-like wall that trembled with movement. A low rumble rolled across the water, barely audible at first. Then it grew louder, a trembling sound that resonated through my chest and down to my knees. I shouted at them, a single shout that cut through the silence, urging them to move. They snapped out of their trance and turned to shore, finally seeing how fast it was coming. We sprinted to the car, the gravel scuffing under our feet, hearts hammering. I flung the door open and shoved both of them inside, then slid into the driver's seat and slammed the door shut. The car vibrated beneath us, as if the ground itself had begun to shiver. The mist rolled forward in silent waves, reaching the edge and then creeping onto land, but never crossing further. It licked the grass and the tires of the car, a living thing hungry for more ground. I turned the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life. For a moment, nothing moved on the winding road ahead, just the car, our breathing ragged, the mist pulsing at the edge of the headlights. I put the car in gear and eased forward. The road out of that clearing was narrow and twisted, lined with trees that leaned overhead like skeletal arms. The fog followed us as we drove, drifting across the road in tendrils that flickered under the headlights. Sometimes it would swirl up into the canopy, then drop back down, a curtain that obscured every reflection of light. I kept my eyes on the road, but I could feel it all around us, a knife-edge chill that threaded through the car's vents. The windows fogged instantly, the breath of the fog clouding the glass. My girlfriend's hand found mine over the center console, her grip tight. Her sister sat between us, staring wide-eyed ahead, white-knuckled on the seatbelt. We didn't speak. There were no words to capture what we felt, what we saw. We just drove, following the ribbon of asphalt, hoping it would lead us away. Behind us, the lake receded into the mist. But the fog never truly left. It clung to us, riding on the car's tail, crawling up behind like an unwelcome passenger. Every time I turned a corner, I expected to find it pressing against the back window, but it would slip away into the darkness when I glanced. When we finally emerged back onto a wider road, the fog thinned and broke apart, letting the asphalt run straight and open ahead. We slowed the car to a crawl, the engine's hum sounding deafening in the sudden quiet. My knuckles ached, and I realized I had been gripping the steering wheel so tightly that my arms burned. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The mist had retreated back toward the lake, its wall dissolving into ragged fingers that trailed off into nothingness. The lake itself was invisible now, hidden in the trees beyond the signal of headlights. We drove on, headlights slicing through clear air. It was hours before we spoke. We found a roadside diner still open and parked outside. Inside, amid old neon signs and the smell of coffee, we finally breathed out the fear that had lodged in our throats. We sat in a booth, 3 cups of coffee steaming before us, but none of us drank. Our hands shook too much to hold a mug steady. The diner was warm and bright compared to the night's cold hush. A few late patrons chatted quietly, but no one else seemed aware of the night's strange event. We paid our tab in silence and slipped back into the car, the fog now just a memory that left goosebumps in its wake. In the days that followed, we tried to explain it. A sudden patch of mist on a summer lake, growing, moving, swallowing half the surface before stopping at the shore. There was talk of temperature inversion or pockets of humid air, but none of those scientific terms could banish the memory of its silent advance, the feel of its cold breath at the shore. We never went back. We never even tried. That lake became a story, something we whispered when the others weren't around, eyes darting to windows and shadows. We added our own caution. Never stop at a forgotten lake on a summer night, especially when the world seems too still. Years later, I still drive that way sometimes. I look at the map and see where the road bends by the lake, but I keep going. The road is long and open, and I refuse to stop. Maybe one day I'll see it again, that wall of fog riding across the lake's surface, moving toward me like a living thing. But I'll stay in my car, keep the engine running, and drive straight through the night until I lose it in the darkness. Until then, I'll mark that lake off the list, a place we once stopped and almost got lost in the mist. It was the fall of my 15th year, and I was spending the weekend at my best friend's house. She lived way out in the country, on a narrow dirt road that branched off a quiet, cracked county highway. The kind of place where you could drive for miles and never see another house or car. Her family's property was set back from the road, behind some trees and a sloping gravel driveway. They had a little one-story house with a wide porch, and from the back door you could see nothing but trees, fields, and empty land stretching for miles. There were no neighbors in shouting distance, just quiet woods and open sky. I'd always liked spending time at her place. It was peaceful and felt like a totally different world from the one I came from. No city sounds, no headlights, no traffic. The nights were darker, quieter, and somehow heavier out there. The air smelled like dirt and wood smoke, and you could always hear crickets or the occasional distant bark of a dog. That weekend, the trees were already dropping their leaves. The air had that sharp, dry edge to it that meant winter wasn't far off. You could hear leaves scraping the ground when the wind passed through. Her parents were already asleep by the time we decided to head outside. It was probably around 3 in the morning, maybe a little later. We were bored, the kind of restless boredom that only hits when you're a teenager and the night stretches on with nothing to do. We'd been watching old movies on the tiny TV in her room and eating cheap candy we'd gotten from the dollar store earlier that day. At some point, we got it into our heads to go for a walk. Just something to kill the time and maybe get that weird energy out of our systems. She said it was safe. I wasn't really scared of anything happening. We were in the middle of nowhere. There was no one around. We didn't bring flashlights. There was no need. Our eyes adjusted quickly once we stepped outside. The moon wasn't full, but it was bright enough to see, and the sky was so clear it almost didn't seem real. Thousands of stars, like pinholes poked into black velvet, scattered all across the sky. I remember thinking that it felt like we were the only people alive, like the whole world had gone to sleep except for us. We wandered down the gravel driveway, past the mailbox, and out onto the dirt road. The road itself stretched off into the dark in both directions, flanked by woods on one side and an open field on the other. It was the kind of quiet that made your ears ring a little. No cars, no hum of power lines, no other houses, just us and the dark. We walked slowly, talking about whatever came to mind. Stupid stuff, mostly. School, people we knew, things we wanted to do when we were older. We kicked at rocks and wandered from one side of the road to the other. Every now and then, I'd glance at the field or look up at the sky. The stars felt closer out there. The Milky Way was stretched out overhead like a smear of chalk dust. It was peaceful, still, I don't remember exactly how far we walked, maybe a quarter mile or so. Not very far, just enough to be away from the house and out in the open. Then it happened. 1 second, we were walking along, and the next, everything turned white. Not just light, not like headlights or lightning. I mean pure, blinding white. It wasn't coming from one direction. It wasn't shining on us. It was like the whole world had been replaced by a sheet of white. I couldn't see my hands or the ground or my friend. It was total, overwhelming brightness, like someone had turned on a light inside my skull. It didn't last long. Maybe half a second, maybe less. But it was so sudden and so intense that it felt like being punched in the head. When it was over, I realized I wasn't standing anymore. I was sitting in the road, legs folded weird beneath me, palms on the gravel. It didn't hurt, but I didn't remember falling either. It was like my legs had just given out. My friend was beside me, also sitting. We didn't speak right away. We just sat there in the quiet, breathing. I blinked a few times, trying to get the white spots out of my eyes. Slowly, the night came back into focus. The stars were still up there. The field was still beside us. The woods hadn't moved. Nothing looked different, but something had changed. It felt like the world had hiccuped. There hadn't been a sound. That's the part that stuck with me the most. No explosion, no hum, no wind. Just that blinding light, and then silence. We hadn't seen any cars. There was nowhere for them to come from anyway. No houses nearby. No street lamps. No lightning. No sound at all. After a minute or two, we stood up. I brushed the dirt off my jeans, checked my hands, looked up and down the road. My chest felt tight, like I'd been holding my breath. She looked the same way. Pale, shaky, confused. We didn't say much. Just turned around and walked back to her house without talking. I kept looking over my shoulder, scanning the woods, the road behind us, the sky. There was nothing there. When we got back to her place, we went inside, shut the door quietly, and went back to her room. I lay on the floor in a sleeping bag, staring at the ceiling. She was in her bed, silent. We didn't talk about it, not that night. Eventually, I drifted off. I think it was close to dawn when I finally fell asleep. The rest of the weekend went by normally. We didn't bring it up, and I didn't tell anyone when I got home. I think we both just wanted to pretend it hadn't happened. But I never forgot. Years passed. We drifted apart, as people do. Different schools, different interests. We lost touch for a long time. I always remembered her, though. Especially that night. I would think about it sometimes when I couldn't sleep. Try to come up with explanations. I looked up things online, theories about ball lightning, meteorites, aircraft. But none of it ever really matched what we saw, or what we felt. And I never found anything that explained both the light and the way we dropped to the ground without realizing it. There was no sound, no heat, no movement in the air. Just that split second of blindness, and then confusion. It wasn't until years later, maybe a decade, that I ran into her again. I'd started a new job, and on the first day, I was being shown around the building. As we walked past one of the break rooms, I saw her sitting at a table, sipping coffee. Same face, older. I stopped in my tracks. She recognized me immediately, stood up, hugged me. It was strange and good to see her again. We made plans to get coffee and catch up. A week later, we were sitting across from each other at a little cafe near the office. We talked about old times, where we'd ended up, what we'd done since we last spoke. Eventually, the conversation slowed, and she paused, looking at me with this expression I couldn't read. And then she said it. She asked if I remembered that night, the one with the light. I didn't even have to ask what she meant. I just nodded. All the details came flooding back, more vivid than I remembered. I'd half convinced myself I'd made it up over the years, that maybe I'd dreamed it or exaggerated it in my head. But she remembered it the same way I did. The light, the way we were suddenly sitting in the road, the quiet, the stars still out like nothing had happened. We talked about it for a while that day. Both of us still had no idea what it could have been. We'd never seen anything like it again. Nothing before, nothing since. We hadn't told many people, and those we had told mostly brushed it off or gave us confused looks. The kind of thing you learn to stop bringing up. But neither of us had forgotten it. After that conversation, I thought about it more than I had in years. I started trying to piece together possibilities again, even though I knew I'd never find a real answer. I looked into rare atmospheric phenomena. Ball lightning didn't fit. It's usually associated with thunderstorms, and we hadn't heard a single sound. Meteors? Maybe. but meteors don't usually make you fall over, and we weren't looking up when it happened. Plus, they tend to leave trails or bursts across the sky. This was everywhere, all at once. I even considered military aircraft or some kind of experimental tech. But we hadn't heard a thing. No sonic boom, no engines, no movement, nothing. And it had been years. If it were some test, wouldn't something have come out about it by now? Eventually, I had to accept that there wasn't an answer. Not one I'd ever find, anyway. The truth is, it happened. It was real. Both of us experienced the same thing, in the same way, at the same time. We weren't high. We weren't drunk. We weren't sleep-deprived. We were just two teenagers walking down a country road in the middle of the night. And then we weren't. I don't think it was supernatural. I don't believe in aliens or ghosts or any of that stuff. I think it was something real, something natural or human-made, that we just didn't understand. Maybe we still don't have the tools to explain it. Maybe we never will. But I've never forgotten how it felt. That sudden shift from normal to not. The way the world just vanished for a heartbeat. How the air didn't move. How the quiet returned like nothing had changed. It made me more aware of how fragile things are. How easily the ordinary can crack open. How even the middle of nowhere, with its peace and quiet and dark skies, isn't as predictable as it feels. And every now and then, I'll find myself awake at 3 in the morning, looking up at the stars and wondering, what was that? And what else is out there, just beyond what we can explain? The rain had been falling steadily for hours when I pulled my jacket tighter around me and started up the trail near the base of Mount Timpanogos. The air was thick and heavy with moisture, and a thick fog wrapped the mountain like a damp blanket, choking off any view beyond a few feet. The entire forest seemed to have melted into a single gray haze, a place where shapes and shadows blended together, and the world shrank down to nothing more than the soft thud of my boots on the wet dirt trail. I'd come here many times before. This was one of my favorite hikes, even though it was tough. Little Rock Canyon Trail was steep and demanding. The climb cut sharply up through dense pine and fir trees, the soil muddy and slick from the rain. This wasn't a trail people took lightly, especially on days like this, when the weather kept most hikers away. I wasn't surprised to see no one else on the path as I climbed higher. The smell of wet earth, pine needles, and moss hung thick in the air. Every now and then, water dripped from the branches, hitting the ground with a soft plop or running off into little rivulets that wound their way down the slope. The heavy fog made everything eerily silent. There were no birds, no rustling animals, no wind. Just the slow rhythm of my own breathing and the dull sound of my steps pressing into the soft ground. I was moving slower than usual. The trail was slippery, and I was cautious with each step, watching for loose rocks and hidden roots. My legs burned with the effort, and my breath came out in short, misty bursts. After about 2.5 hours, I reached the part of the trail I'd always loved most. It was a small clearing surrounded by giant mossy boulders, like ancient green sentinels left behind by the mountain. The ground was soft and springy beneath my feet, carpeted in moss and pine needles that seemed to swallow the sound of my footsteps. Huge pine trees towered overhead, their dark trunks disappearing into the low-hanging fog. The fog here was thick enough that I could only see about 15 feet in any direction. The world felt squeezed into a small, quiet bubble. No wind stirred the branches, no birds called out, and the only sound was the soft crunch of my boots on the damp trail and the occasional drip of water from needles overhead. Everything felt muted and strange. I rounded a large tree on the trail, stepping carefully around the tangled roots that spilled across the path. To my left, there was a massive boulder covered in thick moss and small ferns growing out of the cracks. That's when I saw it. Sitting on top of the boulder was the head of a raccoon. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me because of the fog and the dull light. But it was definitely there, resting perfectly still like it had been placed with some awful purpose. The head was fresh, or at least it looked fresh. The fur was still matted with wetness, and the skin hadn't dried out yet. But the raccoon's eyes were missing, both of them gouged out, leaving empty, dark sockets that made the face look hollow and broken. The flesh on the face was torn in places, jagged and raw, as if it had been chewed or clawed at. The mouth was frozen in a snarl, sharp teeth bared in a grimace that seemed to sneer directly at me. My heart slammed against my ribs in shock and disgust. For a moment, I was too stunned to move. The raccoon head was so out of place, so gruesome in this peaceful mountain setting, that it felt like a punch to the gut. I stepped back slowly, unsure what to do. My first thought was to leave immediately, but something kept me rooted there. Maybe it was the poor animal's pitiful, broken face, or maybe it was just the shock of the discovery that made me hesitate. Eventually, I decided I couldn't just leave it there, like some sick trophy left to rot. I pulled out a small folding shovel from my pack and started digging in the soft earth near the boulder. The ground was wet and loose, and the rain had softened the soil, so it came away easily in my hands. After a few minutes, I had a shallow hole big enough to bury the raccoon head. I lowered it gently into the hole, trying not to look too closely at the torn flesh. Covering it back up with dirt, moss, and fallen pine needles, I made a small mound over the spot. Then I found a flat rock nearby and set it upright as a simple tombstone, pressing a stick next to it like a marker. It was a quiet act, a small gesture of respect for a creature that had clearly met a violent end. I stood there for a moment, staring at the little grave I'd made. The fog seemed heavier now, pressing in closer, making the whole forest feel darker and smaller. I could feel the cold rain soaking through my jacket, and the dampness was creeping down into my bones. Turning away, I picked my way carefully back down the trail. The silence seemed even deeper now, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The next few days after that hike were strange. I kept thinking about the raccoon head and that eerie part of the trail. The image stuck in my mind, the empty eye sockets, the snarl frozen on its face. It was one of those things you can't quite shake off. On the third day, I decided to go back. I wanted to see the spot where I'd buried the head, maybe make sure it was still there. The rain had stopped, but the fog lingered, wrapping the mountain in its quiet gray haze. The trail was muddy and slick, the kind of damp that seeps into your shoes and socks no matter what you wear. When I reached the boulder, I stopped dead. The grave had been dug up. The dirt and moss I'd carefully piled back over the hole had been disturbed. The small mound was flattened and broken apart, the flat rock marker pushed to the side and partially buried under loose soil. The hole was empty. No sign of the raccoon head anywhere. I looked all around the clearing, scanning the moss and undergrowth, but it was gone. No fur, no blood, no trace. Something had taken it. The thought made my skin crawl. I stood there for a long time, not moving, staring at the disturbed ground. The silence was thick, almost oppressive. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their dark shapes blurring in the fog. No birds called. No animals stirred. After a while, I turned and hurried back down the trail, my boots slipping on the wet dirt. I didn't look back. The rest of that day, I kept expecting to hear something. Movement in the woods, a rustle of branches, a growl or a snap of twigs. But there was only silence. I never went back to that part of the trail again. Even now, whenever I think about that hike, my mind goes straight to that clearing, to the mossy boulders and the massive pine trees wrapped in fog, and to that raccoon head sitting on the rock, eyes gouged out and mouth frozen in a snarl. Who or what took the head from its grave, I don't know. But the mountain kept its secrets tightly, and I'm not sure I want to find out. The forest can be a strange, quiet place when the fog settles in and the rain falls hard, where even the smallest things can feel sharp and cold in the silence. And some memories don't fade, no matter how hard you try to leave them behind. Fishing with my girlfriend at this small, remote stream was supposed to be just another easy night out, something simple and peaceful. We'd packed light, just a couple of rods, some flies, and a small tackle box. The kind of trip that felt like a break from everything. No phones, no noise, just us and the water. We left right after dinner, the sun still hanging low, but starting to lean toward the edge of the sky. The stream was tucked away, somewhere no one really went. You had to drive down a long dirt road that twisted through the forest, then hike a short but muddy trail before you finally got there. When we arrived, the air was cool but not cold, with the smell of wet earth and pine needles heavy around us. The stream was clear and shallow, its water bubbling quietly over smooth rocks and fallen logs. The trees crowded close, their branches dipping low near the banks, and the mud was thick underfoot, making every step a careful decision. We slipped into the water, careful not to spook any fish, and started moving upstream. The whole time, as we waded through the stream, I kept hearing something that didn't quite fit with the quiet. From the steep hill to our left, just beyond the trees, there was this faint sound, like someone talking. It was low and muffled, almost like a murmur, or maybe a conversation carried on just out of earshot. At first, I thought it might be the wind, or maybe a trick of the forest, but it was too steady, too distinct. It wasn't loud, but it was constant, drifting down the hill and mixing with the sound of the water. I didn't say anything to her. I didn't want to spoil the calm or make her nervous. We were out there to relax, after all. But the murmuring stuck with me. We moved slowly, fishing carefully, casting near the pools where I knew brook trout liked to hide. The water was colder than I expected this time of year, and the rocks slick with algae, so I kept my balance by watching every step. My girlfriend was a bit more experienced than me, and she caught a few small ones early on, holding them gently before letting them go. I managed a couple too, but mostly I was distracted by the sounds from the hill. The stream twisted and turned, and we probably covered close to a mile. Every time we stopped to check the water or swap flies, I could hear it again, that low conversation from the hill. It didn't sound angry or urgent, just quiet, but definitely human. Occasionally, I thought I could make out a word or two, but it was so faint I couldn't be sure. Sometimes it sounded like more than one voice, maybe 2 or 3 people. I wanted to scan the trees, see if I could spot anyone, but the brush was thick and the light was dimming. Despite the unease, I kept my cool, mostly focusing on the fishing and the calm river sounds. My girlfriend was happy and peaceful, humming quietly to herself. She didn't seem to notice the murmurs at all. We stayed until the sun was almost gone, the sky turning that deep, dark blue just before night. The last few casts felt heavier, the air colder, and the woods darker around us. On the walk back to the car, I spotted something lying half buried in the mud near the bank. It was a large bone, white and worn. It didn't look like any bone from a deer or a small animal. I picked it up carefully, wiping away the dirt with my fingers. It was thick and heavy, the kind of bone that might have come from something bigger, maybe a bear or a cow. When I held it up against my thigh, it almost looked like it fit, like it could have belonged to some creature that had passed nearby. It was out there all by itself, far from any trail or sign of human presence. I didn't want to think too much about what it might mean, but it sent a chill down my spine. We reached the car just as the last light faded, and I started the engine. The interior was dark and smelled like damp clothes and pine. As we drove back down the dirt road, the engine low and steady, the woods closing in on either side, the peace of the day began to settle back in. We talked quietly about the fishing, the few trout we caught, how cold the water was, and how nice it was to get away from everything. Somewhere along the drive, I brought up the murmuring. I don't remember exactly how the subject came up. Maybe I was trying to explain the feeling I'd had all evening. When I mentioned it, my girlfriend's face changed. Her easy smile faded, and her eyes looked a little wide, like she was suddenly remembering something she didn't want to say. She told me she thought she heard it too, but hadn't wanted to mention it, figuring maybe she was imagining things or trying to enjoy the moment. When I asked where she thought it was coming from, she said the same thing I had noticed, the steep, muddy hill just off the stream, hidden behind thick trees. That was the moment the peaceful mood in the car shifted. Something about knowing we both heard it, but hadn't said anything, made it more real and more unsettling. There was no way to explain what the voices were saying or who they belonged to. No way to know if anyone else was out there, hidden in the dark woods, watching or waiting. The road was rough, with potholes and loose gravel, and the headlights only reached so far into the blackness. Every few seconds, a shadow flickered at the edge of the light. A tree branch moved just a little too quickly in the wind, or the distant call of an owl echoed through the forest. The silence between the murmurs seemed louder than anything else. Even though it was creepy, it didn't stop us from wanting to come back. We both agreed the fishing was too good, and the spot too quiet in every other way, to let it go just because of some strange noises on the hill. But after that night, I couldn't stop thinking about what it meant to be out there, in that remote place, where the woods are thick and the hills steep. It's one thing to be out in nature, with just the water and the fish, but it's a whole other thing to suddenly realize you're not alone. To hear voices where no one should be. To see a bone that doesn't fit with the rest of the world, you know. The scariest part is the uncertainty. Out there, you have no idea who or what you might run into. You don't know their intentions, and they don't know yours. Everyone has been friendly so far, and usually, if you bump into someone, they're just as lost as you are. But there's always that flicker of doubt, that moment when you wonder if you're about to be caught somewhere you don't want to be, lost, hurt, or worse. It's a place where the peaceful surface hides something deeper, something that makes your skin crawl even on the brightest, sunniest days. We'll be back to fish that stream again this year. I'm not going to lie, it still makes me uneasy. But the trout are worth it, and we'll be careful. We'll keep our eyes open and stay aware, even when it feels like the only sound should be the river running over the rocks. That night, walking back through the dark woods to the car, I kept glancing at the hill. The murmurs hadn't stopped, and something about the way the shadows moved made me feel small, exposed, and completely alone. But the thing is, I wasn't really alone. Not out there, not on that muddy hill, not in that cold, empty stream. And that's what made it real, and what makes me think twice before going back. I remember that day so clearly, even though it happened years ago when I was about 12. It was one of those early summer evenings in a small suburban town in Pennsylvania. The kind of evening where the sun is just starting to lower itself, but there's still plenty of light left in the sky, soft and warm against the buildings and trees lining Main Street. The air was thick with the smell of fresh-cut grass mixed with the faint scent of car exhaust from passing vehicles. The hum of everyday life was all around. People walking dogs, kids riding bikes, the distant bark of a neighbor's dog, and the occasional ringing bell from a bike messenger or a shop closing up for the day. It was just a normal day. I was sitting in the back seat of my dad's old sedan, squished between my best friend and the door. My friend was this quiet kid, a few years older than me, but we got along well. Dad was driving us home after we spent the afternoon at the park. The windows were rolled down a bit, and a gentle breeze was coming through, fluttering the papers on the dashboard. Dad's hands rested casually on the steering wheel, his eyes on the road but relaxed as he cruised slowly down Main Street. Everything felt ordinary until I noticed something strange far up in the sky. I nudged my friend and pointed. He followed my finger, and then Dad looked up, too. Way up there, almost blending with the soft blue of the early evening sky, were two shiny metal orbs. They looked like they were made of polished silver, almost glowing in the sunlight despite the distance. The orbs floated there silently, hanging in the sky like balloons tethered to invisible strings. But then they started moving. They weren't moving like planes or birds. Instead, they shifted with a strange smoothness, like they were weightless and not affected by the wind or gravity. Sometimes they stayed still, hovering perfectly, side by side, almost as if they were watching us. Then suddenly, without warning, one of the orbs darted off at a speed that made my eyes widen. It zigzagged across the sky so fast it was hard to keep up, and the other orb followed in quick bursts, darting back and forth like they were playing some sort of silent game. Dad slowed the car to a crawl, barely moving forward, as all three of us craned our necks, watching the strange silver orbs through the front windshield. The streetlights cast long shadows on the pavement, and the houses that lined the street seemed unusually quiet, as if even the world had paused to watch. We all sat there silently, almost hypnotized by the spectacle unfolding above us. For more than a minute, the orbs moved this way, sometimes hovering, sometimes darting, sometimes circling each other in smooth, almost playful patterns. They made no sound, no buzzing, no hum, nothing at all. The sky around them was empty except for a few wispy clouds, and even a small bird flying low by the treetops seemed to avoid the area. It was like the orbs had created a bubble of silence and stillness around themselves. Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, the orbs picked up speed again, shooting straight up and then across the sky in a blink. In an instant, they were gone, vanished so quickly that it felt like they had never been there at all. Dad eased the car back up to normal speed and started driving again. The three of us sat there in silence for a moment, our hearts still racing. I could feel the excitement buzzing in my chest, the strange mix of fear and wonder that I'd never felt before. My friend and I looked at each other wide-eyed, knowing we had just seen something no one would believe. Dad just shook his head slowly, still staring at the spot where the orbs had disappeared. For days after, we couldn't stop talking about it. Every chance we got, we'd bring up the orbs, describing every detail, the way they moved, how shiny they were, the silence that surrounded them. It was our secret, something we shared that made us feel like we'd seen something incredible and rare. But when we got home and told my mom about it, she just laughed and told us it was probably some kind of weather balloon or a trick of the light. She didn't believe us. It was frustrating because the three of us were sure of what we saw. Even Dad, usually a practical man, would bring it up now and then, as if trying to understand what we had witnessed. Years passed, and the memory never faded for me. I'd sometimes lie awake at night thinking about those orbs, wondering what they really were and where they came from. It felt like a mystery locked away in the sky, something beyond anything I could explain. Then, a few years ago, I finally talked about it with my friend again. I expected him to remember everything vividly like I did. But when I mentioned the orbs, his face blanked, and he told me he had no memory of ever seeing them at all. I asked him to think harder, but he just shrugged it off like it never happened or was a dream he'd forgotten. It hit me hard. How could he forget something so strange and unforgettable? It made me feel alone in the memory, like maybe it wasn't real for anyone else. Dad still talks about those orbs sometimes, especially when we're out driving or looking up at the night sky. He never tries to guess what they were, just says they were something no one can explain. And I hold on to the memory tightly, hoping one day we might understand. Even now, when I look up at the sky in the evening, I search for those shiny metal orbs, hoping to see that same strange dance. But they never come back. They remain a silent mystery, floating just out of reach, locked in that one perfect moment on a quiet suburban street in Pennsylvania. It was early in the morning, just about 6 a.m., and my dad and I were driving on Route 80, heading from Pennsylvania to New Jersey. The sky was still that soft, pale blue that comes right before the sun fully rises. The kind of light that makes everything look calm and quiet, like the world is still waking up. The highway was mostly empty, with only a few cars scattered here and there, their headlights blinking on and off as they passed. My dad was focused on driving, and I was staring out the window, watching the trees and the faint fog hanging low over the fields beside the road. Then I saw it. At first, it was just a little dot in the sky, too small to really make out. But as we got closer, it grew clearer, and I realized it wasn't just some airplane light or a star fading in the morning light. It was something else, something I couldn't explain. It looked like a tiny planet, the kind you might imagine holding in your hand, like one of those glass spheres with a little world trapped inside. It was perfectly round, a sphere, with swirling patterns of blue and white all over it. The blue was deep, like the ocean, and the white looked like clouds, moving gently over the surface. The whole thing was slowly rotating, turning like a globe on a desk. It was flying across the sky, moving in a smooth, steady line. At first, it seemed low, really low, like someone standing on a ladder or in a cherry picker could reach out and touch it. It wasn't far up in the sky where airplanes fly. It floated close to the ground, just above the tops of the trees. I stared at it, mesmerized. It didn't make a sound. No buzzing, no humming, nothing that you'd expect from something that looked like it was moving through the air. My dad saw it too. I pointed it out, but he already had his eyes on it. We both watched as it moved slowly along the highway, drifting parallel to the road. The light was soft and muted, not bright or flashy, but it stood out against the pale blue sky. There was something so peaceful about it, almost like it belonged there, like it was a part of the morning itself. But then, something strange happened. As we kept driving, the sphere reached a spot where the sky was filled with a thin layer of clouds. It moved into the clouds, and for a moment, it looked like it got stuck. It just hung there inside the mist, the swirling blue and white pattern barely visible through the fog. It didn't fall or disappear. It didn't move forward or backward. It just stayed, suspended in the cloud like it was trapped. We slowed down, both of us watching in silence. The highway was quiet except for the hum of the car engine and the tires rolling over the asphalt. I remember feeling a strange mix of curiosity and unease. It wasn't frightening exactly, but it was definitely out of place, like something I shouldn't be seeing. We kept going, but I kept glancing back at that spot in the sky, hoping to catch one last glimpse before it vanished. But when I looked again, it was gone. The clouds were still there, but the sphere was no longer inside them. It didn't fly off or dissolve. It was just not there anymore. My dad and I didn't say much after that. It felt like we both needed some time to process what we had just seen. The rest of the drive was quiet, with both of us lost in thought. I kept wondering if I had imagined it, or if it was some trick of the light. But my dad saw it too, and that made it real. Looking back now, years later, it's still the strangest thing I've ever seen. I've thought about it a lot, trying to figure out what it could have been. A weather balloon? Maybe. But I never saw anything like it before or since. Something about how it moved, the way it looked, The fact that it got stuck in the clouds, it just doesn't fit with anything normal. Sometimes I wonder if it was some kind of experimental drone or a piece of technology that nobody told us about. Or maybe it was just a weird weather phenomenon that happens once in a lifetime. Whatever it was, it left a mark on me. It's like a secret that only my dad and I share, something that reminds me that the world can be stranger than I ever imagined, even in the most ordinary moments. That morning on Route 80, watching that little spinning planet float in the sky felt like a glimpse into something beyond the everyday. Something mysterious but quiet, like the world has corners we'll never fully understand. And even now, whenever I'm driving early in the morning, or looking up at the sky before the sun comes up, I keep hoping to see it again. Not because I expect to, but because that moment showed me how real the strange can be. How sometimes, even in the middle of a normal day, something incredible can happen. Something that doesn't need to be explained to be amazing. We had just closed on the house a few days ago. It was tucked at the edge of a small town, surrounded on 3 sides by dense woods that stretched farther than I could see from the porch. The house itself looked older, maybe built in the 1950s or 60s, but well kept, except for the garden. The previous owner, a woman we'd barely met, didn't live there. She was strange, if you could even call it that. She never came to the house during the sale process, and when she did send someone to drop off the keys, the person was just a courier. The woman herself was never around. From what we gathered, the woman lived somewhere else, wore nothing but these oversized, baggy clothes that hung off her thin frame like tents. No one in town had much to say about her, other than that she was different, quiet, or odd. That was enough for us not to think much of it. We were just happy to have found a place with a yard big enough for us to plant the garden I'd always wanted. On the morning we decided to start working in the garden, the air was crisp, the sky a soft blue with the sun just beginning to warm the earth. I went outside with my gloves and a small trowel, ready to dig holes for the flowers my partner and I had picked out. The ground was a little tough, probably months of neglect, but manageable. After a few minutes of digging, my trowel struck something hard. At first, I thought it might be a rock or an old pipe buried beneath the soil. But when I cleared the dirt away, I realized it was a plastic bag, one of those heavy-duty black trash bags. Curious, I grabbed the edge and pulled. The bag was heavy and oddly soft. I tugged it out fully and laid it on the grass. The zipper at the top was half open, and inside, I could see what looked like fabric. Something about the colors caught my eye. As I carefully unzipped it, a sharp, musty smell hit me, like old sweat and something decayed. I pulled the bag open wider and was shocked to find women's underwear inside. Bras and panties, dozens of them, tangled and wrinkled. My first thought was that it must have been some kind of stash left by the previous owner or someone else connected to the house. But what unsettled me most was the condition of the underwear. Every piece was slashed open, cut cleanly across the fabric with what had to be a razor or a blade. The cuts weren't along the seams or anywhere that made sense, just straight, deliberate slashes across the cups of the bras and across the panties, sometimes multiple times. The fabric was old, stained in places, but the cuts looked recent. I backed away a little, heart racing. What was going on here? Why would anyone keep something like this buried in the garden? I called my partner over, and we looked at the bag together, neither of us able to say much. Then, while digging a little further, I found another bag. This one was smaller, a worn canvas sack with a zip. It was heavier. Inside were dozens of keys. Old-fashioned keys, the kind that open old locks, not the modern flat ones. Each key had a small, handwritten tag tied to it, with a woman's name written in faded ink. The names were all different, none repeated, and they sounded like real names. Anna, Maria, Elena, Olga. Names that sounded Eastern European, like the woman we bought the house from. At the bottom of the bag was a gold crucifix necklace, small and delicate, the kind someone might wear daily. It was tarnished, but still beautiful. I handled it carefully, the metal cold against my skin. The more we uncovered, the more uneasy I felt. We'd just bought this house, hoping for a fresh start, and here was something dark buried right beneath our feet. We decided to call the police. When the officers arrived, they took the bags and their contents, nodding but not seeming particularly surprised. They brought a cadaver dog to sniff around the garden, just to be sure, but the dog didn't react to anything. No signs of anything buried alive or dead beneath the soil. We suggested they check the woods. The property was surrounded by thick forest that had been untouched for years. We told them the woods might hold answers. They listened, took notes, but said they'd get back to it. They took the evidence and left, and that was the last we heard of it. Weeks passed. No calls, no updates. The police didn't return to search the woods, and nothing more was said. But the feeling of dread in the house never left us. Neighbors whispered about strange lights at night, figures moving between the trees, shadows that didn't seem to belong. People said the woods were haunted or cursed. But I didn't want to think about ghosts or spirits. I wanted a logical answer. We started taking long walks in the woods to clear our heads, but each time, the weight of what we'd found pulled at me. Sometimes I'd see broken branches in places I hadn't been before, or find scraps of fabric caught on thorns, reminders of the bags we uncovered. One afternoon, while walking deeper than usual, I found an old, rusted padlock half buried in the dirt. I picked it up, turning it over in my hand, and for the first time I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the wind. What had this woman been hiding? And why had the police stopped looking? The garden and the woods became places I couldn't relax in. Even during the day, the air felt thick, heavy with secrets. Sometimes, when I was alone in the house, I'd find myself staring at the spot where we dug up the bags, imagining what might still lie hidden beneath the earth. I thought about the women's names on the keys, wondering who they were and what had happened to them. We never found out. The police never came back. The house remained ours, but the mystery stayed buried with it. And every time I walk near those woods, I remember the bags and the clean cuts in the underwear, the names on the keys, and the crucifix buried in the dirt. They say the woods are haunted, but I think the real horror is what people hide when no one is watching, and how some secrets stay buried, waiting for someone to find them. It was one of those late summer afternoons when the light starts to soften, but the heat still lingers in the air. Me and 3 of my friends decided to explore the woods behind one of their houses. We didn't have much planned, just wandering around, seeing what we could find, killing time before it got too dark. The woods were dense but not too wild. A lot of small animal trails crisscrossed the underbrush, paths worn down by deer or rabbits maybe. The ground was uneven but mostly soft with fallen leaves and pine needles. We followed one of those thin trails, weaving between trees that towered high and cast long shadows. The smell of damp earth and rotting leaves filled the air, mixed with the faint scent of pine. The trail wasn't very wide, just enough for one person to walk at a time. Branches scraped against our arms and legs as we pushed through, the sounds of twigs snapping underfoot, the only noise aside from birds chirping in the canopy. The afternoon light filtered through the leaves and scattered beams, but the woods felt cooler here, almost a little gloomy despite the sun. After maybe 20 minutes of walking, the trail led us to something unexpected, a road. It wasn't like a highway or even a normal street, but a smooth, straight stretch of asphalt running for about 100 meters. It seemed out of place, like a ribbon laid down through the middle of the forest. The edges were sharp, clean, as if it had been built recently. It didn't connect to anything we could see. The road had smaller offshoots, tiny side paths that branched off like veins. They weren't paved much past the first few feet, just rough dirt and gravel. It looked like someone had started building a gated community, but then stopped for some reason. We walked down the main road, the sound of our shoes on the asphalt almost loud in the quiet woods. The air here smelled different, less like forest and more like dirt and dry leaves. The trees on either side seemed less dense, but some parts were overgrown with vines and thorny bushes creeping over the edges. There was a strange stillness, like the woods themselves were holding their breath. Eventually, we came to one of those side paths. It was narrower, covered in thick thorny vines that curled around branches and choked the undergrowth. The trees here were taller and older, their trunks twisted and dark. The canopy blocked most of the fading sunlight, making the path darker and colder. The thorns snagged at our clothes as we pushed through, the smell of damp wood and earth stronger here. Of course, we chose to go down that path. None of us said it out loud. It was like a silent dare, or maybe just curiosity. The air grew heavier, and the sound of the forest dimmed as we walked deeper in. The crunch of leaves underfoot was muffled by the thick carpet of moss and fallen needles. The shadows stretched long and moved with the wind. After a while, the path opened up to a strange sight. Ahead was a big sand dune, rising up like a hill in the middle of the woods. It looked completely out of place, soft and golden against the dark green of the forest. The sunlight caught the sand, making it almost glow in the fading light. As we got closer, a sudden, eerie noise broke the silence. A huge flock of crows, a murder, if you want the right word, erupted from the top of the dune all at once. Their black wings beat the air, making a harsh, rattling noise that echoed through the trees. The birds swirled and cawed as they took off into the sky, scattering like a storm of shadows. The moment felt heavy, like something was watching. At the base of the dune, where the sand sloped down into the underbrush, there was a small cross. It wasn't fancy or made of metal, just two sticks tied together with a bit of old twine. The wood was rough and weathered, the twine frayed. Underneath the cross was a shallow depression in the sand, like the ground had settled over a hole that had been filled in or collapsed. It looked like someone had buried something there, but nothing else was visible. We stood still for a long time, looking at the cross. The silence was thick, almost suffocating. The air felt colder now, and the last light of day was slipping away fast. Then we heard it, the sound of a car engine. It was faint at first, the distant hum of tires on gravel or dirt, getting louder slowly. We froze and ducked behind a cluster of trees, our hearts pounding in our chests. The car came closer, and we could hear the faint clicking and shifting of gears. The noise stopped just on the edge of the path, right where we were hiding. It didn't fade away or drive past. It just stopped. We waited, holding our breath, the silence pressing in on us from all sides. The engine idled quietly, nothing else moving. No headlights, no doors opening. Just the sound of the car, standing still in the darkness. We didn't know what to think. It was getting dark, colder, and the woods felt alive with things we couldn't see. After what felt like forever, the car started up again, slowly driving away. The sound faded into the distance, leaving the forest silent once more. We didn't say much as we hurried back down the thorny path, stepping carefully over roots and fallen branches. The road back to the animal trail seemed longer than before, the shadows deeper and darker. Our footsteps sounded loud and urgent in the quiet. By the time we reached the edge of the woods near the houses, night had fallen completely. The streetlights cast pale pools of light over the pavement, and the houses looked normal and safe. But something about that cross, the sand dune, and the stopped car stayed with me for a long time after. A feeling that maybe, out there in those woods, some things were better left unexplored. I had no idea how far out we really were until the engines went quiet, and all I could hear was the wind in the trees. The woods were deep, heavy with thick pines and old hardwoods, and we'd been riding for well over an hour since leaving the field behind my friend's house. His property was already pretty far out, borderline middle of nowhere. But once we got onto the trails and pushed deeper into the forest, the world we left behind felt like it didn't exist anymore. There were no fences, no old barns, no road sounds, and definitely no cell service. Just dirt, trees, and silence broken by the occasional rev of a bike. It started out as a normal ride. We'd packed light, didn't even bring water like idiots, just gassed up and took off. There were 4 of us total, each on our own bike. We stuck mostly to the game trails and narrow paths we figured were either made by animals or old ATVs. It felt endless, a real maze of tree trunks and packed down dirt, but we made a point to go in one solid direction. That was the plan. Pick a bearing and stick to it. That way, when it was time to turn back, we could retrace the route in reverse. We weren't complete idiots. We knew gas was limited, so when the trees started thickening and we noticed shadows stretching out longer over the brush, we stopped to regroup. My friend, the one who actually lived out here, suggested heading back. We all agreed, half because we were getting tired and half because we had that creeping feeling that we'd pushed it too far. No one said it, but we were thinking the same thing. We didn't really know these woods. We turned back and started picking our way through the trees again, retracing as best we could. That's when we saw them. At first it didn't feel like anything. Just 4 or 5 shapes, standing still in a clearing about 100 feet ahead, slightly off to the right. They were arranged in a loose half-circle, spaced out between a few tall pines, and not moving. We slowed up, naturally, because it's weird to see people that deep in the woods. No gear, no movement, just standing there. But we weren't scared. Not at first. From far away, they just looked like people. Probably hikers or hunters, or maybe even other kids messing around. So we kept moving slowly, and that's when one of the bikes sputtered and cut out. My buddy kicked it a couple times, but the engine wouldn't catch. It was a weird moment, quiet, awkward, and since we were within earshot of those people, we figured it was only polite to wave and maybe say hi, just to keep things from getting weird. Only they didn't wave back. They didn't even twitch. That was the first time the air got heavy. You could feel it in your chest, like the silence was pushing back. It was subtle, but we all noticed it. The longer we stared, the less human they looked. They didn't move at all. Not a flinch, not a shift of weight, nothing. They were just stuck there. Even from a distance I could make out the outlines. Straight backs, rigid arms, blank silhouettes. It was like someone had posed them that way on purpose. There were 5 of them, though I was only really staring at the ones closest to the trees. I figured maybe scarecrows, but that didn't make sense either. Who puts scarecrows in a forest? We were 17, stupid, and riding on a thrill. So naturally, instead of turning around, we rode a little closer. We didn't get all the way to them, maybe stopped about 50 feet out. That was all we needed. I could see it clearly now. They weren't people at all. The first one was a human-shaped target, like a flat piece of plywood cut into the silhouette of a man, mounted up against the tree. I could see painted on outlines, like little diagrams of lungs and a heart in bright red and blue. It was a target for shooting, but it was specific, detailed, not like the ones at the range back in town. This one looked almost too real. The second one had clothes. I don't know why, but that one got to me worse. It had an old hoodie and jeans stapled or nailed to the board, like whoever made it wanted it to feel real. There were holes in the fabric, bullet holes, maybe knife slashes. I didn't look too long. The clothes were too worn to be fresh, but they weren't old enough to be falling apart either. Just used. We didn't even check the rest. I remember looking over at the others, and no one had to say anything. We just turned. Not fast, not in a panic, just sharp and decisive. Got back on the bikes. The one that had stalled fired up again after a few kicks, and we started heading out of there. That's when we saw the sign. It was about 20 feet off the trail, nailed to a crooked tree trunk. Big hand-painted letters in bright red. Haha, it blows up. Underneath the sign, there was a metal tank. Propane. The kind you'd hook up to a grill. But this one was old and rusted and connected to what looked like some kind of tubing that ran into the underbrush. None of us stopped to investigate. Just a quick glance. But even now, I remember the chill that ran up my back when I saw the pipe. Some part of me wanted to believe it was a joke. Like someone out there was building some dumb backwoods haunted trail or prepping for a paintball game with props. But it didn't feel like that. There weren't any paths. No cleared areas. No signs of other vehicles or camps. No litter. Nothing that would suggest fun or planning. And nothing about that setup said harmless. We didn't ride fast at first. We were too afraid to crash, but the silence in the woods was starting to feel wrong. Like we were being watched. That sounds paranoid, I know. But after seeing those cutouts, the one with clothes, and that propane setup, everything around us started feeling off. Even the trees felt like they were leaning in closer. The birds weren't chirping anymore. No bugs. Just the roar of our engines and the occasional crack of a stick behind us. Stuff we tried to convince ourselves we imagined. We rode non-stop for maybe 30 minutes before we had to pause again. One of the bikes was heating up, and we needed to check the oil. When we stopped, I looked back over the trail. Nothing there. No sign of anyone or anything following us. But still, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd gotten too close to something we shouldn't have. And I started thinking about how remote that place really was. My friend's property stretched for miles, but we'd gone way beyond the boundaries. No fences, no gates. Just woods that stretched into God knows where. That meant anyone could have been out there. Anyone with a twisted sense of humor or worse. We didn't talk much after that. We kept the engines running and only stopped when we absolutely had to. When we finally burst out of the tree line and into the clearing behind my friend's house, it felt like waking up from a nightmare, like coming up for air. The house was small, nothing special, but seeing it made my knees weak. We parked the bikes and sat there for a while, just drinking water and staring at the ground. The sun was lower now, almost gone, and none of us wanted to go back inside right away. There was too much adrenaline still boiling under the surface. Eventually, we all went home. Didn't even eat dinner together like we'd planned. Just called it a night. For weeks after, I tried to think up a reason. Something that would make it all make sense. Maybe some survivalist guy out there using his land to practice. Maybe an old vet with a dark sense of humor. Maybe even kids playing a twisted game. But none of those answers ever really held up. There was no road access anywhere near that area. No cabins. No signs of a campsite. And that propane tank, that still bugs me. It wasn't hooked up to anything normal. It was buried partway in the ground, like someone tried to hide it, but didn't finish the job. The tubing might have gone to another tank. Or maybe something else entirely. I never looked back to see where it ended. We never went back into those woods again. Not that far, anyway. Every now and then I'll ride near the tree line, and I'll catch myself looking for shapes, watching for that cluster of human outlines just barely visible between the trunks. I haven't seen them again, but the feeling I had that day stuck with me. Because whatever was going on out there, we weren't supposed to see it. We didn't belong there. And someone had made damn sure we'd remember that. When I was 10 years old, our small house sat close enough to the Brazos River that I could hear its low murmur through my bedroom window on calm nights. In the summer, after a heavy rain, the river would swell and roar through the low banks, swallowing small trees and grass, dragging away anything not firmly rooted. Then, just as suddenly, it would go quiet again, the water level dropping until only a shallow trickle remained. The muddy banks would crack, and the river would leave behind clumps of silt, bits of wood tangled in roots, patches of grass stripped bare. To me and my sister Emily and our neighbor Jessie, this was the closest thing we'd ever seen to an adventure. We spent hours poking at the fresh debris, flipping stones, poking into hollow logs to see what creatures had fled or drowned in the flood. It never felt dangerous, not really, until the day we came upon the remains. That morning had dawned bright and hot, the air heavy with humidity. Storm clouds still lingered in the east, but the sun pushed in from the west, making everything sparkle. On the porch, my mother had tended to plants in hanging baskets. She called to us to be careful near the bank, warning that the mud could swallow a foot in a heartbeat. But I was restless, itching for the feeling of sharp rocks under my sneakers, the wind whipping at my hair. Emily and Jessie agreed to meet me at the old fallen willow tree 30 yards down the bank. We all carried sticks to poke at things, metal cans for clamshells we hoped to find, and an old plastic jar to scoop up minnows from the shallow pools. We dropped down onto the bank, our sneakers sinking into wet gray mud. The river was shrunk to half its usual width, a thin, churning ribbon weaving through sandbars and exposed roots. The muddy smell of wet earth and decaying leaves clung to our clothes, and the water's edges still held pieces of fresh wood bark and long strips of grass. I knelt and dipped my jar into a small pool. Jessie reached over and splashed me jokingly, sending droplets into my hair. Emily shushed her, craning her neck to peer into a hollow log, but the log was empty. We moved on, our laughter echoing faintly against the distant tree line. A few yards further, the river took a sharp bend around a patch of thorny brush, and the ground rose slightly to a flat shelf of sand and gravel. The sun was stronger here, and the glare made it hard to see details unless you looked carefully. I spotted something white against the gray gravel and pointed it out. At first I thought it might be an old rag, or a balloon caught on a twig. The girls came forward, bending at the waist, peering through hands shielding their eyes. That's when I felt my stomach twist. It wasn't cloth or plastic. It was lace. The white lace lingerie lay stretched across a patch of sand and mud, tangled around a broken branch. The fabric was weathered, dark at the edges where mud had stained it, the fine pattern almost smudged. Beneath it, partly buried, was the shape of a leg. I knew it couldn't be my neighbor's dolls or a toy. When I slid my stick under the lace and lifted it gently, the end of a white bone appeared. Then the thigh. Then a hip bone, discolored to a dull yellow and gray. The muscles and skin had rotted away long ago, leaving only a thin membrane that flaked off when we touched it. The lace clung to patches of the decayed flesh. I heard Emily make a soft sound behind me, and I turned to see her face as pale as a ghost, her eyes filled with fear. Jessie took a step back, her mouth open. None of us spoke. The heat pressed down on us, the river gurgling at our backs. I felt my heart pound loud in my chest, as though I could hear it in my ears. I dropped the stick. I wanted to run, but I felt frozen. My mind raced with questions. Who was she? How had she gotten here? Why only half a body? The bones glinted in the sun, a dull white against the dark sand. A small breeze rustled the lace, making it flutter like a wounded bird. I heard my sister's voice in my head. telling me not to touch it, but I couldn't look away. I remember the faint smell of rot mixed with river mud and the earth's damp tang. My legs felt weak, and I sank onto a patch of gravel. Emily sat beside me, pulling her knees to her chest. Jessie stood a few feet away, her arms crossed over her chest as if to protect herself from the horror in front of us. Then I heard my own voice, a scream more than a shout, tearing out of me without warning. We found a dead body. I leaped to my feet and started running, my sneakers slipping in the mud. Emily scrambled after me. Jessie's feet flopped at her heels as she tried to catch up. We tore across the hot, exposed bank, past driftwood and broken reeds, the sun blazing down so fiercely I thought my skin might cook. Thin beads of sweat ran into my eyes, stinging. My lungs burned. My heart thudded like a drum. Behind me I heard Emily's feet and Jessie's, and the frantic cry my sister cut through the air again. Dead body. Dead body. We reached the yard, panting and covered in mud. The front door was open. My mother was inside, wiping her hands on her apron, humming softly. She turned when she saw us barreling toward her. "What is it?" she asked, but we didn't stop. We ran into the kitchen, muddy footprints trailing behind. My mother's face changed from curiosity to confusion. "Slow down," she said gently. "Calm down now." But I couldn't calm down. In my mind, the lace and bones still burned behind my eyelids. I wanted her to believe me, but she looked at us like we'd gone mad. My sister's pale face and ragged breathing finally convinced her to step outside. We dragged her to the edge of the yard, where she could see the riverbank. The line of sight wasn't clear from the kitchen. Tall grass and bushes hid most of it. We had to climb over a fallen board in the fence. My mother struggled in grass, her apron catching on thorny stems. She brushed branches aside and finally glimpsed the strip of riverbank where we'd been. Her face stiffened. "Stay here," she said, voice low. She sprinted across the yard. We watched her go, her apron flapping, her hand raised to shield her eyes from the sun. She disappeared into the tall grass, and we heard her call, "Hello? Police? Someone come." Minutes later, 2 sheriff's deputies arrived. They were seated in their cruiser down by the road, waiting after a quick call to dispatch. One deputy, a man with a kind face, knelt by the body remains. The other stood behind him, arms folded, scanning the tree line. They exchanged no pleasantries with my mother or us. They moved with deliberate slowness, carefully photographing the remains and marking the scene. One of the deputies bent over and gently lifted what was left of the lace, placing it into an evidence bag. He worked in silence, wearing a crisp uniform that looked too clean for this riverbank. Then he touched the bone, checked its texture, frowned, and moved on. We huddled behind the deputy, too scared to look any closer. I felt my throat tight, my stomach churning. My mother wrapped an arm around Emily. Jessie leaned against the fence post, staring at the ground. I didn't dare look at the remains again. I just watched the deputy move methodically, saw his lips pressed in a thin line of concentration. Eventually, they signaled to each other. The other deputy reached into the cruiser and lifted a large white sheet. He came back, carefully spread it over the remains, then motioned for my mother and us to step back. We obeyed, our feet sticking in the mud. The deputies finished their work, gathered their evidence bags, and walked back to their cruiser. They drove away slowly, sirens silent. For days after, the world felt strange. The river seemed more sinister, its gurgle at night a whisper of unseen things. Our little town buzzed with hushed talk about the missing girl from Houston, about the scandal that unfolded. A young woman murdered by her boyfriend, dumped in the river to never be seen again. They said her name, Julia, but it sounded hollow when I heard it. I saw her face on posters, big brown eyes, dark hair, a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I thought of the lace and bone we found and felt that her smile was gone, stolen by the river's current. The top half of her body was never recovered. People whispered that alligators must have consumed it, that decay and scavengers had scattered her remains far downstream. I pictured gators surfacing, ripping at flesh, dragging pieces beneath the water. The thought made me shiver, even in midsummer heat. At school, kids stared at me. Some asked if I was the one who found the body. Others refused to speak to me at all. Teachers gave me worried looks. I tried to slip through the halls unnoticed, but the secret followed me like a shadow. Nights, I woke sweating, heart pounding, picturing the legs and lace floating in the shallow pool. I heard splashing and imagined hands dragging me under. I would lie in bed, paralyzed with fear, until dawn light seeped through the curtains. My parents never asked if I wanted to talk about it. They assumed the deputies had answered all our questions. But I had so many questions. I wanted to know why the river felt sacred one moment and murder's hiding place the next. I wanted to know how a person could be loved one day and thrown away like trash the next. I wanted the river to give back what it had taken. Instead, the water continued to rise and fall, washing new debris onto the banks and carrying old secrets downstream. Weeks later, they held a small community meeting at the church hall. A detective stood in front of folding chairs and gave a summary. He apologized to the girl's family and to our town. He said the boyfriend had confessed. He said he had meant only to scare her, but things got out of hand. He said he didn't know the river would hide her so well, that only part of her would be found. I watched faces in the crowd, saw tears and anger. I felt numb. I did not approach the detective or the girl's parents. I did not want to see their pain in person. Instead, I sat in the back row beside Emily, her hand gripping mine until my knuckles went white. I still remember the night like it was yesterday. It was nearly 4 years ago, just after my boyfriend and I had moved into that cramped apartment overlooking the city's quiet end. We'd spent our first few months settling in, unpacking boxes, wrestling with the stubborn shelves, learning which corner of the building got the best light in the morning. By the time autumn curled around the streets and the first hints of chill crept into the air, we felt ready to explore the small town beyond our front door. One evening, around midnight, we decided to take our dog, Jasper, for a walk around the lake. It was one of the most popular spots in town, even after dark. People jogged there in the early evening, and during the day, the path bustled with families, teenagers on bikes, and elderly couples shuffling hand in hand. But at midnight, it was silent, save for the occasional chorus of frogs or the flutter of a night bird's wings. The path around the water dipped and rose in gentle curves. We'd done this walk half a dozen times before, but never this late. Jasper, part Labrador, part who knows what, bounced along between us, tail wagging, sniffing every lamppost and bush. His leash was slack in our hands, and for a while, I let myself relax. The air had that crisp snap that tells you winter is on its way, even if the trees held on to most of their leaves. My breath made little clouds as I exhaled. My boyfriend's hand felt warm against my back. The streetlights cast golden pools on the pavement. A few ducks slept on the water's edge, their heads tucked beneath their wings. We rounded the curve where the path narrowed, just past the small wooden footbridge. That's when we saw the first pair of old people. A man and a woman, both hunched slightly, moved side by side, leaning on their canes. The woman wore a long, dark coat, buttoned to her chin. The man's shoulders sagged as he followed a half-step behind her, clutching a plaid scarf around his neck. Neither looked our way. Their pace was so slow, so deliberate, it seemed they had all the time in the world. I thought maybe they'd lost their way home and come down to the lake. But why at this hour? It was past midnight. They should have been in bed. We exchanged a quick glance. I tightened my grip on Jasper's leash. My boyfriend gave a small shrug. We passed them at a respectful distance. Our feet stirred dead leaves at the edge of the path. The old couple didn't speed up or slow down. They just kept inching forward, as if each step required intense will. When we moved past them, the lamplight illuminated their faces for a moment. Pale skin, eyes set in soft wrinkles, mouths closed in neutral lines. They looked tired, content, but entirely silent. No coughs, no breaths I could hear. Just the slight scrape of cane tips against concrete. A shiver ran up my spine, but I tried to laugh it off. Jasper barked softly, prompting us to move on. We stayed close together. The path curved again, opening onto a small park area where a lone bench sat under a tree. The bench faced the lake, and I remembered pausing there during daylight to rest. But now the bench sat empty. I pointed to Jasper's trembling tail and said nothing. My boyfriend nodded. We walked forward. Jasper suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, lifted his leg, and started peeing on the bench's wooden armrest. I bent to hook the leash around my wrist, half watching the water ripple in the lake. When I looked up, I saw him. An old man sat on the bench. His back was straight, his hands folded in his lap. The headlamp of my phone, dimmed to preserve night vision, revealed a simple gray sweater, neat trousers, polished shoes. His hair was white and combed back. His face, I can't really describe it without losing the thread of it. It was an old man's face, lines and age spots and all that. But his expression was blank, unreadable. He didn't look at us. He stared out over the dark water, as if he'd been there for hours. I jerked my head toward my boyfriend. He froze for a moment, then grabbed my arm. We edged closer, expecting the old man to shift, to speak, to acknowledge us in some way. But he did none of those things. His skin gleamed pale in the lamplight. There was something in the set of his shoulders, the way he held his head, that felt wrong. Not evil, but unnatural. It was as if he'd been painted into that spot, a lifelike statue come to unnerving fruition. I shook my head, willing myself not to freeze. Jasper finished and turned to us, tongue lolling. He yawned, oblivious to the tension. I unclipped his leash and motioned for him to follow. He trotted off, sniffing the ground. I saw the old man's right foot shift slightly, the toes flexing against the edge of the bench. The movement was so slight, so slow, I might have missed it had my heart not been pounding so loud. We passed the bench without a word. The old man didn't watch us go. He stayed frozen, ramrod straight, as though the lamppost were holding him upright. It felt like we were leaving him in a painting, dusty, silent, lost to time. We picked up our pace. The path curved again into a little grove of trees. The thin branches scraped against each other. The moon peeked through sparse leaves. My boyfriend whispered my name, but I didn't answer. My mind was racing. Why didn't that man speak? Why was he sitting alone at this hour? And where had that couple gone? They hadn't turned back or disappeared. They had kept walking the same path. Then I saw more. At first I thought it was a trick of my eyes, shadows in the trees. But as we hurried forward, I counted them. 1, 2, 3 old people everywhere. A dozen of them, maybe more. Some walking in pairs, leaning on arms, keeping pace at an agonizing crawl. Some sitting on benches, even on the grass under trees, heads bowed, shoulders trembling like saplings in a weak wind. Others stood in small groups, their posture stiff, arms folded, as though they'd been instructed to stay standing and silent. They were all different. Some dressed in coats and scarves, others in sweaters and jackets. A few wore hats pulled low. One woman carried a small purse, resting it gently on a gnarled cane. Another man had a briefcase by his feet. But every face was expressionless, like actors frozen between takes of a film. None spoke. None moved faster than a sleepy child. My heart thumped so hard I thought Jasper might hear it. He tugged at his leash, pulling me forward. I stumbled over an exposed tree root. My boyfriend steadied me. We wove through the forest of old bodies, mud clinging to our shoes. The air smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves, the usual forest scent, but heavier, as though layered with a silent dread. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. Their eyes held me. Glassy orbs that stared straight ahead. Sometimes, I felt one glance my direction, if only for a heartbeat before turning back to the darkness. It was impossible to tell. Night had leached all sound from the world. No wind, no rustle, no frog or bird. Just our breathing, raspy in my ears, and Jasper panting. We pushed on until the path narrowed between two stand of trees. Ahead, I saw the little parking lot where we'd left the car keys in the ignition. I'd made sure to park with the headlights on, so we could see the path back. My legs burned with adrenaline. My hands shook. I wanted to sprint, but every time I tried to break into a run, my feet felt glued to the ground by fear. We reached the edge of the grove. The lampposts of the parking lot flickered in the fog rolling off the lake. No old people. I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. Jasper barked, happy to see the lights. My boyfriend clicked the car fob, and the panic flashed through his eyes as the horn beeped and the alarm light blinked. The sudden noise made me jump, and the birds I hadn't noticed took flight in a rustle of wings. I slammed the door open and pushed Jasper Indiana. He scrambled onto the back seat, wagging his tail. My boyfriend locked my door from the inside, then gulped in a long breath and got in. He turned the key. The headlights blared onto the path. For a moment, I peered through the windshield, half expecting to see a circle of old faces pressed against the glass. There was nothing. The bench where the old man sat was empty. The grove where the dozen seniors had shuffled was clear. The only moving thing was the fog drifting across the ground. I locked the car doors again. We drove off, tires crunching gravel, the engine's growl ripping the silence. The lights on the dashboard glowed against our faces. Jasper lay down, satisfied that he had relieved himself. On the way home, neither of us spoke for miles. The streetlights passed in an endless blur, and I stared out at empty lawns and dark houses. When we pulled into our driveway, I reached over and turned off the map's blue dot on my phone, as if hiding our location would matter. I bent down and stroked Jasper's head, whispering nonsense. My boyfriend turned in his seat and looked at me. I refused to meet his eyes. Later that morning, I called the local folklore expert, the guy who studied ghost stories, urban legends, the weird history of the county. He was a kindly older fellow with a thick mustache and rimmed glasses. I left a voice message. Something about weird people at the lake, silent old walkers at midnight. He called me back late that day. He told me he'd never heard of anyone wandering the lake after dark. No local legend about restless seniors. No record of an old folks' home nearby. He'd checked his files, gone through newspaper clippings, even drove out to the lake himself in the afternoon, wandered the path. Nothing. Just the usual crowds who came for sunrise jogs or sunset strolls. There was no neighborhood center sponsoring a moonlight walk. No charity fundraiser gone wrong. Just quiet residents who went home at 10 or 11, like everyone else. He said maybe someone had staged a performance art project, some guerrilla theater nobody knew about. But I knew better. You don't gather a dozen. Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I remember those nights clearly, even years later, like they were carved into my memory with sharp edges. Back then, when I was in high school, me and my friends had this strange fascination with places that gave off a creepy vibe. We weren't really into ghosts or anything supernatural. We just liked the feeling of being somewhere a little off the beaten path, a little isolated, a little unsettling. One of our favorite spots was this road outside of town called Peanut Road. At least, that's what everyone called it. I honestly never saw a street sign, and even now, I'm not sure if that was its real name or just some local nickname. Peanut Road was out in the middle of nowhere. The kind of place where the streetlights stopped long before you got there, and all you could see were trees lining a narrow road that seemed to go on forever. The stories about the place were always a little vague, but unsettling. The main one, the one we heard the most, was that Peanut Road had been a dumping ground for bodies years ago. No one really knew for sure, but the rumor made it the perfect spot for our late-night adventures. We'd pile into a car, usually my friend's beat-up old sedan, and head out there when there was nothing else to do, especially during the summer when school was out. The road leading up to the spot we called the dumping site was lined with these old oak trees. They weren't just regular trees, though. Their branches twisted and curled over the road, forming almost a tunnel of thick, gnarled wood. The sunlight barely made it through the thick canopy, leaving everything below in a kind of dim twilight. The ground was littered with dead leaves and broken twigs that snapped under our feet were the tires of the car. It was quiet there, too quiet, except for the occasional rustle of small animals or the distant call of a crow. The silence felt heavy, like the air itself was holding its breath. At the end of that tree tunnel, the road opened up into a clearing. On one side, there was an empty pasture, just grass stretching out, dotted with the occasional wildflower or patch of weeds. On the other side, a river bent around the edge of the clearing, its banks thick with overgrown woods and underbrush. The river wasn't wide, but it moved fast enough to make a constant rushing sound that seemed to fill the space, mixing with the wind in the trees. We always parked near that clearing, near the spot where the road curved and disappeared into the woods. That's where the dumping site was supposed to be, at least according to the rumors. Despite the stories, we never found any bodies, thankfully. But Peanut Road was strange in ways we didn't expect. Over time, we came across some things that were just off. Things that didn't make sense and felt like someone was leaving behind pieces of a puzzle we couldn't solve. The weirdest and most disturbing was the day we found the decapitated calf. We were driving out there one afternoon, the sun high and bright in the sky, when one of us, I think it was Mike, spotted something lying in the grass near the edge of the pasture. We stopped the car and got out to take a closer look. At first, it looked like a dead animal, but when we got closer, we realized it was a calf, freshly killed. The body was mostly intact, lying on its side, but the head was missing. The neck was a clean, sharp stump, almost like someone had cut it off with a chainsaw. There was fresh blood around the wound, dark and wet, and the smell was sharp and coppery in the air. It was so clean a cut it didn't look like some messy animal attack or a butcher job. It was deliberate and precise. We stood there in silence for a long time, just staring. The calf hadn't been there long, maybe an hour at most. The sun was still warm, but the blood hadn't dried yet. Nobody said much. We didn't touch it, just took it all in. The pasture was quiet except for the faint sound of the river and a breeze rattling the oak leaves in the distance. No birds, no animals. It felt like the world was holding its breath again. That sight left a mark on me. It was the first time Peanut Road stopped feeling like just a weird, creepy place and started feeling like something darker was really happening there. It wasn't about ghosts or old stories anymore. It was real. Another strange thing we found there, a few months later, was a pile of old mail. We stumbled upon it almost by accident. It was sitting at the side of the road, half in a muddy puddle near some bushes. The letters were spilling out of an old, weathered mail bag, the kind of heavy canvas sack that a mail carrier would have used back in the day. The envelopes were soaked through and muddy, the paper soft and fragile. Most of the letters were still sealed, with the glue on the envelopes worn away, but somehow never opened. I picked up a few, brushing mud off carefully. They were all addressed to the same family, a house somewhere close to town, but no one we knew. The postmarks were from the early 1960s, over 50 years old. The letters were bland, mostly talking about the weather, who had hay fever, what someone got for their birthday. Nothing important, nothing urgent. Just everyday life from decades ago. We never found out how the mail got there. The mailbag looked like it had been dropped or thrown out deliberately. Why had it never been delivered? Why was it out there in the middle of nowhere, in the mud, forgotten? We kept the letters, at least a few of them, and I still have two that I hid away in my drawer years later. They're faded and yellowed, but they remind me of that strange place and the quiet mystery it holds. There were other odd things, too. Tracks that didn't seem to belong to any normal animal, huge like a bear's, but the shape was wrong. Strange symbols scratched into tree bark, too faint to make out, but definitely not natural. Bits of broken glass, old rusty tools, and sometimes the faint smell of smoke lingering in the air, like someone had made a fire there not long before. One night, we were out there late, the stars bright above, and the road empty except for us. We'd parked near the clearing, sitting in the car and listening to music, daring each other to get out and walk through the tree tunnel alone. No one wanted to do it at first, but eventually I found myself stepping out onto the cracked pavement, the cold wind brushing my face. I looked down the road into the dark tunnel of oaks, shadows shifting with the moonlight. The branches twisted overhead, almost like claws reaching down. I didn't walk far before I felt it, something watching me from the woods, just beyond the edge of the clearing. I couldn't see anything, but the feeling was intense, like eyes boring into me from the darkness. I hurried back to the car, my heart pounding, and slammed the door shut. We didn't stay long that night. Driving away, the headlights cut through the dark, the twisted trees fading behind us. We never saw anything concrete, no shape or figure, but the feeling stayed with me. That Peanut Road wasn't just a place people told stories about. It was a place where something had happened, and maybe was still happening, just out of sight. Years later, I went back once more, driving slowly down that twisting road, trying to find the spots where we'd found the calf and the mail. The trees still formed that dark tunnel, and the pasture was just as empty. The river still bent quietly beside the road. The world felt different now, quieter, heavier. I didn't find any new clues, no fresh mysteries. Just the same silence. Looking back, Peanut Road wasn't some haunted place full of ghosts or monsters. It was a place where real things had happened, real cruelty, real secrets. The calf's head cut off so cleanly. That wasn't a story or a legend. That was a real act, something deliberate and dark. The mail left to rot in the mud wasn't some trick or prank. It was the leftover pieces of people's lives, forgotten and abandoned. The strangest thing about Peanut Road wasn't what we saw. It was what we never saw, the people who had left those pieces behind, and why. What had driven someone to kill an animal like that and leave it in a pasture? Why had a mailbag full of letters ended up in the mud, never delivered? And maybe most chilling of all, why did the feeling of being watched never really go away? I stopped going out there after high school. Some of my friends still did. But for me, Peanut Road became a memory of something real and unsettling. A reminder that sometimes the scariest things aren't made up. They're just hidden in places no one wants to talk about. Even now, when I'm driving late at night and the road is empty and dark, I think about that twisted tunnel of oak trees and the empty pasture beside the bending river. I think about that calf and the letters in the mud and the feeling of eyes watching me from the shadows. Peanut Road isn't a story you tell around a campfire. It's a place you remember, and maybe one you try never to visit again. It was just after 12:30, maybe closer to 1 in the morning, and I was driving home from the theater. My friends and I had gone out to see The Conjuring, which had just been re-released for some kind of horror classics night. I'd seen it before, but I liked the atmosphere of late-night horror movies in the theater. Something about watching scary stuff with a crowd of people made it feel safer, like whatever you saw on screen couldn't actually follow you home. Strength in numbers, or something. The movie ended just before midnight, and we all stood around outside for a bit, joking and poking fun at how jumpy we'd gotten during the movie. I remember someone was smoking, and someone else kept checking the time, saying they had work in the morning. We eventually split off to our cars and headed out. I didn't live far, maybe a 10-minute drive, depending on lights. I usually cut through the downtown area on my way back. It wasn't really necessary, but I liked the route. The buildings were old, historic looking, and at night, the dim orange glow of the streetlights made the brick and stone feel a little haunted, but in a charming way. It was the kind of place people took pictures of in the fall, with dead leaves on the sidewalks and soft lighting that made everything feel timeless. On Saturday nights, downtown usually stayed busy past midnight. There were a few bars that kept people out late, one of the busiest being the Grove. It was kind of a trendy place, with live music on the weekends and a patio that wrapped around the corner of the building. People liked to hang out there, even if they weren't drinking. Sometimes I'd see couples sitting on the curb outside, eating late-night food from the taco truck that parked nearby. Even in winter, people gathered there, puffing clouds of breath into the cold air, their laughter echoing down the street. But that night was different. As I approached the intersection where the Grove sat on the corner, I noticed something was off before I even reached the red light. There were no people outside, no crowd, no cigarette smoke drifting over the sidewalk, no laughter or shouting, no music filtering through the open patio doors. The place looked open, lights on, front door cracked like it always was, but no one was around. It was a Saturday night, and the busiest spot downtown looked like it had been evacuated. I slowed down a bit as I pulled up to the red light. My headlights lit up the crosswalk and part of the sidewalk. That's when I saw her. There was a woman standing alone on the far side of the intersection, on the sidewalk to my right. She was about 20 feet from my car, standing close to the edge of the curb, but not crossing. She didn't move. She didn't fidget or look at her phone or glance around. She just stood there, completely still, her head tilted up at an angle, maybe 45 degrees, like she was watching something high in the sky, a little further down the road I was heading. Her posture was strange, too stiff. Her arms were straight at her sides, and her neck craned just enough to make her silhouette look a little off. I couldn't see her face clearly because of the angle, and the way my headlights were aimed, it left her partly in shadow. But I could tell she wasn't blinking or adjusting her position. It was like she was frozen. I kept watching her while I waited at the red light. At first, I thought maybe she was high, or drunk, or just lost in thought. But something about the way she stared, so locked in, made the hair on my arms stand up. The light turned green. I hesitated, still watching her, then slowly started to drive forward. As I passed her, I almost expected her to turn and look at me. Just a quick glance, some kind of acknowledgement that she was aware of her surroundings. But she didn't. She kept staring upward, focused on something I couldn't see, her eyes fixed on that one point in the sky. I drove past, glancing at her in my side mirror until I couldn't see her anymore. I kept thinking about her as I drove further into the quiet part of downtown. It was just strange. I tried to come up with explanations that made sense. Maybe she was waiting for someone. Maybe she was on something and just out of it. Maybe she was just weird. It's a free country, right? But I couldn't shake the feeling that something about her wasn't right. I kept driving. The road curved slightly to the left and past a few more old buildings. An antique shop, a small coffee place, an empty lot where a hardware store used to be. The streetlights spaced out a little here, so there were longer stretches of darkness between the pools of orange light. No cars behind me, none coming toward me. Everything felt dead. Then I saw him. About 3 or 4 blocks from where I'd seen the woman, there was a man standing alone on the opposite sidewalk, on my left this time. He was standing the exact same way. Arms at his sides, feet planted evenly, back straight, and head tilted up at that same 45-degree angle, staring into the sky. And here's the thing, he wasn't facing me. He was facing the direction I had just come from, facing back toward where I'd seen the woman. Just like her, he didn't move. Didn't shift his weight or glance around or even seem to breathe. Just stood there, eyes locked on that same empty patch of sky. I drove past him slower than I probably should have. I stared at him, half expecting him to break the stillness, to look at me, to blink or turn or adjust his footing. But he didn't. Just like the woman, he seemed completely detached from the world around him. The coincidence was too exact. The way they were spaced apart, their matching postures, both of them alone and staring into the sky in opposite directions. It made my chest feel tight. The road I was on wasn't long, maybe a mile total through the main part of downtown. But something about those two people made it feel like I was trapped in a loop. Like I'd driven through some filter where the rules of regular nighttime driving didn't apply anymore. I kept going. I turned off downtown and into a residential area. The houses here were older too, single-story homes with porches and hedges, driveways with cracked concrete and wind chimes swaying from wooden beams. Normally it felt peaceful here. Safe. But my brain wouldn't settle. I kept looking out the windows, checking the sidewalks, half expecting to see another person standing frozen under a street lamp, staring into the sky. But there was no one. Just the quiet buzz of the tires on the pavement and the low hum of my engine. My fingers were tight on the steering wheel, and I noticed I was sitting up straighter than usual, shoulders tense like I was waiting for something to jump out at me. I turned the radio on low, just to fill the silence. Some local station was playing soft classic rock. I didn't even hear the lyrics, just needed something to make it feel less like I was alone in a world where people stood in the dark and stared at the sky. When I got home, I pulled into my driveway and sat in the car for a moment, headlights aimed at my closed garage door. I didn't want to get out right away. It felt like I'd brought something back with me. Not a ghost or a curse or anything stupid like that, just a question I couldn't shake. What were they looking at? I thought about going online, maybe checking the news, but I didn't even know what to search for. People staring at sky downtown, weird posture people in middle of night. It felt ridiculous. I couldn't even explain it to myself in a way that didn't sound dumb. I went inside, locked the door behind me, and looked out the peephole for way longer than necessary, just in case. The next morning, I walked down to get coffee at the shop near my street. Normal people were out and about, dog walkers, couples with strollers, joggers with earbuds. It made me feel stupid for how unsettled I'd been. I figured maybe I was just on edge from the movie, or maybe I was more tired than I thought. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing being weirder than it actually was. Brains are weird like that at night. But when I got to the coffee shop, I overheard 2 people talking near the window. They were talking about some kind of odd power surge downtown the night before. Apparently, some of the streetlights had blinked out all at once, and a few businesses had their alarms tripped without reason. It lasted less than a minute, but people noticed. I asked the barista if they heard anything about it, and they said yeah, something happened around 1 a.m. Probably just a glitch or a transformer issue. They shrugged it off. I didn't say anything. I just stirred my coffee, sat down, and stared out the window. The truth is, I never found out what those people were looking at. There was nothing on the news. No reports. No online posts that matched what I saw. It was like it hadn't happened. But I think about it every time I drive past that intersection. Every time I pass the spot where the man was standing. I wonder if someone else saw them. I wonder if they were real people or something else entirely. But not in a paranormal way. Just in a disconnected way. Like they were observing something the rest of us weren't invited to see. Like they knew something was above us, and the only thing they could do was stand there and watch it. And the weirdest part is, I've started catching myself looking up at the sky more often. Not in the same way. Not frozen or stiff. Just curious. Watching for something that probably isn't there. Probably. The sun was starting to dip low when we pulled off the highway and onto the dusty, uneven road that led us deeper into the Ocala National Forest. The heat still lingered heavy in the air, but there was a faint breeze carrying the scent of pine needles and damp earth. I was with a small group of friends, just 3 others, and we had planned a simple weekend of camping, drinking some beer, and escaping the noise of the city. Nothing fancy, just tents, a campfire, and the wide-open Florida wilderness. We found a clearing not far from a shallow creek, the perfect spot to set up. The ground was soft with pine straw, and around us, the trees rose tall and straight, their trunks thick and bark rough. It was quiet, except for the chirping of cicadas and the occasional rustle of leaves. We pitched our tents in a loose circle, made a fire pit with some stones, and cracked open the beers. The sun fell behind the horizon, and as twilight took hold, the forest seemed to come alive in a different way. Shadows lengthened, and the colors around us deepened. We decided to take some shrooms that night. I'd taken psychedelics before, enough times to know how to stay calm and collected. For me, the trips had never been bad. The world just looked different, colors brighter, sounds richer, thoughts flowing in waves. The others were in good moods too, laughing and sharing stories, the firelight flickering over their faces. As the night deepened, the shrooms took hold. The world shifted. The fire seemed to breathe. The trees bent and stretched in slow motion, and the sky was a swirling canvas of stars. I felt peaceful. It was one of those moments where everything seemed connected, like the forest and the sky, and the people around me were all parts of a bigger whole. The kind of feeling you don't get in the city. After a couple of hours, the intense part of the trip faded. The colors softened, the shapes stopped moving, and I started to feel more like myself again. I was still buzzed, both from the shrooms and the beers, but mostly calm. I wanted some fresh air and a moment to think, so I told the others I was going for a walk. I grabbed my jacket, stepped away from the firelight, and walked down the narrow trail that led away from camp. The night was still and quiet, except for the occasional call of an owl far off in the distance. I pulled out a cigarette and lit it, the orange glow briefly lighting my face as I took a slow drag. The smoke curled up into the air, mixing with the faint mist that was starting to form. I walked slowly, taking deep breaths, thinking about life, the usual kind of pondering that comes when you're alone with nothing but nature and your thoughts. I wasn't scared. I'm not the kind of person to get jumpy in the woods. I've always been calm and level-headed, even in situations where other people might panic. I had been on enough trips, alone and with friends, to know how to keep a clear head. But tonight, something was different. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I had this creeping feeling, like I was being watched. Not by a person necessarily, but something was there, just beyond the edge of my sight, just behind the thick tangle of trees and brush. I stopped walking and looked around carefully. The forest felt denser here, the pine trees giving way to heavier oaks and palms. The moon was low, barely casting enough light to see more than a few feet in front of me. I tried to shrug off the feeling, telling myself it was just my imagination playing tricks after the shrooms. But the feeling didn't go away. If anything, it grew stronger. It was like a weight pressing on the back of my neck, like there was a pair of eyes tracking every step I took. I turned quickly, scanning the trees and shadows behind me, but saw nothing. Still, I knew I wasn't alone. That's when I decided to head back to camp. The beer had settled in, the trip was fading, and the thought of being alone out here suddenly felt less comfortable. I turned around, trying to keep calm, and started retracing my steps. The path back was uneven, covered with fallen branches and pine needles that muffled my footsteps. The forest seemed quieter now, like everything was holding its breath. I took a deep breath and focused on the trail, trying to ignore the feeling growing in my chest. About 20 yards from the campsite, I stopped to take a leak behind a large palmetto bush. I was halfway through when I caught it, a pair of eyes staring back at me. They weren't the kind of eyes I was used to seeing out here. Deer eyes would reflect green or yellow at night. Coyotes might have smaller, sharper eyes, and raccoons had that distinct mask shape. But these eyes, they were different. Larger, rounder, and they sat way too high off the ground, at least 6 or 7 feet up. I froze, my stream slowing as my heart hammered in my chest. I squinted through the darkness, trying to make out what was holding those eyes. For a moment, I thought it was a person, maybe someone else camping or out hiking, but no one made sense here. None of my friends had gone that far, and this spot was deep enough that random people didn't just wander through. The creature didn't move at first. It held my gaze, unblinking, silent. Then slowly, it turned away and disappeared into the thicker woods beyond the palmetto thickets. The branches barely rustled as it vanished, and for a second, I thought maybe I imagined it. I stumbled back toward camp, fumbling with my pants that were still unbuttoned. My legs felt weak, and I realized I was shaking. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what I had seen. Maybe a bear? But bears usually make noise when they move, and their eyes don't sit that high. Plus, this thing didn't sound like it was moving at all. I didn't want to look back. The forest felt heavy with silence, and every shadow seemed to twitch with unseen movement. I just wanted the safety of the firelight and my friends. When I got back, the others were still around the campfire, talking and laughing quietly. They looked up as I stumbled toward them, and I forced a smile, not wanting to scare them. I didn't say anything about what I saw. Maybe it was nothing, I told myself. Maybe I was just on edge from the trip and the dark. But I couldn't shake the image of those eyes, the height of them, the way the creature moved away without a sound. It wasn't human, that much I knew. It wasn't a deer or coyote or bear. It was something else, something wild and unfamiliar. That night, I stayed close to the fire. The darkness felt too heavy beyond its light. I kept my jacket wrapped tight, my ears straining for any sound that didn't belong. Every crack of a twig, every rustle of leaves made me jump. But no one came near the fire. In the morning, I looked around the woods near our campsite, trying to find any tracks or signs of what I'd seen. The ground was soft with dew, and I saw prints, some from deer and raccoons, some from raccoons and maybe a wild hog. But nothing that matched what I'd felt watching me in the dark. We packed up and left before noon, the forest feeling different now, heavier somehow, like a secret was buried deep among the trees. I never told anyone else what I saw, not really. Maybe it was some strange animal I'd never heard of. Maybe it was a person, but I doubted that. The eyes were just too high. I'm not one to believe in monsters or legends. I don't think it was Bigfoot or some alien. I just know the feeling of being watched, the silent presence in the dark, and those eyes burning bright in the night. Whatever it was, it stayed out there, deep in the Ocala woods, watching, and I don't plan on going back to find out. It was a normal fall afternoon. The air had that crispness that comes just before the leaves fully turn, a little bite that hinted at the coming cold, but still carried the faint warmth of the sun. The sky was a soft blue with thin, wispy clouds lazily drifting across. I could hear the birds chirping somewhere nearby, small, sharp notes darting between branches, and in the distance, the sounds of children playing in a park or yard filled the air. Their laughter was light, carefree, a bright contrast to the slow, steady rhythm of everyday life. I remember feeling calm, normal, like everything was just as it should be. I looked down at my phone and checked the time, 14:30. I had an appointment scheduled for 1500 hours, so I still had some time before I needed to leave. I was at home, standing by the window, watching the world outside while the sun filtered through the trees, casting moving shadows on the pavement. The light was soft, warm, and golden, making the whole scene look peaceful. I put on a jacket, the kind I always wore in fall, a worn-out dark green coat with deep pockets and a hood. I liked the way it smelled, a little like damp earth and old fabric, comforting in a strange way. After double-checking I had everything, I grabbed my keys and stepped outside. The air was cool and smelled faintly of dry leaves, and the faint scent of wood smoke from chimneys nearby. I could hear a dog barking somewhere far off, its sharp call echoing briefly before being swallowed up by the rustling of the leaves. I walked to the bus stop, the ground crunchy under my shoes from the thin layer of dried leaves scattered around. The bus was scheduled to come soon, and I felt a bit of a chill as a light breeze brushed past, moving my hair and tugging at the collar of my jacket. I waited for the bus, watching the street quietly as a few people passed by, heads down, wrapped in scarves. When the bus arrived, I got on and found a seat near the window. The bus smelled of damp fabric and a faint trace of old coffee. I looked out as we drove through the neighborhood. The same houses I'd seen hundreds of times before, trees lining the sidewalks, a few parked cars. Everything seemed normal. I glanced at my phone again. The time read 14:55. I calculated that I'd have just enough time to get to my destination, so I stayed alert, watching the streets closely. When the bus stopped, I stepped off and immediately looked at my phone again. It was exactly 14:55. I had 5 minutes to get to my appointment. The clinic was a short walk, about 2 blocks away, But even so, I picked up my pace. The pavement was uneven, cracked in places, but I barely noticed as I hurried along. The leaves on the ground were dry and brittle, crunching under my feet. The wind had picked up slightly, brushing my face with a sharp coolness that made me pull my jacket collar tighter. I reached the building just in time. It was an ordinary place, simple brick facade, glass doors, and a small sign by the entrance. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The waiting room was quiet, painted a pale beige with a row of chairs lining the walls. There was a soft hum of fluorescent lights overhead, and a faint smell of cleaning solution mixed with the sterile scent typical of medical offices. I found a seat in the middle of the row, sat down, and pulled my jacket tighter around me. I looked at my phone again. The time was 14:59. I felt a little relief that I'd arrived early enough. I settled back, trying to relax. The room was mostly empty, except for a few people scattered in the chairs, quietly waiting their turn. I glanced around at them. A middle-aged man reading a newspaper, a woman scrolling through her phone, a teenager listening to music with earbuds. Everyone seemed calm, lost in their own worlds. 5 minutes passed, and I found myself getting a little annoyed. Despite having an appointment, I still had to wait. I checked the time again, and that's when it hit me. I looked at my phone, and the screen displayed 14:04. I blinked, thinking maybe I had misread it. I looked again. The time hadn't changed. My heart skipped. I stared at the screen, confused. How could it possibly be 14:04 when it had just been 14:59? I put my phone down on my lap and looked around the room. The people sitting across from me were staring at me with puzzled expressions. The newspaper man had stopped reading and raised an eyebrow. The woman's eyes flicked up from her phone, and the teenager removed an earbud, glancing my way. I felt the wind move my hair, though the windows were closed, and an odd sensation washed over me, like everything around me had slowed down, the world becoming thicker, heavier. The chair in front of me seemed to move away slowly, as if stretching the room like taffy. The walls seemed to lengthen, and the ceiling seemed to drift upward. My vision blurred at the edges, and I felt dizzy, like I might pass out. The buzzing fluorescent lights above flickered ever so slightly, but no one else seemed to notice. I sat there, my mind scrambling for an explanation. Was it a trick of light? A glitch in my phone? Maybe the battery was dying or the software was malfunctioning. But my phone was fine just moments ago. I checked the time on my watch, but the hands weren't moving. They were stuck at 2:04. I forced myself to focus, blinking rapidly. The world snapped back into place. The chair stopped moving away. The room shrank to its normal size. The dizziness faded. I looked around again, and the other people seemed to be looking at me with concern. The middle-aged man had folded his newspaper and was watching me closely. The woman whispered something to the teenager beside her. I tried to stand up, my legs shaky. I walked over to the receptionist's desk to ask the time, but the woman behind the counter was busy typing and didn't respond. I caught a glimpse of the wall clock. It read 2:04 p.m. A cold knot formed in my stomach. Everything in the room, including the people, was frozen at 2:04. I could see the clock's second hand stuck between the 12 and 1, not moving at all. The sound of the birds outside and the laughter of children seemed to have vanished. The ticking of the clock was replaced by silence, so absolute it was unsettling. I tried to check my phone again. It was still 14:04, unchanged. I thought about leaving, but the door seemed too far away. The hallways stretched endlessly, as if the building itself was expanding. I felt trapped, like I was caught in some invisible web that wouldn't let me move forward. I sat back down slowly, hands trembling. The wind brushed my hair again, even though the windows were still closed. Time felt frozen, but I was aware of every second dragging on. The fluorescent lights flickered once more, and the hum seemed louder, more oppressive. I closed my eyes for a moment, breathing deeply, trying to stay calm. When I opened them, the world still didn't move. My watch was still frozen. The clock's hands were stuck. The people were silent, motionless statues. I don't know how long I sat there, stuck in that strange, silent moment where time itself seemed to have stopped for everything but me. It felt like an eternity, but maybe it was only a few minutes. Eventually, without warning, everything began moving again. The clock's second hand jumped forward. The fluorescent lights steadied. The people in the waiting room resumed their quiet activities. The sound of birds and distant laughter returned softly through the window. My phone updated to the correct time. The wind no longer brushed my hair unnaturally. The chair in front of me was back in its proper place. I looked around the room, feeling a mix of relief and confusion. No one said anything. No one mentioned the strange pause. It was as if it had never happened, except for me. After that day, I kept thinking about what had occurred, how time seemed to rewind, freeze, and stretch around me. I searched online for explanations, glitches, medical conditions, moments of dissociation, but nothing fit perfectly. I even asked doctors about it. They said it might be a moment of temporal disorientation or a brief neurological event, but it was unusual. Up to this day, I cannot explain what happened that afternoon. It wasn't a dream, because the world was too detailed and consistent before and after. It wasn't a hallucination, since other people reacted to me. It wasn't a trick of the phone, because multiple clocks froze. The only thing I know is that time, in some way, stopped for me, if only for a moment. And that moment felt endless. It changed how I see the world, reminding me that reality isn't always as fixed as it seems. Even now, when I check the time, I can't help but wonder if the next second might freeze, if the world might stretch or shrink without warning. And that thought, as ordinary as it sounds, fills me with a strange unease. Because if time can stop once, what's to say it won't happen again? And what will I do then, when everything else stands still but I am still here, caught somewhere between seconds? Growing up in rural southern Kentucky meant a lot of things, but mostly it meant wide open spaces, rolling hills, and woods that felt endless. Our house was tucked down in a little valley, surrounded on almost every side by thick forests. It was the kind of place where a kid could get lost and have a whole world to himself, which was exactly what I wanted. My parents lived in a small neighborhood down there, but it was more like a cluster of houses than a real neighborhood. The houses were spaced far apart, separated by fields and woods, and for a kid, it was a playground with no limits. ATVs, bikes, the occasional campfire, there was always something to do. My cousin Brian was my best friend growing up. He lived about a mile away, but we saw each other every weekend, sometimes even more. We'd spend hours playing video games or watching Mystery Science Theater 3000, cracking up at the cheesy sci-fi movies and making fun of the dumb jokes. Those nights could stretch late into the early morning. We were kids, and staying up late felt like the greatest kind of freedom. One fall night when I was in 3rd grade, probably October or November, when the air was cool but not cold yet, Brian and I decided to sneak out for a little late-night adventure. We were too old for the usual kid stuff, but still too young for anything serious. Just running around talking shit and seeing what trouble we could find. The kind of stuff only kids in the sticks do when their parents think they're asleep. Our house sat on a hill. The front yard wasn't just a flat patch of grass like you might imagine. It was a big slope that angled down steeply, probably about 40 degrees, which is crazy steep for walking, especially in the dark. It led down to the basement door, which was basically the back entrance. You had to go down the slope to get there. Near the bottom, right on the edge of the yard, was the doghouse where our German Shepherd and Beagle slept at night. The dogs always had the run of the yard and some fields around the house, so they kept a pretty good watch. The back and sides of the house opened up to acres and acres of fields, all sloping away from the house and dipping down toward the woods. You could see for a long way in every direction, especially on clear nights with a full moon. That's how it was that night. Brian and I were sitting on the front porch, just talking and bullshitting under the light of a big full moon. The air was still and cool, the kind of silence that settles deep in the country when everything is asleep. No wind, no sounds from the road, nothing but the occasional rustle of leaves in the woods off in the distance. We didn't have much to do, so after a while we got bored and decided to head inside to play the Sega without waking up my parents. To get to the basement door, we had to sneak around the side of the house, down that damn steep slope. We were trying not to make a noise, stepping carefully, but that's when the dogs flipped out. Both of them started barking and growling like crazy, teeth bared, hackles raised. They were going nuts over something out in the field, and neither Brian nor I could see what it was at first. Then we spotted it, about 75 yards out, moving fast across the field. It was black, so black it looked like a shadow, and big, roughly the size of a small car. But it wasn't a car. It was moving, sprinting, faster than anything I'd seen in those parts before, at least 25 miles an hour or more. It was hard to tell its shape. It didn't have legs you could make out or any kind of face, just a solid blur of black moving like a shadow sliding over the grass. We stood frozen for a moment, heart pounding, watching it run. It was almost surreal, like something out of a nightmare. The dogs kept barking and snarling, but they didn't move forward. They seemed scared, which made me even more scared. Brian and I just stared wide-eyed until the thing vanished over the next rise. We took off running down that slope like our lives depended on it, which they might have. Gravity didn't slow us down, even though the hill was steep and uneven. We stumbled and nearly fell a couple of times, but kept going. When we reached the basement door, we slammed it shut, locked it, and shoved a couch in front of it to block it. We sat there in silence for what felt like hours, catching our breath, too scared to speak. Neither of us told our parents about what we saw. We figured they'd laugh it off, or tell us it was our imagination. We didn't want to seem crazy. For years after that, the memory of that night stuck with me. I called the thing the blur, because that was the only way to describe it. It was like a black blur sprinting across the fields at night, impossible to make out in detail. Years later, in my senior year of high school, I was on a school trip and had a chance to talk to a teacher who was into local ghost stories and weird happenings around southern Kentucky. I told her about the blur, half joking, half serious. She looked at me like she believed it and told me she'd heard similar stories from other people, stretching back 30 years or more. Apparently, the blur wasn't unique to my family's property. It had been spotted all over the region. The stories were the same, something large, black, fast, and shadow-like, causing trouble for animals and terrifying anyone who saw it. Hearing that was a weird mix of relief and dread. Relief because I wasn't alone in seeing it. Dread because it was real and had been roaming the woods and fields for decades. Fast forward to this summer, when I moved back home for a few weeks to help my parents out. I figured I'd revisit the old stomping grounds, maybe feel a little nostalgic. The house hadn't changed much, and the fields and woods were still there, quiet and sprawling. One night, I decided to sit out on the porch again, just like when I was a kid, to see if the place still had that old magic. It was a clear night, full moon hanging low and bright, the same kind of night as back then. The air was still, and the dogs were asleep in their doghouse, quiet for once. Then out of nowhere, the dogs started barking again, low and growling, like something was wrong. I looked out across the fields, eyes scanning the shadows, and there it was, the blur. Same size, same solid black shape, racing across the field like a ghost on wheels. It didn't stop or slow down, just sprinted straight past the doghouse, over the slope, and vanished into the woods. This time I didn't run. I just sat there, frozen and watching, heart pounding like it was going to burst through my chest. I couldn't believe it was real, after all these years, still here. I realized this wasn't some fluke or imagination. This thing had been out there, unseen but real, a part of the land for as long as anyone could remember. I didn't say anything to my parents or anyone else. I just packed up my things and got the hell out of there. The blur wasn't just a scary story from my childhood. It was a living part of those woods, a reminder that there are things out there in the dark that don't care about us. Since then, I've stayed away from that valley at night. I don't know what the blur is, and honestly, I don't want to find out. All I know is that sometimes, in the dead silence of a Kentucky night, you see something that changes you forever. Something black and fast, sliding across the fields like a shadow with no name. And sometimes, that's enough reason to never look back. I'd always known about the old house. It was just a street over from where I grew up, tucked away at the end of a private road that most people barely knew existed. The kind of place you might drive past without a second glance, but once you found it, it had an unmistakable air. That house wasn't just old or empty. It carried a reputation, something dark, something real enough that it stuck with me since I first heard the story. The story was about a man who'd killed a police officer, right in his home, and then turned the gun on himself before the police could get to him. The police had come after the shooting, but the man was already gone. I don't remember exactly when I first heard the story. Maybe a few years back from some older kids who swore they'd been near the place late at night. They said the air around the house felt heavy, like something was wrong, something bad. Over time, the story had become something of a local legend. Not ghosts or monsters, but something real, something that made you not want to go near that house at all. But for me and my friends, that kind of warning was just fuel for curiosity. One day, a few of us decided to go there. We were young and dumb, looking for a place to hang out and smoke. Our usual spots felt too exposed, so the abandoned house seemed like the perfect, out-of-the-way place. We piled into the car, laughing and joking as if it was just any other day, but there was a small undercurrent of nerves that none of us admitted out loud. The house sat on its own private road, hidden behind a line of thick trees and overgrown bushes. The driveway stretched out for about 200 feet, a long, winding path covered in cracked asphalt and dead leaves. On the side of the road was a small shed, weathered and falling apart, leaning slightly as if it might collapse any day. The entire place looked forgotten, swallowed by nature. Grass had pushed through the cracks in the driveway, and vines crawled up the walls of the house itself. I was the first to step out, leading the group toward the house. The air was thick and still, heavier than usual, like the kind of heat that presses down on your chest and makes it hard to breathe, even when it's not summer. The wind didn't move the trees, and there wasn't a single bird or insect making noise. It was the kind of silence that makes you aware of every footstep, every crack of a twig. The front door was slightly ajar, the old wood swollen and warped from years of rain and weather. With a quick glance around to make sure no one was watching, we slipped inside. The smell hit me immediately, a mix of mold, damp wood, and something else, something sharp and sour that made my stomach turn. It was the smell of decay, of things left to rot. The floorboards creaked under our feet as we moved through the house. Dust covered everything, thick and undisturbed except for where footprints from years past might have been tracked in. The wallpaper peeled in long strips, faded colors barely visible beneath layers of grime. Broken glass littered the windowsills, and spiderwebs stretched across the corners of every room. We made our way down the hall, and curiosity pushed me to head toward the basement. The stairwell was narrow, the steps old and uneven. The light from outside barely reached down there, making the shadows seem to swallow the space whole. At the bottom, the basement was cold and damp. The concrete floor was cracked and stained in places, and my flashlight caught on something that made me stop. A large steel cage sat in one corner, rusty and old, but still solid. It looked like it could comfortably hold a big dog, maybe a Great Dane, or something similar. I crouched down and looked closer. The metal bars were thick and heavy, and the cage door hung open, creaking on its hinges. The cage was empty, but the feeling it left behind was strange, like it had once held something dangerous, something that wasn't supposed to be let out. We moved back upstairs, each step making my heart beat a little faster. The house felt heavier now, as if it was watching us, waiting. We tried to laugh it off, but the silence inside was too loud. I found myself in what looked like a bedroom. The floor was covered in peeling linoleum, cracked and stained. And there it was, a large dark red-brown spot on the ground, the kind of stain you never want to see in a place like this. I knew immediately what it was, the place where the man had taken his own life. Nearby, in a dusty corner, there were piles of old papers and flyers. I picked one up and noticed it was printed in German. The paper was yellowed and brittle with age. On the front was a black and white photo of a large black poodle-looking dog, sitting calmly, staring straight at the camera. The dog's eyes seemed oddly intense, almost knowing. The stories we'd heard said the shooting happened over 10 years ago, but judging by the dog's appearance, it seemed older than that, maybe 7 or 8 years old at least. That meant this dog was probably dead by now. But the photo felt important somehow, like a piece of the puzzle we didn't understand yet. One of the girls in the group suddenly whispered that she'd had enough. Her face was pale, and she couldn't stand being inside the house any longer. We didn't argue. The air felt suffocating, and even the bravest of us wanted out. We made our way back down the driveway, the house shrinking behind us. Just as we were reaching the car, I noticed something. Walking slowly past the house, toward the old shed, was an extremely elderly woman. She moved with the kind of slow, deliberate pace that comes with years of aching joints and careful steps. Her face was lined and weathered, and she didn't look up or acknowledge us as she passed. But what caught my attention wasn't her. It was the dog walking right beside her. That dog was the one from the photograph. I couldn't believe my eyes. It looked exactly the same thick black fur, the same calm but piercing eyes. Not a single gray hair, not a sign of aging. The dog's gaze locked with mine, and I swear it was the same face staring back from the photo I'd held moments before. The sight was so unexpected, so out of place that I froze. The dog didn't bark or growl. It just walked by, slow and steady, never breaking eye contact. We scrambled into the car and drove off as fast as we could, but as we reached the end of the driveway, the driver slammed on the brakes. Everyone jolted forward, confused. The driver's face was pale, and his hands trembled on the wheel. When we looked back toward the house, the dog was gone. In its place stood the elderly woman, now stopped in the middle of the street, staring straight at us. Her face was unreadable, neither angry nor sad, just watching. We all sat in silence for a long moment, hearts pounding. None of us could explain what we'd just seen. The dog had disappeared without a sound or trace. No sign that it had ever been there except the memory burning in our minds. We all agreed, without saying it out loud, that whatever that dog was, it wasn't normal. It wasn't alive in any way that made sense. I never went back to that house, and whenever anyone asked me about it, I told them to stay far away. Some places hold stories you don't want to touch, and that house, that dog, was one of them. Even years later, I still think about that moment. The dog from the photo, walking beside that woman, unchanged by time. It's a memory that sticks with me, haunting in its quiet, unexplainable way. Not because it was supernatural, but because it was so real, so close to something we just don't understand. Some things don't need ghosts or monsters to be scary. Sometimes just the truth is enough. The day had been long, the kind of day that drains every bit of energy you have and leaves you aching in places you didn't even know existed. We had been hiking the Appalachian Trail for nearly 8 hours under a cloudless sky that shifted slowly from a bright morning blue to the warm, hazy orange of dusk. My legs ached, my backpack felt like it was made of stone, and my throat was dry, despite all the water I'd drunk. Still, the air was fresh and cool at this elevation, the kind that makes your lungs feel sharp and alive with every breath. Our group was small, just 5 campers, ages ranging from 11 to 15, and 2 counselors who had been guiding us from the summer camp we'd come from. The plan was simple: hike during the day, camp on the side of a grassy mountain, and get water at a nearby source before the sun fully disappeared behind the ridge. The grassy patch where we pitched our tents was flat enough and surrounded by tall pines whose needles whispered in the evening breeze. The smell of damp earth mixed with pine and something faintly sweet from wildflowers still blooming. After setting up camp, one of my friends and I volunteered to walk down to the closest water source to fill our bottles. The spring was about 3/4 of a mile down a narrow, winding trail through the woods. A decent walk, but nothing too dangerous if you stayed alert and didn't stray off the path. The trail sloped downward gradually at first, then steepened in spots, winding through thick groves of oak and maple. The ground was littered with fallen leaves and the occasional rock or tree root that could trip you if you weren't watching. The late afternoon light filtered through the trees, casting long shadows and making the leaves glow with hints of gold and crimson. As we walked, I felt the weight of my pack pressing against my back and the steady thump of my boots on the soft earth. My friend, a few steps ahead, moved with an easy confidence, her ponytail swinging with every step. We didn't speak much, the kind of quiet that settles when you're both tired but still focused on the path. Then, about halfway down the trail, we saw him. An older man stepping out from the woods a little ways ahead of us. He was probably in his mid-50s, wearing faded jeans, a flannel shirt, and a worn baseball cap. His backpack looked well-used but solid, the kind you'd expect from someone who spent a lot of time on the trail. Nothing about him seemed off at first, just another hiker out enjoying the late afternoon. He noticed us immediately and slowed his pace as we got closer, falling into step a few feet in front of us. We exchanged polite nods, but didn't stop walking. It wasn't unusual to meet other hikers on the trail, especially this late in the day. As we continued, he started talking. His voice was calm, friendly, the kind of trail talk that breaks the silence when you're surrounded by nothing but trees and sky. He asked where we were coming from, how far we planned to go, and how long we'd been on the trail. The questions felt normal, and I answered without much thought. We'd been hiking all day, and we're just heading to the water source to fill up before dark. But then his questions shifted. He asked how many were in our group. He asked if there were adults with us. He asked where we were staying. Something about the way he asked made my stomach tighten. I gave vague answers, stretching the truth a bit, exaggerating the size of our group and how many counselors we had. I could feel my friend's eyes on me, and I knew she felt the same unease growing between us. As we walked, his position changed. First, he was a few steps ahead, then he slowed to walk beside us, and eventually he fell behind. When he fell behind, the air felt different, heavier, more tense. I kept glancing back, trying to catch a glimpse of what he was doing. Then he asked our ages. I said I was 15, and my friend said 13. His eyes flicked to her with something that made my skin crawl. He said to her, "Oh, you just became a woman, didn't you?" I stopped walking for a moment, exchanging a sharp look with my friend. The words weren't threatening out loud, but the meaning behind them was clear. Our silence stretched awkwardly. I felt something tighten in my chest, a mix of anger and fear. I reached into my cargo pants pocket, my fingers brushing against the cold metal of my small knife. Without making a show of it, I clipped it to the front of my belt where I could reach it easily if I needed to. The man said he was sorry and that he didn't mean anything by it, but the discomfort lingered like a bad smell. We kept walking, but the silence was thick and heavy. Then I noticed a strange noise behind me, a rubbing, a shifting sound. I looked back and my heart dropped. The man was walking a few steps behind us, and his hand was repeatedly moving in a way that could only be described as groping himself. The way he rubbed against his pants made me feel sick. I felt frozen for a second, my mind racing to process what I was seeing. The man was doing something inappropriate and disgusting, right there on the trail, behind two kids. The water source wasn't far now. I could see a group of college kids gathered at the spring, filling bottles and washing up for the night. Relief flooded through me. We picked up the pace, hurrying toward the other group. The man followed us, keeping his distance but still close enough to be seen. When we reached the college students, we joined them, filling our bottles and trying to act normal. The man lingered nearby, his presence a shadow I couldn't shake. My friend and I stalled as long as we could, pretending to chat with the college kids, waiting for the man to leave or for something to change. Eventually, the college kids finished washing up, and the old man started to stall as well. When we said our goodbyes and turned to leave, he just stood there, staring at us. The look in his eyes sent a chill down my spine, a cold, unreadable gaze that made my skin crawl. We followed the college group further down the trail, a few yards behind them, the man nowhere in sight. Once we were safely out of view, we called out to the college kids and told them what had happened. Their expressions turned serious, and without hesitation, they offered to escort us back up the trail to our camp. The walk back was tense, every snap of a twig or rustle in the bushes making me jump. The college kids moved confidently, scanning the trees and brush as we went. But the man was gone, vanished without a trace. When we returned to our camp, our counselors were waiting, concerned but calm. We told them everything, and they made sure we were safe before settling down for the night. I still don't know for sure what that man's intentions were. Maybe he was just socially awkward, or maybe he had some skin irritation that made him adjust his clothing the way he did. But something about the whole situation was wrong. The way he looked at us when we walked away, like we were prey, made my skin crawl. I've thought about that night a lot since then, about how vulnerable we were out there on the trail, surrounded by nothing but trees and shadows, about how easy it could have been for something terrible to happen if we'd been alone, or if the college kids hadn't shown up. That night taught me to trust my gut, to listen to the small voice inside that tells you when something's not right. It's a lesson I'll carry with me for a long time. That evening still feels heavy in my chest whenever I think about it. I guess it's because it was so sudden and quiet, but also because I still can't figure out what those lights were. It happened late last July, a time when the air was thick with summer warmth, and the sky was slowly fading into night. I live in a very rural area, the kind where the darkness isn't swallowed by city lights, but instead is a blanket sprinkled with stars. The kind where the only sounds at night are the rustling of leaves, the distant calls of owls, or the chirping of crickets. My house sits near a big open field, one of those stretches of land that just seems to go on forever, at least in my small-town eyes. Right behind our backyard is the field. The first 7 acres belong to my family, but they're not farmed or anything. We just leave them open, letting the grass grow wild and the wildflowers bloom every spring. Beyond those 7 acres is where a local farmer works, growing corn or wheat or whatever he's planting that year. The farm part is much larger and more managed, with neat rows of crops that you can see from a distance. That's where the farming equipment stays, tractors, trailers, all that stuff. On this particular evening, my parents and I had come home after eating at a small family restaurant nearby. It was about 8 o'clock, the sky a dark blue-gray, almost fully dark but not quite. The sun had set, leaving behind just a faint glow on the horizon. There was that special quiet that comes with dusk in the country, where the world feels like it's holding its breath for the night. For reasons I still don't fully understand, I suggested to my mom that we go check out the fireflies in the field behind our house. I don't think I was trying to be brave or anything. It just popped into my head like an impulse. Fireflies were a rare kind of magic in summer, especially in places like this, and I thought it would be nice to see them up close, dancing in the dark. My mom agreed quietly, and we slipped out the back door, careful not to wake my dad, who was still inside resting. Walking back into the field was like stepping into another world. The grass was tall enough to brush against our legs, and the smell of damp earth mixed with the sweet scent of summer flowers filled the air. The stars were just starting to twinkle above, small pinpricks of light in the wide-open sky. I remember the way the soft night breeze moved the grass around us, creating a quiet wave beneath the faint silver moonlight. After a few minutes of walking, the fireflies began to appear, tiny bursts of glowing light flickering here and there, floating above the grass like miniature lanterns. Their glow was soft and yellowish-green, blinking slowly like they were breathing. It was peaceful, and for a while, I forgot all the usual noise of the world. But then, something else caught my eye. Off in the distance, where the open, unused part of our family's field met the farm's section, there were two bright red lights. They were strange, too bright to be a firefly, too steady to be a flashlight, and too large to be any normal insect or animal. The lights hovered about 5 to 10 feet off the ground, parallel to the earth, and they stayed fixed in that position, but with some space between them. I wasn't sure how far apart exactly, maybe 15 or 20 feet. I stopped and pointed them out to my mom. She looked where I was looking and nodded slowly, confirming she saw them too. That's when a quiet unease began to grow in my chest, like when you sense something is off but can't quite put your finger on it. The lights didn't flicker or blink like car headlights or flashlights. They were perfectly round and steady, like they had been placed there deliberately. At first, we thought it was the farmer's tractor. Maybe he had left it running or parked there with the lights on, maybe to check on something before leaving. But the more we stared, the more the lights seemed unnatural. Suddenly, the two lights began to move, but not like a vehicle driving across the field. They hovered. They went up and down smoothly, like they were floating on invisible waves. They didn't sway side to side or turn. They just moved vertically, rising and falling slowly, still exactly level with each other. Their movement was steady, constant, almost mechanical. Neither my mom nor I said anything. We just watched, frozen in place. The lights didn't blink or change color or shift direction. They stayed facing us, steady and unwavering. Then, without warning, the lights started moving horizontally away from us. They floated slowly, still going up and down in that steady rhythm, but they were drifting toward the edge of the field where a thick cluster of trees grew. I remember the shadows the trees cast looked darker against the night sky. My heart began to beat faster, not in fear exactly, but because of the strange, surreal nature of what we were seeing. The instinct to chase was strong. We moved forward quickly, trying to keep the lights in sight, following their slow ascent and descent as they moved further away from us. We ran through the tall grass, the blades scraping against our legs, the soft earth damp beneath our shoes. The smell of wet dirt and crushed plants filled the air. My breath was shallow, partly from the run, partly from the rush of adrenaline. The lights moved closer to the trees, drifting along the edge of the forest. I kept expecting them to disappear behind the trees and then appear again on the other side, but they didn't. When the lights reached the thickest part of the woods, they vanished completely. It was like they melted into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. We stood there in the silence that followed, breathing heavily. The night suddenly felt colder, heavier. The usual comfort of being near home was gone, replaced by a strange tension that wrapped around me like a thick blanket. We looked at each other, both of us knowing what we had just witnessed didn't make any sense. There were no sounds except our breathing and the rustling of leaves, no engines or machinery nearby, and no other lights in the sky. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, or the weight of the unknown that hung in the air. I went to bed that night, but stared at the ceiling for hours, thinking about those lights, about how they moved so silently, so deliberately, and how they disappeared as if they never existed. The next day, I checked with the local farmer. He said no tractors or equipment had been left in that part of the field that night. He didn't know anything about the lights, and no one else I asked had seen anything unusual either. Days passed, but the memory stayed with me. Sometimes, when I'm outside at night, I catch myself scanning the dark field behind the house, half expecting to see those two glowing red circles hovering in the distance. I never found an explanation for what those lights were, and I don't think I want to. The feeling of that night, the quiet, the movement, the disappearance, it unsettles me more than I can explain. It's not about monsters or fantasy. It's about something strange and real, something that doesn't fit into the everyday world I know. Since then, I've stayed away from that part of the field after dark. I still love the quiet nights and the fireflies, but there's a part of me that remembers those lights, steady and red, hovering just out of reach, and it makes me feel small and unsure in a way I haven't felt before. Sometimes I wonder if someone else saw them too, but the truth is, most people in my town don't look up or out into the fields when night falls. They keep their lights on, their doors locked, and their heads down. I guess I'll never know what those lights were, but I know one thing for sure. There are things out there in the night that don't follow any rules we understand. And sometimes, it's best just to watch quietly from a distance and let the mystery be. Last year, I went to Penhust, the abandoned asylum near Philly, with my then girlfriend and 3 or 4 other friends. We'd heard stories about the place for years, how it was massive, creepy, and how tough it was to actually find the real buildings once you got near it. Google Maps would lead you to the general area, but the final stretch was like a maze, especially at night. We arrived pretty late, around 3 or 4 in the morning, after driving through narrow country roads that cut through thick woods and farmland. The air was cold and still, not a breeze. The kind of silence where every footstep echoes and your own breathing sounds loud. We parked on the side of a dirt road, the headlights casting long, sharp shadows between the trees. The plan was simple: find the asylum buildings, sneak inside, and explore. None of us had been there before, so part of the excitement was the unknown. As we moved away from the car, flashlights in hand, the forest swallowed us up. The path was uneven and muddy from recent rains, and the ground smelled of wet earth and rotting leaves. We had to be careful, not just to avoid noise, but also to avoid old broken glass and rusted debris scattered around. Walking through the woods in complete darkness was unnerving. The trees were tall and thick, their bare branches scraping the sky like skeletal fingers. Every now and then, an owl hooted in the distance, or some small animal rustled in the underbrush. We moved quietly, whispering sometimes, but mostly just trying to focus on the beam of our flashlights cutting through the blackness. After what felt like an hour of wandering, we finally saw it. A huge building, looming out of the darkness, with boarded-up windows and crumbling walls. It was definitely part of the Penhust complex, though not the main building everyone talked about. This one looked more like the outskirts, maybe an old administrative wing or staff quarters. The brick was faded and chipped, vines crawling up like veins. The roof was sagging in spots, and parts of the foundation had sunk unevenly. We all stopped. The excitement hit us like a wave. We'd actually found a building. We crouched low and approached slowly, careful not to make noise. But then, something was off. Several of the lights inside were on. Not dim glows, but full, bright bulbs shining through some of the windows. At first, we froze. None of us said a word. The fact that the building had working lights at this hour was strange enough, but it got worse. From inside, we could hear noises, knocks and bangs, the scrape of something heavy moving, and faint voices. We couldn't make out what was being said, but the sounds definitely weren't just wind or animals. Almost on instinct, we ducked into the woods beside the building. The brush was thick and tangled, with thorny bushes that scratched at our clothes and skin, but we didn't care. We just wanted to stay hidden. Whoever was in the building could see us if we were in the open, and none of us wanted to get caught trespassing. The noises continued for a few minutes. At one point, the building's lights all went out at once. The sudden blackness swallowed the windows like a hole in the wall. We thought maybe they left or the power cut off, so we began to relax a bit, thinking it might be safe to move back onto the path. But before we could even stand up fully, headlights appeared. A car pulled up, its engine humming softly but steadily as it stopped near the building. The headlights cast long beams through the trees, making the shadows jump around us. We flattened ourselves as much as possible. Then, almost as suddenly as the first car arrived, more cars appeared. One after another, at least 5 vehicles came driving up the path, each parking in front of the building. No lights went on, no doors opened. Just silent, still cars sitting there in a semicircle around the front. It was strange. None of us spoke. Our nerves were on edge, hearts pounding in the cold air. The whole scene was surreal, like we'd stumbled into some secret meeting. We tried to peer through the dark windows, but all we saw were blackened rooms, no movement inside. The cars stayed for about 15 or 20 minutes. Then all of them started leaving, one by one, without a word or a sign. The headlights disappeared down the road, and the building returned to silence and darkness. The only sound was the soft rustling of the forest around us. We stayed hidden for a while longer, trying to collect ourselves. Everyone was jittery. The tension was thick. We debated whether to keep exploring or just get the hell out of there. No one wanted to admit it, but something about that scene put us all on edge. Eventually, we decided to head back. The path was harder to find in the dark now. We stuck close together, shining our flashlights ahead, eyes scanning every shadow. Then, as if the night wasn't already playing tricks on us, I felt my heart stop for a second. There was a light, a small, focused beam, shining right at me. It looked like a flashlight being waved slowly back and forth. I froze, eyes wide, trying to figure out where it was coming from. But then I realized it wasn't a flashlight. It was a star, partially covered by a branch that was swaying slightly in the wind, making the light seem to flicker. Even knowing it was just a star didn't calm me down much. The whole night had been too weird, too unsettling. We moved quickly after that, barely speaking, until we reached the car and drove away. Looking back, it's clear now what we might have walked into. It wasn't ghosts or anything supernatural. It was probably one of 3 things: a drug deal, a cult meeting, or some kind of party. A party seemed unlikely given the state of the buildings, the crumbling floors, flooded basements, and the fact that the place was known to be patrolled by cops. The whole experience left us paranoid and jumpy for weeks. We couldn't stop thinking about those cars parked there, the voices inside the building, and how close we came to being caught. What exactly they were doing in there, I'll probably never know. But whatever it wasn't something you wanted to stumble across in the dead of night at an abandoned asylum. I was 19 and camping on Lake Vermilion in northern Minnesota, a place thick with towering pines and silent lakes that stretched far into the horizon. The lake was cold and clear, reflecting the night sky like a giant mirror. The air smelled like pine needles, wet earth, and the faint tang of lake water. It was early September, and the days had just started to cool down after a warm summer. The nights were crisp and quiet, with just the sounds of nature and the occasional boat cruising across the water. Our group had set up camp on a rocky outcrop near the shore. We had spent the day fishing, hiking, and swimming. As the sun dipped below the horizon, everyone settled into their tents. The fire pit flickered low, sending out small, dying embers. I wasn't far behind them, but before I turned in, I remembered I had left my fishing line out on the rod, stretched out into the water. It was a careless mistake, and I didn't want to lose the line or the lure I had carefully chosen for the day. The camp was silent except for the occasional crackle from the dying fire and the faint murmur of the lake lapping against the rocky shore. The moon was high and bright, casting a pale silver light over the rocks and water, making everything look ghostly and still. I grabbed my flashlight and quietly stepped out from the tent, careful not to wake anyone. The cold air hit my face as I walked across the hard, uneven rocks toward the water's edge where my fishing rod leaned, its line stretching far out into the dark lake. The rocks were slick with moss and moisture, and I had to watch my footing carefully. My breath made small clouds in the cool night air, and the only sound was the crunch of my boots against the rocky ground. I stood at the edge, the lake stretching out in front of me like a vast, dark mirror. The water was still except for small ripples catching the moonlight. I gripped the rod and began to slowly reel in the line, the steady whir of the reel cutting through the silence. Suddenly, I felt it, a ringing in my ears, faint at first but quickly growing intense, until it was all I could hear. It wasn't just a ringing, it was like my head was vibrating from the inside, a high-pitched drone that seemed to shake the bones in my skull. The sound was so loud it felt like it might burst my eardrums. I staggered back a step, almost dropping the rod. For a moment, I thought I was going to pass out or throw up from the pressure inside my head. What was strange was that, despite the ringing, I could still hear everything around me with unbelievable clarity. The sound was not muffled or dulled by the noise in my ears. Instead, it felt as if every little noise was magnified. The gentle slap of the water against the rocky shore was louder than I had ever noticed before. Somewhere in the distance, the faint hum of a boat motor pulsed through the night as a lone fisherman cruised back toward the marina after a late-night trip. Even the rustling of leaves and the faint crack of twigs in the woods behind the campsite sounded sharp and clear, as if an invisible microphone had been placed right beside my ears. I stood there frozen for a moment, caught between the unbearable ringing and the strange clarity of the world around me. The noise inside my head was like an alarm, a siren that made me feel like I was trapped inside my own body. The vibration was so strong I could almost feel it in my teeth and bones, but at the same time, I was painfully aware of every tiny sound in the woods: birds settling in their nests, the faint rustle of an animal moving through the brush, the whisper of the wind shifting the branches overhead. The whole experience lasted only a few minutes, but it felt like hours. I tried to breathe deeply, hoping to calm the ringing, but it didn't go away. It wasn't painful exactly, but it was overwhelming, like having a jackhammer inside my skull. My heart pounded as the ringing continued to pulse. I leaned against a tree, gripping the rough bark to steady myself, afraid that if I let go, I might fall or collapse. Eventually, the ringing slowly began to fade, as suddenly as it had come on. The vibration inside my head lessened until it was just a faint hum, then disappeared altogether. I blinked several times, trying to focus, as the world around me returned to its usual quiet state. The water was still, the boat was gone, and the woods had settled into the normal night sounds I was used to hearing. I stood there for a few more moments, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I felt shaken but strangely alert, as if my senses had been switched to some impossible level of awareness, and then abruptly shut off. I slowly reeled in the rest of the fishing line, now trembling slightly but determined not to lose the lure. When I got back to camp, the fire was almost out, and everyone was fast asleep. I didn't mention what happened, not really knowing how to explain it. It was too strange, too unreal. I lay down in my sleeping bag inside the tent, but I couldn't stop hearing that ringing in my head, faint but still lingering. It made it hard to sleep, like a quiet buzzing that kept my mind on edge. Over the next few days, I thought about it often. I wondered if it was some kind of ear infection, or maybe an early sign of hearing damage, but I never had anything like it before or since. It wasn't a tinnitus that lingered, but a sudden, intense wave of sound that invaded my head, and then vanished as quickly as it had come. I never forgot the way the world sounded that night. Like every small noise was amplified, like the woods themselves were alive with secrets, and I was hearing them all at once. It was terrifying and beautiful in a way I couldn't explain. I never went back to that exact spot on the rock to fish again at night. It felt too exposed, too vulnerable, like the lake and forest had revealed something meant to be hidden. Years later, whenever I think back to that night, I still remember the cold air on my face, the slick moss under my boots, the stillness of the lake, and that terrible, overwhelming ringing that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a moment when the natural world felt vast and unknowable, a reminder that some things are beyond what we understand, without needing to be ghosts or monsters, just the raw power of the earth and our fragile senses. That night on Lake Vermilion stayed with me, a memory of silence broken by a ringing that no one else ever heard, a sound that felt like it came from inside me and from the lake itself, blurring the lines between what was real and what was almost too much to bear. It was real, and it was enough. The night was clear and cold when my husband and I decided to drive out of the city. The kind of clear that makes every star sharp and bright, like you could almost reach up and touch them if you just stretched your hand far enough. We wanted to see the meteor shower, something we'd been talking about for weeks. The city lights always got in the way, so heading out toward the farm country nearby seemed like the perfect idea. The air in the car smelled faintly of the peppermint gum my husband always kept in the glove box. I could feel the crispness of early spring outside, even through the closed windows. We left late after dinner, around 10 p.m., the roads empty except for the occasional car passing by. The highway was familiar, smooth pavement, clear signs, and a steady glow from distant towns, but we weren't interested in staying on it. The idea was to get away from any light pollution, so we took the first offshoot we saw, then another, and then another, driving deeper and deeper into farmland. The fields stretched out on either side, dark and vast, with the occasional silhouette of a barn or a grain silo. I watched the sky, already studded with stars, and felt my excitement build. The road began to narrow, gravel replacing asphalt, and the trees thinned out into rows and rows of small evergreens. It wasn't until we drove up a slight hill that my husband suddenly said he recognized where we were. It was a Christmas tree farm his family used to visit when he was a kid. The rows of saplings looked familiar, and the scent of pine was faint but unmistakable in the night air. What we hadn't realized was that we had taken a private driveway, one that led behind the farm, not the main entrance. The gravel road was narrower here, bordered by wooden posts with rusty barbed wire stretched between them. A weathered, half-hidden sign warned of private property, but it was old and faded and easy to miss in the dark. Neither of us was concerned about trespassing, at least not yet. We were more interested in finding a good spot to lie back and watch the stars. My husband parked the truck at the top of the hill, right between two rows of pine trees, and we both climbed out. The bed of the truck was empty and clean. We decided to lie there, backs flat against the metal, looking straight up. The moon was full and bright, hanging low in the sky, casting silvery light over the landscape. The stars glittered like diamonds, and the Milky Way stretched across the horizon like a faint, dusty river. We pointed out constellations to each other, tracing the shapes with our fingers. I could see the occasional streak of a shooting star, brief and bright. It was perfect, quiet except for the rustling of a gentle breeze through the pine needles. Then it started. The sound was soft but unmistakable, the steady, deliberate clopping of horse hooves on gravel. It was close, very close, maybe 10 feet away, somewhere just beyond the line of trees. I stopped talking and looked around, trying to see where the noise was coming from. The moonlight was bright enough to make out almost every shape, every shadow, but there was no horse. No shape, no dark outline, nothing that could have made the sound. The footsteps kept coming, slow and steady, and it felt like the horse was moving directly alongside the truck. The sound was so clear, so real, that my skin prickled and I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. It was strange, almost like the sound was there, but the thing making it wasn't. I glanced at my husband, and he was looking around too, eyes wide. We didn't say anything out loud, but the feeling between us was the same. Unease, a prickling sense that something wasn't right. I could tell he was creeped out too, even though we both tried to brush it off. I think the moonlight made it feel more unsettling. There was nowhere for a horse to hide. The night was too bright for shadows to play tricks. After what felt like a minute, but could have been longer, the hoofbeats stopped suddenly. Silence fell again, thick and heavy, the kind of silence that presses in on your ears. The quiet was almost louder than the horse sounds had been. I heard my own breathing, steady but a little faster than before. We both quickly climbed back into the truck, slamming the doors behind us. The cold metal of the truck bed pressed against my back as I sank into the seat. We turned on the truck's headlights, sweeping the beams slowly over the rows of trees and the gravel road. No horse, no movement, nothing except the flickering shadows of the pines swaying in the breeze. We sat there a moment, both staring into the darkness beyond the headlights. The sense of unease stayed with us. I found my hands gripping the steering wheel tighter than necessary. It felt like we had walked into something we weren't meant to see, or maybe just that we had been somewhere private and something didn't want us there. Without saying a word, my husband started the truck and pulled slowly back down the gravel driveway. The stars disappeared behind the roof of the truck, but the moon stayed bright, shining through the windshield. The silence in the cab was thick, neither of us wanting to speak, both caught up in our own thoughts. The gravel crunched under the tires as we descended. We decided to drive to a different spot, somewhere more public, where we wouldn't feel like we were trespassing or intruding. After a short while, we found an empty field near the edge of a small town. We stopped there, laid back in the truck bed again, and watched the meteor shower with no strange sounds, just the peaceful night and the streaks of light above. The invisible horse episode stayed with us for a long time after. I thought about it often, trying to explain it to myself logically. Maybe it was some sort of trick of the night air or an animal walking somewhere out of sight. But the sounds were too close, too clear. The bright moon and our clear view meant it wasn't an illusion caused by shadows. The experience was unsettling because it was so real and yet so impossible to explain. It wasn't a ghost story or a fairy tale. It was something quietly strange, a small piece of the night that didn't quite fit with what we know or expect. That night, the stars were beautiful, the air was crisp, and the landscape was peaceful. But somewhere just beyond the reach of the headlights, something invisible was walking beside us, reminding us how little control we really have over the darkness and the quiet spaces we try to enter. I remember that day on the Green River in Wyoming like it was yesterday, even though it happened years ago. It was one of those days when the weather feels like it's holding its breath, like the whole world is waiting for something. My father and I had planned the trip for weeks. We were both passionate about fly fishing, not just a casual pastime, but something that demanded patience, focus, and a little bit of luck. The Green River is known for its cold, clear water and the way it twists and turns through the rocky Wyoming landscape, perfect for trout fishing. We arrived early, just as the morning light was starting to soften. The air was crisp, the smell of wet earth and pine was sharp and clean, and the river flowed steady and sure beneath the fading mist. We unpacked our gear carefully, rods, reels, flies organized in little boxes, waders already on. The water was cold on my boots, but the feeling was electric, energizing. I felt connected to the river, the current, the fish hidden beneath the surface, and to my father, who had taught me everything about fishing over the years. The day passed slowly, peacefully at first. We caught a few fish, small but lively. I could feel the tension in my rod when a trout bit, that wonderful tug that made my heart leap. My father was quiet but focused, watching the clouds grow heavier, darker on the horizon. The sky was shifting, a deep gray-blue creeping in from the west, rolling like a tide about to break. It didn't feel like a normal rainstorm was coming. It was different, heavier, somehow charged. I noticed my hair beginning to stand on end before my father did. There was a strange prickling sensation on my scalp, and my fingertips tingled faintly. The graphite of my fishing rod was alive with static, a low buzz that grew louder with each passing moment. It was the kind of static electricity that feels like a warning, like the air itself was holding an electric charge, waiting to be released. My father's eyes narrowed as he felt it too. He was quick to react. Without hesitation, he shouted at me to drop the rods. No questions, no argument. Just the urgency in his voice told me everything. We ran, fast, toward his truck parked a short distance back from the river's edge. The rain hadn't fallen yet, but the wind was rising and the sky was blackening rapidly. The truck was a small haven, a temporary shelter from whatever was coming. We climbed inside, doors slammed shut, and for a few moments, the storm seemed to be holding back. Inside the cab, the air was thick with tension. The radio, usually filled with static or country music, was crackling with interference, a sound almost like it was being overwhelmed by the electric energy building around us. The storm was close now. The first distant rumbles of thunder rolled through the sky. I sat frozen, staring out through the windshield, watching the world transform. And then it happened. Directly in front of the truck, about 100 feet away, suspended above the ground near the edge of a small embankment that ran along the road, a ball of electricity appeared. It wasn't like anything I'd ever seen or imagined. It was like a floating sphere of pure light and power, humming with energy so dense I could feel it in my chest. The sphere glowed with an intense, white-blue light that crackled and snapped, sending off little sparks that fizzled into the air. The buzzing sound it made was eerie, almost mechanical, like the high-pitched whine of a Tesla coil, but alive and breathing in its own way. The radio inside the truck responded to the sphere's energy, the static rising and falling with the ball's pulses, warbling in an odd, unsettling harmony. It felt as if the ball was controlling the atmosphere, a presence that altered the natural order of things. I watched, awestruck, my breath fogging the windshield, unable to tear my eyes away from the spectacle. It slowly moved, gliding in a straight line parallel to the road embankment for about 30 feet. The air around it shimmered and crackled. I could see little arcs of electricity leap off it in tiny bolts, disappearing harmlessly into the dirt and grass. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the ball of lightning exploded in a flash of blinding white light. The sound was deafening, sharp and intense, like a massive electrical discharge being released all at once. When the light faded, the sphere was gone, leaving behind only the faint smell of ozone, a clean metallic scent that filled the air and clung to my clothes and skin. The static that had been so thick moments before disappeared, and the hum of the truck's radio returned to normal. We sat there for a long time afterward, the reality of what we'd just witnessed settling around us like a fog. Neither of us said anything. Words felt inadequate. The silence was heavy, but filled with a kind of reverence. That moment was something rare, something that felt like it came from a world beyond normal understanding. I knew it was a natural phenomenon, but it was so surreal it almost felt supernatural. Later, after the storm passed and the sky cleared, we returned to the river and continued fishing. The water was cooler now, the fish more cautious. The world felt different, quieter, like the storm and the ball of lightning had reset everything. For days afterward, the memory of that glowing sphere stayed with me, haunting my thoughts and dreams. Eventually, I sought out information. It wasn't easy to find. The phenomenon we had witnessed is called ball lightning, an incredibly rare and poorly understood form of electrical discharge. Scientists have only observed it a handful of times, and even then, it's often in controlled environments or fleeting glimpses. Ball lightning is known to appear during thunderstorms, glowing spheres of electricity that can move independently and vanish without a trace. Reading about it brought some clarity, but it didn't diminish the awe I felt. Ball lightning remains a mystery, a reminder of how much we don't know about the natural world, especially when it comes to the raw power of storms and electricity. It's a reminder that even in the midst of routine, fishing by a river in Wyoming, there are moments that transcend everyday life and remind us of nature's vast, unpredictable power. That day changed the way I see storms and lightning. It made me respect the power of nature in a way I never had before, and it reinforced the bond between me and my father, sharing something so rare and unforgettable. It wasn't a ghost or a fairy tale. It was something real, something incredible, and something I would never trade for anything else, even winning $1 million lottery ticket. Now, every time I hold a fishing rod or feel the air change before a storm, I remember that glowing ball of electricity and the strange, beautiful moment when the world stood still for just a little while. About 3 years ago, I was driving home with a friend. We both lived about 30 minutes away from the rest of the group we usually hung out with, so carpooling was the normal routine. That night was no different, except for one thing. We ended up on a road we never usually took. I can't exactly remember why we chose that route. If I had to guess, we were coming back from a concert or some kind of event that wasn't exactly on our normal path home. Maybe a detour or just trying to avoid some traffic. Whatever the reason, it felt like a shortcut at the time, but it was anything but. The road itself was a 2-lane stretch, surrounded by dense woods on either side. One lane going our way, and one lane for oncoming traffic. It was narrow, twisting and turning as it cut through the trees. There were no streetlights. The only light came from the car's headlights and the occasional passing vehicle. It was the kind of road where if you weren't paying attention, you could easily miss a turn or run off the edge. We were driving along, chatting and laughing, just like usual. I remember feeling relaxed, enjoying the quiet night with my friend beside me. The kind of easy conversation you have when the day is winding down, and you're just happy to be heading home. The car's engine was steady, and the tires softly hummed against the asphalt. We reached a long, straight part of the road, and it was darker than I expected. The tree branches stretched overhead, blocking out the faint moonlight, and the road seemed to disappear into the night. I struggled to see very far ahead, so I flipped the high beams on. The bright lights cut through the dark like a blade, lighting up everything in front of us. Just then, something caught my eye to the right side of the road, a little off the asphalt and close to the edge where the trees started. At first, I thought maybe it was a deer or some kind of animal, but as the light hit it better, I realized it was a woman. She was standing there, wearing a white dress. It wasn't like a wedding dress or anything fancy like that. It was just a long white dress, simple but out of place for that setting. She had a bag in one hand and was walking slowly towards the road. I don't know what exactly went through my head in that moment. Maybe it was the shock or just instinct, but I jerked the steering wheel hard to the left to avoid hitting her. The car swerved, and both of us let out a small, sharp yelp. The tires screeched softly on the asphalt as I slowed down to a crawl. We stopped completely, staring at each other, both of us frozen in place. I looked back towards where the woman had been, but there was nothing there. No shadow, no movement, no sign that she was ever there at all. The spot where I saw her was empty, just the dark woods and the road stretching ahead. We stayed still for a moment, neither of us saying a word. The silence felt heavy, thick with confusion. My friend looked at me with wide eyes, trying to figure out if I had seen the same thing. I nodded slowly, still unsure if I wasn't imagining it. I drove forward slowly, scanning the edges of the road for any sign of the woman. But there was nothing. No footprints in the gravel, no torn fabric, no bag left behind. Nothing at all. The rest of the drive home was quiet. The mood had shifted, and the easy feeling we had before was gone. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see her again. But the road remained empty, silent except for the hum of the tires and the occasional distant sound of an animal somewhere in the woods. When we finally got to my place, I told a few friends about it later. Most of them joked, saying maybe we hit her and just didn't realize it, or that I was so tired I imagined the whole thing. Some teased that it was a ghost or a spirit. I don't believe in that stuff, and honestly, it's not like that experience was spooky in a supernatural way. It was just weird and real. I know what I saw. What bugs me the most is the fact that she vanished without a trace. A person doesn't just disappear like that. No way she could have run off or hidden that quickly. The car was going maybe 40 or 50 miles per hour when I spotted her, and we both reacted fast. If she had been on the side of the road and moved away, I would have seen something. But there was absolutely nothing. It's the kind of thing that keeps playing in your head when you're alone at night, driving down a dark road. You start wondering if maybe she was someone hurt or lost. Maybe she was trying to hitch a ride. Or maybe she was a stranger who wandered off from somewhere. The problem is, there are no houses or signs of civilization along that stretch of road for miles. Nothing that would explain a woman walking there in the middle of the night, dressed like that. After that night, I avoided that road completely. I stuck to the usual route, even if it took a few extra minutes. The thought of seeing her again, or someone like her, was unsettling. I keep thinking about what could have happened if I hadn't seen her in time. Would I have hit her? Would she have been hurt? Or was she someone who needed help and vanished because I didn't stop? Whatever the truth is, I've never been able to explain it, and I don't think I ever will. It's one of only two strange things that have ever happened to me that I can't rationalize. The other one involves what I believe might have been aliens, but that's a story for another time. That night stays with me, not because it was scary in the usual sense, but because it was so real and so strange. Sometimes I still picture her in that white dress, walking slowly along the edge of the woods, and wonder what her story was, who she was, and why she disappeared. It was late at night on the night before Christmas Eve. The streets were mostly empty, quiet except for the occasional hum of a car passing by or the soft rustling of cold wind blowing through the trees lining the sidewalks. I was out with a mate, just the two of us, trying to finish up some last-minute Christmas shopping. We'd been out for a while, hitting a few stores, grabbing some essentials that somehow got overlooked in the busy rush before the holidays. The stores had all closed by now, and we were finally heading back to my place. The road we were on was the main street through town, a stretch I'd driven hundreds of times. The streetlights flickered softly above, casting pools of yellow light on the pavement. It was around 11:30 p.m., the kind of late hour when everything feels a little off, quiet, but not peaceful. There's this strange tension in the air, like the world is holding its breath. The cold crept in through the cracked window of the car, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me. My mate was driving, his eyes focused on the road but glancing around too, probably feeling that same late-night vibe. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught something strange. It was just for a second, but it stopped me cold. I saw something on the corner of the footpath, just before a pedestrian crossing. At first, I thought it might be some trash or maybe a jacket someone left behind, but then I realized it was a young kid, maybe 10 or 11 years old. He was slumped over a stationary bike, hunched forward with his arms spread over the handlebars, his head resting on them. He wore a helmet, but it looked scuffed and old, the kind of helmet someone had been using for a long time. His clothes were dirty, worn thin from what I could tell in the low light, and he wasn't moving at all. Not a twitch, not a breath I could see. The way he sat there, so still and heavy over the bike, made my stomach drop. It wasn't the usual tired kid leaning against his bike after a long ride. This felt wrong. He looked like he'd passed out, or worse. I stared for a moment, frozen. My heart started racing. I turned and looked at my mate, eyes wide. "Did you see that?" I said, my voice low but urgent. He nodded slowly, confused. We both slowed down, but the car kept moving. I urged him to turn around right then and there. The feeling of dread was thick, wrapping itself around me like a heavy blanket. I reached for my phone, fingers trembling. I was ready to call the police, an ambulance, anyone. The kid needed help. I wasn't going to just drive away. My mate did as I asked, and made a U-turn at the next corner. We drove back slowly to where I'd seen the boy. But when we got there, the street was empty. The bike was gone. No sign of the kid. It was like he'd vanished. We went back and forth down that stretch a few times, parking and looking all around the footpath, under the streetlights, along the curb. Nothing. No bike, no kid, no sign anyone had been there. The street was quiet and empty. The cold seemed to settle heavier now. My mind started racing with questions I didn't want to answer. Had I imagined it? Was I just seeing things? But my mate admitted later that he'd seen it too, in the rearview mirror as we'd driven past the first time. He'd seen the front wheel of the bike move slightly, just a little, before he got distracted doing the U-turn and lost sight of it. We tried to convince ourselves it must have been some kid playing a prank, trying to scare us. That was the only explanation that made any sense. Maybe the kid had hidden just before we turned around, but something about it still gnawed at me. The way he was slumped there, completely still, didn't look like a prank. Kids playing tricks don't usually stay that quiet or motionless. And why would he wear a helmet and look so dirty and tired? That night, I kept thinking about it. I couldn't sleep. I kept imagining that kid's head resting on the handlebars, his shoulders sagging in the cold. Was he hurt? Did he need help? Had he been there all night? I pictured that empty street corner over and over, wondering if anyone else had seen him or if someone was looking for him. The next day, I went back to the same corner during daylight. The street looked completely different in the sun, warm and familiar, with cars parked along the side and a few people walking dogs or carrying groceries. I searched the spot where I'd seen him, looking for a bike or a helmet or anything left behind. There was nothing, just a few scattered leaves and the dull gray pavement. I talked to a couple of people in nearby houses, asking if they'd seen anything unusual the night before. Some said no, some said they hadn't been paying attention. One neighbor said they thought they heard a bike chain rattle late at night, but didn't think much of it. No one had seen a kid slumped over a bike, or anything like that. It was strange, almost like the kid had never been there at all. I kept trying to make sense of it all. Maybe the kid had wandered off after we drove past. Maybe he was hiding from someone or something. Maybe he'd had a bad accident and had gotten up and walked away before we came back. Or maybe he'd been in trouble, tired and scared, and I'd been the only person who saw him. I kept picturing that night, the cold air pressing in on the empty street, the flickering streetlights, and the boy leaning on his bike. I kept thinking about what I should have done differently. Should I have stopped the car? Should I have gotten out to check? But the thought of leaving the safety of the car and stepping into the cold, dark street alone at that time still makes my skin crawl. The week since then hasn't been easy. Every time I drive past that corner, I scan the sidewalk, half expecting to see him again. I check every shadow, every patch of darkness. It's like my brain won't let me forget. I even thought about going to the police and reporting what I saw, but I worry they'd just think I'm making it up or that I'm overreacting. After all, there was no proof, no evidence. Just me, my mate, and a fleeting glimpse. Sometimes I wonder if the kid was lost or running away from something. Maybe he was homeless or in trouble at home, or maybe he just needed someone to see him, someone to help. I don't know. But what I do know is that I haven't stopped thinking about it, not even for a moment. I guess in the end, what scares me most is how easy it is to miss something like that. How someone can be right there on a busy street, needing help, and still disappear without a trace. It makes me realize how little we really know about the people we pass every day, and how sometimes we're the only chance they have. That night has stayed with me, a reminder that sometimes the world can feel cold and lonely, and that there are people out there who might be struggling in ways we don't see. And even though I don't have answers, I hope that kid found his way home, wherever he is. That Christmas a few years ago sticks with me in a way I still don't fully understand. I don't talk about it much, and I'm not sure why exactly. Maybe because it feels too strange or too unsettling to explain. But it's one of those memories that comes back when I least expect it, especially when the nights get longer and the air turns cold. It's about my uncle, who was visiting us from out of town, and something he made us see that none of us have ever forgotten. My family isn't the religious type. We don't go to church regularly, and prayer isn't a big part of our lives. But my uncle was different. He was very involved in his church, and when he came to visit, he carried that seriousness with him. He's a quiet man, not loud or flashy, but when he speaks about his faith, you can tell he means every word. That Christmas, we had a usual family dinner planned. Lots of food, laughter, and the typical holiday mess around the table. I remember the kitchen smelled like roasted turkey, with that faint hint of rosemary and garlic that my mom always used, mixed with the warm scent of cinnamon from the apple pie cooling on the counter. After everyone had settled around the table, my uncle asked if he could say a prayer before we started eating. It felt a little unusual because, like I said, we weren't the praying type, but we didn't say no. I guess it felt respectful. He cleared his throat quietly and then began. His voice wasn't soft or casual like you might expect. It was deep and strong, with an edge of urgency, like every word carried weight. You could hear the passion and intensity in the way he spoke, the kind of intensity that makes you stop and really listen. He prayed for a few minutes, and as he went on, I noticed everyone around the table was unusually still. The usual holiday chatter had died down completely. Even my little cousins, who were usually squirming and fidgeting, were quiet, eyes focused on him. His words were about protection, guidance, and watching over us, but there was something else there too. Something that felt more serious than a normal prayer before a meal. It was like he was preparing us for something none of us knew yet. When he finished, there was a long pause. Nobody moved. Then, without saying much, he called me, my brother, and a few of my cousins to come outside with him. It felt strange because usually, when you step outside on a chilly December night, it's just to get some air or maybe see the decorations. But this was different. My uncle was serious, and there was something about his tone that made me feel like this wasn't just a casual moment. We stepped out of the warm house into the cold night air. The sky was clear and deep black, the kind of night where the stars looked like tiny diamonds scattered across a velvet cloth. The streetlights from the neighborhood cast a soft glow on the snow-covered lawns, but the sky above was completely open. My breath came out in little clouds, and I pulled my coat tighter around me. Then my uncle pointed straight up. He told us to look at the sky, and when I did, I almost didn't believe what I was seeing. There were thousands of lights moving across the sky in perfect, synchronized patterns. They weren't like shooting stars or airplanes. They streaked silently across the sky, bright and quick, then vanished almost immediately. The movements were too deliberate, too organized. It was like watching a massive light show, but one that felt completely natural and yet totally inexplicable. The lights moved in lines, curves, and circles, creating patterns that shifted and changed continuously. Some went fast, some slower, but they all moved in harmony, as if controlled by the same invisible hand. It was mesmerizing, but also a little unsettling. The cold night air suddenly felt heavier, like the world had paused to watch with us. I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. My brain reached for anything familiar, maybe drones, fireworks, or some kind of military exercise. But the way those lights moved didn't match any of that. There was no noise, no smoke, no sound of engines. Just the silent dance of thousands of bright, streaking lights. I glanced at my brother and cousins, and they were just as silent, their faces illuminated by the glow of those mysterious lights. My uncle didn't say anything more. He just stood there, looking up at the sky with a calm expression that felt almost like reverence. There was no fear, no excitement, just a quiet acknowledgement of whatever it was we were witnessing. It was as if he knew something none of us did. Something important, and maybe even dangerous. We stayed out there for what felt like a long time, just watching the lights move. The patterns slowly changed, some lights disappearing entirely while new ones appeared. Then, without any warning, the lights faded completely. The sky went back to being a normal, starry winter night. The spell was broken, and the strange feeling in the air lifted a little. My uncle told us to go back inside, and we did, stepping back into the warmth and normal sounds of the house. The buzz of the oven timer, the crackling of the fireplace, the muffled Christmas music playing somewhere in the background. It felt like waking from a dream. That night, I lay awake thinking about those lights. I couldn't shake the feeling that what we saw wasn't just some trick of the eye or a natural phenomenon. It was deliberate, organized, and so far beyond anything I'd ever seen in the sky. I kept replaying the moment my uncle called us outside, wondering why he wanted us to see that, why he didn't explain more, and what it all meant. In the days that followed, we never spoke about the lights again. My uncle left town, and the family moved on with life, but for me, the memory stayed vivid and clear. I looked up at the sky a lot after that, hoping to catch a glimpse again, but nothing came close to that night. What still haunts me is the feeling that the lights were a message or a warning. The way my uncle prayed with such intensity before, and then made us witness that silent show, feels like he was preparing us for something, even if I never figured out what. Maybe it was a sign of something coming, or maybe just a glimpse of things far beyond our understanding. Whatever it was, that night changed something inside me. It made me realize there's so much about the world we don't see, things that don't fit into neat explanations or easy answers. It made me pay attention more, to look up and wonder, and to respect that some mysteries don't need to be solved to be real. To this day, whenever Christmas comes around, I think about that night, about the cold air, the warmth of the house left behind, and the sky full of moving lights that vanished just as suddenly as they appeared. I don't know what those lights were, and I'm not sure I ever want to. But the memory remains clear and quiet, like a secret between me, my uncle, and the winter night sky. It was one of those warm summer nights when the air felt thick, but still fresh, like the kind that holds the faint smell of grass and dirt, and just enough breeze to keep the mosquitoes at bay. Me and my buddies had been drinking in that big open field, just outside town. The kind of place where you can see the stars if you look up, and the sound of cars fades into nothing except for crickets and the occasional distant bark from a dog or the rustle of leaves. We brought a few beers, maybe a couple of bottles of cider too, nothing too heavy, just enough to loosen up and enjoy the night. The kind of night that felt like it stretched out forever. It was about 11 p.m., not late enough for people to be totally gone, but quiet enough that the field felt mostly ours. Most of my friends were sitting around on blankets, talking, laughing quietly, trying not to get too loud and risk drawing the attention of any neighbors or cops. The moon was thin, just a sliver hanging in the dark sky, casting long shadows on the grass and making the trees at the edge of the field look like dark shapes standing still. I'd been holding it for a while, but after a few beers and the cold air, I knew I had to go. I didn't want to bother the others, so I decided to head into the forest just beyond the field to find some privacy. It wasn't that far, maybe 50 meters from where we were, but the trees were thick enough to block out most of the field's view and sound. The edge of the forest wasn't that spooky. I'd been there plenty of times before, walked through it in daylight without a second thought. Even at night, I didn't feel scared going a little way in. I told myself it was safe because people walked their dogs there sometimes, even late. So I slipped off into the trees alone, walking on a narrow path that wound between the trunks and under branches heavy with leaves. The ground was soft with fallen leaves and pine needles, and my feet made quiet crunches as I stepped carefully to avoid making too much noise. I didn't want to scare off any wildlife or disturb anyone else who might be around. The night air smelled like damp earth, with hints of moss and wildflowers I couldn't quite place. It was cool and fresh compared to the open field, and I found myself slowing down, almost relaxing. I found a small clearing deep enough that the light from the field couldn't reach it properly. Here, the shadows thickened, and the trees grew closer together. The moonlight filtered faintly through the canopy, casting dappled light on the ground. I figured this was as good a spot as any to do what I had to do. I dropped my trousers, squatted low, and let loose. That's when it happened. I was pulling up my socks and trousers when suddenly, an apple came flying out of nowhere, hitting me hard on the side of my face. It stung more than I expected, and my head snapped back from the surprise. Before I could even figure out what had happened, more apples started pelting me from all directions. 15 or more came flying, some thudding into my arms and chest, a couple landing on the ground at my feet. A few caught me solidly, and I could feel the bruises starting. I froze for a moment, blinking, trying to make sense of what was happening. I scanned the trees and the shadows around me, expecting to see my friends, some pranksters from the field who'd sneaked in to mess with me. But there was no one. The forest was silent except for the faint rustle of leaves as the apples bounced off branches and thudded against the soft earth. My heart started pounding. I looked up and around in every direction, stepping out into the clearing, hoping to catch a glimpse of whoever was throwing things at me. But all I saw were thick trees, their trunks standing still like silent guards, and patches of shadow that seemed to swallow the faint moonlight. There was no sign of movement, no shapes darting between the trees, no voices or footsteps. Nothing. I called out softly, but the only response was the echo of my own voice swallowed by the forest. My buddies couldn't be the ones doing this. There weren't enough of them to pull off something like this, and besides, they were all back in the field, where I had left them. I thought maybe some dog owners were out walking, but who throws apples? And in the middle of a forest, that deep? I crouched low, trying to stay quiet and see if anyone would show themselves, but the forest remained empty and still. The apples on the ground crushed beneath my boots as I took slow steps forward, eyes darting to every shadow. It felt like something out of a nightmare, but there was no monster or ghost. Just silence and dark, and the sharp smell of crushed fruit. I started moving back toward the edge of the trees, careful not to make a sound. My mind raced. Who or what could do this? I thought of hunters, maybe, but it was the wrong season for anything like that. Could it be kids? Some gang hiding in the forest, waiting to scare people? The thought of a group of people, hidden and watching, made the hairs on my neck stand up. I didn't want to run, didn't want to give whoever it was the satisfaction of seeing me scared. But at the same time, I knew I needed to get back to the field where I could find my friends, where there was safety in numbers. I started walking faster, stepping carefully but quicker, keeping my eyes peeled for any sign of movement. Then I heard it. Not a shout or a laugh, just a barely audible snap of a twig breaking somewhere off to my right. I froze. My breath caught. The forest around me seemed to hold its breath, too. I slowly turned toward the sound, but all I could see were tree trunks and darkness. No one moved. The night was suddenly too quiet, too still. I took a deep breath and kept moving, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't dare look behind me, afraid I'd see a shadow creeping closer. The path back seemed longer than before, the trees closing in as the moon slipped behind a cloud. I could barely see the edge of the field now, just a faint glow. Finally, I burst through the last line of trees and back into the open. The field was calm again, the laughter and voices of my friends floating over to me like a safe promise. I called out and they looked over, surprised to see me out of breath and a little shaken. They hadn't seen or heard anything strange. No one had been in the forest except us. I didn't tell them about the apples. I didn't want them to think I was crazy. But as I sat back down with the group, the cold bruises on my arm stinging every time I moved, I kept thinking about those quiet woods and the invisible things that threw those apples at me. Whoever or whatever it was, they knew how to hide, and they weren't about to show themselves. The forest stayed dark that night, and I didn't go back in. It was a bright, chilly winter morning, the kind of day where the sunlight feels sharp against the cold air, but it's still warm enough to sit by the window with a blanket and a good book. I had settled down in the living room, headphones on, listening to a playlist of soft, slow music that always helps me focus and relax. The kind of music that feels like a gentle hum around your mind, easy and steady. The kind that lets your thoughts drift in and out as you get lost in the pages of a story. I was deep into a collection of slightly unsettling tales. Nothing too scary, just enough to keep me on edge, but comfortable. The kind of stories you read when the day is bright and safe, so the tension feels like a distant thrill rather than something real. The sun streamed through the window, casting sharp shadows from the blinds onto the carpet, and the heating warmed the room just right. Then suddenly, there was a faint tapping sound. At first, I thought it was a branch brushing against the window, or maybe a bird. But the tapping continued, slow and steady, and it wasn't coming from the window. It was the front door. A soft knock, cautious, polite almost. I removed my headphones and listened more carefully, my heart rate barely rising, but my attention sharpening. The sound repeated, a knock, a pause, another knock. I wasn't expecting anyone. No one was supposed to come by today. I live alone, and mornings like this I usually keep to myself. I stood up and moved towards the door, feeling a slight chill as the warmth of the living room gave way to the cooler air near the entrance. My feet pressed down on the rug, quiet but steady, and I felt a small knot of unease twist in my stomach. Before I could reach the door, there was an almighty boom. It sounded like something heavy, a forceful strike. The noise echoed off the walls of the hallway, sharp and sudden, and my breath caught in my throat. My mind raced. That sound wasn't a knock anymore. It was a violent hit. Something had smashed or been slammed against the door. My heart pounded hard, thudding against my chest like it wanted to break free. I rushed forward, my hands trembling slightly as I grabbed the door handle and pulled it open. The door swung wide, almost as if it had been pushed or kicked in. The lock was broken, the deadbolt hanging uselessly off the frame. The door frame was scratched and splintered in places. I peered out into the quiet street, the bright sun making everything clear and sharp, but no one was there. The street was empty, still, and quiet except for the faint rustle of leaves caught in the winter breeze. No footsteps, no voices, no sign of anyone. It felt surreal. I stepped out onto the doorstep, eyes scanning left and right down the road. Nothing. No cars parked nearby. No people walking dogs or going about their day. Just silence. I shouted out, "Who's there?" My voice felt strange in the cold air, loud and awkward, but it brought no answer. No reply at all. I looked back inside the house, the door still hanging open, vulnerable. My hands were shaking now, fingers cold despite the warmth of the morning. I shut the door carefully, pushing it closed and trying to lock it, but the lock was broken beyond repair. I bolted it as best as I could with the old chain latch that didn't quite fit right. My mind was spinning, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had someone tried to break in? Had they been watching the house, waiting for me to be distracted? I thought about the stories I had been reading, about creepy neighbors, about strangers lurking unseen. For a moment, my thoughts blurred between fact and fiction. The bright morning, the quiet street, and that violent crash against the door all collided in my head, making me dizzy and unsure. The police came quickly after I called. They asked questions, took notes, inspected the door and the surrounding area. Their faces were serious but calm, and their presence was strangely reassuring, like a solid wall against the unknown. They found no fingerprints, no footprints in the street, nothing left behind except the damage to the door and the feeling that someone had been very close just moments before. After they left, the house felt too quiet, too empty. The sun still shone brightly outside, but the warmth didn't reach me anymore. I kept checking the windows, looking out from behind the curtains, half expecting to see a shadow or a figure lurking just out of sight. But nothing came. I sat back down in the living room, my hands still trembling, the music forgotten. I stared at the door, the broken lock, the scratches and splinters. How close had they been? How long had they been watching? The thought made my skin crawl. I knew I had to call a locksmith to fix the door properly. I had to feel safe again inside my own home. But for now, I stayed alert, my ears straining for any sound beyond the usual quiet. The day stretched on, bright and clear, but something had shifted. The sense of safety, the calm of a quiet winter morning, it felt fragile now, like glass waiting to shatter. I kept reminding myself there was no ghost, no supernatural force, no fairy tale monster waiting in the shadows. Just a person, a stranger, who had tried to break in and then vanished like smoke. That thought was both terrifying and strangely grounding. Real danger, real fear, but also something I could understand, fight, and protect myself against. By evening, the locksmith had come and gone. The new lock was solid, the door reinforced. I tested it carefully, pushing and pulling, feeling the strength behind the barrier. It was secure. I felt a little safer. The police said they'd keep an eye on the area, check patrols more often. I thanked them silently in my mind. That night, I lay in bed with the lights on, double-checking every lock and window before finally closing my eyes. The sun was gone, the world dark outside, but inside I tried to hold on to the light I had felt that morning. The warmth of the sun, the sound of my own steady breathing, the solid walls around me. Nothing else happened after that. No strange noises, no more knocks or bangs. Just the quiet return to normal, the slow healing of a shaken mind. The broken door was a reminder, a scar on the house's face, but also a symbol that I could still protect myself, even when the unexpected came crashing in. And though I still feel a shiver whenever I walk past that door, I know that day, that moment, is over. The danger ran off, and I'm still here. Safe for now. When I was around 10 or 11 years old, I spent a lot of time outside. Back then, the woods near my house felt like an endless playground. I was pretty fearless and curious, wandering through the trees and exploring every little path I found. The neighborhood I lived in was tight-knit. I knew everyone, and everyone knew me. The woods were kind of a boundary between our houses and the bigger world, but I never thought much about what might be out there. I was just a kid, and the woods were my adventure spot. One afternoon, after school, I decided to explore a path I had found a few weeks earlier. It started in my backyard and stretched deep into the woods, winding through thick trees and patches of wildflowers. The path wasn't well marked or even clear in some places, but I liked that. It made me feel like I was discovering something secret, something just for me. I'd been down the path a few times before, always following it as it curved gently through the forest. On this day, something made me take a different turn. At a spot where the path forked, I didn't follow the usual left bend. Instead, I split off and went straight ahead, into the thicker part of the woods where I hadn't been before. The air was cooler here, and the sunlight filtering through the trees was dimmer, making the forest floor feel soft and quiet under my feet. I kept walking, pushing past some low branches and stepping over roots. After maybe 20 minutes, the trees suddenly opened up into a huge clearing. It was so wide and open that it felt like stepping into another world. What caught my eye immediately wasn't the clearing itself, though. It was the house sitting right in the middle of it. The house was gigantic. I mean, enormous. I hadn't seen anything like it before, especially not in this neighborhood or anywhere close. It looked like a mansion, but older, with tall windows, multiple chimneys, and a wide porch that wrapped all around it. The paint on the siding was faded, but the structure was solid. It felt like the kind of house that could have belonged to a wealthy family 100 years ago. The clearing was so big that you could have fit several soccer fields in it. The grass was tall and wild in some parts and trimmed in others, like whoever lived there cared about the lawn but didn't bother with the edges near the trees. I scanned the edges of the clearing, looking for any driveway or road, but there was none. The woods stretched right up to the grass all around the house with no clear path for a car to come through, except for one narrow dirt trail I saw leading toward one side of the clearing. At that moment, I noticed a beat-up old truck slowly rolling in along that trail. The truck was rusty and dented, like it had been patched up a dozen times. It was moving carefully, almost like the driver was trying not to disturb anything. Seeing the truck made me nervous. I wasn't sure why. Maybe it was because I felt like I'd stumbled onto private property, or maybe it was just the surprise of finding something so big and hidden in the woods I thought I knew well. Whatever the reason, I didn't want to get caught or make trouble. So I turned around and hurried back the way I came, my heart beating a little faster than usual. When I got home, I told my parents about the house and the truck, but they just shrugged it off. They said there were old farms and houses scattered around that I probably hadn't noticed before. But that wasn't right. I lived here my whole life, and I knew every inch of the woods around the neighborhood. I was sure this was new, or at least something I had never seen before. The next weekend, I decided I had to go back and see the house again. I packed a small backpack with a water bottle and some snacks and set off in the morning, walking down the same path. When I reached the fork where I had split off before, I went straight again, just like last time. But something was wrong. I kept walking through the trees, but I couldn't find the clearing. The woods felt thicker, the branches more tangled. The ground was rougher, with more fallen leaves and broken twigs, but no sign of an open space. I walked for a long time, pushing through bushes and stepping over logs, but the clearing wasn't there. I stopped and looked around. The sun was higher now, casting shadows between the trees. I tried to remember exactly where the clearing should have been, but all I saw was dense forest. I walked back and forth, searching for any sign of the house or that trail the truck had used. Nothing. I got frustrated and confused. How could such a huge clearing just disappear? How could a massive house vanish like it had been swallowed by the woods overnight? I went back home feeling unsettled, but I told myself I must have taken a wrong turn or missed the opening somehow. Over the next few weeks, I asked around the neighborhood. I talked to older kids, neighbors, and even some adults who had lived in the area for a long time. Nobody had ever heard of a big house in the woods. Nobody remembered a clearing that size either. It was as if it had never existed. That mystery stuck with me for years. Sometimes, I'd go back to that fork in the path and try to find the clearing again, but it was always just trees and underbrush. No sign of the trail, no open space, no house. Looking back now, it's hard to explain what I saw. There was nothing supernatural about it. No ghosts, no strange creatures. Just a house that appeared once and then vanished without a trace. It makes me wonder if maybe someone had built a private place deep in the woods and then dismantled it quickly. Or maybe I stumbled onto a secret property used for something private, like a hunting lodge or a hidden retreat, and they covered it up. Whatever the reason, That strange encounter was the first time I realized the woods I thought I knew so well still had secrets I couldn't explain. It was a lesson in how even the most familiar places can hide things beneath the surface, things that don't make sense and leave you questioning what you thought you knew. And that feeling of finding something strange and unexplained stayed with me long after the trees closed back in. I used to live in a small town in rural Oklahoma, a place so small that most people didn't even know it existed. The population was barely over 140 people, spread out over miles of dusty roads and fields that seemed to go on forever. We all lived pretty far apart, mostly in shacks, rundown houses, or old trailers. The land around us was mostly scrubby brush and stubborn trees that somehow managed to survive the harsh Oklahoma weather. It wasn't much, but it was home. One year, a huge tornado ripped through a nearby area. I remember the day clear as anything. The sky turned a strange greenish-gray color, thick and heavy with storm clouds rolling in faster than I'd ever seen before. The wind started howling, shaking everything loose, snapping branches and rattling the loose tin on the roofs. But somehow, against all odds, that tornado curved away and missed our little town entirely. It was like the storm had a mind of its own and decided to spare us for some reason. I was living in a small shack back then, not much more than a rough wooden box with a tin roof and a dirt floor. It sat in the middle of nowhere, really, surrounded by nothing but empty fields, scrub brush, and the occasional stubborn tree that had survived some past storm or fire. My neighbors weren't much better off. A few lived in trailers that looked like they could blow away in a strong wind, others in old houses that had been patched up one too many times. We didn't have much, but we had each other in a quiet, rough sort of way. After that tornado had passed through the nearby area, my friend and I crawled out of the cellar. We had spent what felt like hours huddled underground, the wind roaring above us, the sound like nothing I've ever heard before and hope never to hear again. The earth shook, the house trembled, and the noise was so loud it felt like it would tear the sky apart. But when the roar finally died away, we waited a long time before moving, too scared to open the door and face what was outside. Finally, the air seemed calm enough. We pushed open the hatch and stepped outside into a strange, quiet world. The sky was still dark with clouds, but the storm had moved on, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. We looked around, expecting to see damage everywhere, but our town was mostly untouched. The tornado had missed us. That relief was a weight off my chest, but it didn't last long. As we started walking around, checking the other buildings and seeing how bad things were, I began to feel something strange on my face. It wasn't just dust from the storm or rain. It was heavier and sticky. My friend gave me this weird look, then reached up and rubbed my face. That's when I realized my hands were bright red. At first, I thought I was bleeding or had some kind of rash, but it wasn't my own blood. It was something else. I looked up and suddenly noticed the trees. Chunks of something, large, heavy chunks, were hanging in the branches. At first, I couldn't quite believe it. It looked like big lumps of meat, but then it dawned on me. They were parts of cows. The tornado had gone straight through someone's entire herd of cattle. The animals had been torn apart by the storm, their bodies shredded and thrown high into the air, some pieces hanging tangled in the trees like grotesque ornaments. Blood dripped slowly from the branches, and in the air, a fine mist of blood floated, mixing with dust and moisture from the rain and storm. It was one of the most surreal things I've ever seen, and I wish I had a camera phone back then to capture it. But that kind of technology didn't exist for us. The silence around was almost unbearable. No birds, no animals, no wind blowing through the trees, just that quiet, thick stillness that felt heavy and wrong. We stood there for what felt like forever, staring at the blood-soaked branches and the chunks of cows tangled in the trees, the sticky red dripping down onto the ground. The smell was faint, but it was there, metallic and sickly sweet, the smell of fresh blood and death that made my stomach turn. The ground beneath our feet was muddy and soaked, darkened by the blood that had fallen from the sky. I looked at my hands again, smeared with red, and wiped them on my pants, but the stains wouldn't come out. My friend just shook his head, the look on his face a mix of disbelief and unease. We kept moving, stepping carefully through the brush and down the dirt roads, keeping our eyes peeled for more signs of damage. But it wasn't just the torn-up cattle that made this different from any storm I'd seen. The whole area felt wrong. The way the trees were bent, twisted, and stripped of bark by the wind. The way the soil was churned up and littered with broken pieces of wood, roofing, and metal. The way the air smelled sharp and raw, like the earth itself had been cut open. We found a few more farms nearby that hadn't been completely destroyed, but every place had something torn apart, scattered, or missing. There were downed power lines, flattened fences, and the carcasses of animals left behind where their owners couldn't reach them. Some neighbors were already out trying to salvage what they could, but most just stared, numb or shaking. What stuck with me most, though, was the quiet. No bird song, no insects buzzing, no dogs barking or cattle lowing. Just silence. It was as if everything that had a voice had been silenced by the storm, or worse, had fled. The wind that came afterward was weak and hollow, moving through the broken trees and dead brush with a soft whisper that sounded like a warning. The smell of blood lingered in the air for days after the tornado, especially when the wind shifted just right. I couldn't get it out of my head, and every time I went outside, I kept expecting to see more of those awful chunks of animal flesh caught in the trees. The sight stayed with me like a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. That terrible image burned into my mind. People around town talked quietly about the tornado, mostly thankful it hadn't hit us directly, but there was a shadow hanging over those conversations. Everyone knew how bad it had been nearby, and the way it tore through the cattle was a brutal reminder of how quickly nature could turn violent and cruel. Weeks later, the smell finally started to fade, the blood drying and washing away with the rain. The trees began to shed their shredded leaves, and life slowly crept back into the quiet fields. Birds returned cautiously, calling softly as they tested the safety of the broken landscape. But I never forgot what I saw that day. How the tornado didn't just destroy buildings or uproot trees, but tore apart living things and left death hanging from the branches like a grim trophy. The silence after the storm wasn't peaceful. It was a heavy, heavy silence, full of loss and something almost like mourning. I never wanted to see anything like that again. The memory of the blood misting in the air, the red staining my skin, and the strange quiet that swallowed the land stayed with me for years. It was a reminder that sometimes the worst damage storms leave behind isn't just the wreckage of homes, but the broken pieces of life they scatter and the emptiness they bring in the silence afterward. The summer sun was high, pouring warmth over the wide open prairie where the farm sat. The sky was a sharp, endless blue, so clear it almost hurt to look at it directly. I was little then, maybe 5 or 6 years old, though sometimes it feels like I can't even trust the age I was. My memories from back then are soft and blurry, like a picture out of focus, but this day keeps coming back to me, pulling at the edges of my mind like a faded photograph I keep trying to sharpen. We were visiting a farm that belonged to some friends my family used to know. They had lived on our street, but had moved away to this place, miles and miles from anywhere. The nearest town was at least an hour's drive down winding roads that passed by empty fields, old fences, and the occasional abandoned barn falling apart under the sun. There was nothing out here but farm and sky. I remember the heat that day. It wasn't the kind of heat where you sweat right away, but the kind that presses softly on your skin, making the air feel thick and heavy. The wheat fields surrounding the farm were tall, taller than me by a lot, and golden like they caught every bit of sunlight and stored it in their stalks. The wheat whispered and rustled in the breeze, but every so often the wind would stop completely, and the world would go silent except for the faint sounds of the farm. Chickens clucking, distant dogs barking, the quiet hum of insects. I was with Carrie, a girl my age who lived on the farm. She had wild blonde hair that always looked messy and dirty from playing outside. We spent the day running around, feeding chickens that clucked and flapped their wings whenever we got too close. We caught tadpoles in the little stream that cut through the edge of the fields, holding them carefully in our cupped hands before setting them back free. It was simple and carefree, the kind of play only kids seem to understand, full of small adventures. But then Carrie said she wanted to show me something. We left the farmyard and walked through the wheat fields, the stalks brushing against our arms and legs, whispering with every step. Walking through wheat makes a kind of noise, a dry rustle that fills your ears and makes you feel like you're in a tunnel made of gold. The stalks swayed gently, bending under the weight of the day's heat. We moved toward the edge of the field, where the wheat stopped suddenly, giving way to a broken-down wooden wagon that looked like it belonged to another time. The wood was cracked and faded, nails sticking out here and there, and the wheels were half buried in the dirt, leaning at an odd angle. It looked like it hadn't been used in years, left to rot under the sun. Beyond the wagon was a small rise, a little hill covered with a thin line of trees that marked the edge of the farm. The trees were a mix of tall oaks and scraggly pines, their branches tangled and leaves thick enough to block the sunlight. We wandered over there, climbing the rise and sitting at the base of the trees where the earth was soft and dark beneath the shade. We played quietly for a while, moving sticks and stones, feeling the coolness under the trees after the heat of the wheat field. But something changed. It's hard to explain, even now. The air shifted. The wind died completely. The world grew quiet in a way that made my skin crawl, like the calm before a storm you can't see. Carrie and I stopped talking, the noise of our laughter and voices fading into silence. I remember feeling suddenly very cold, like a chill ran straight through me, making my skin sweaty and clammy all at once. It was confusing because the sun was still shining down hard, warming everything around us. And then I saw him. It's a vague memory, and maybe it's just my mind playing tricks on me, but I think I saw a man standing just inside the trees. He was dark in a way that made it impossible to tell his face, or even if he was moving. He just stood there, watching us. There was something about him that didn't feel right, though I didn't understand why back then. The world around me felt like it had frozen, and my heart started pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. I wanted to say something to Carrie, but I was too scared. I think she felt it too because we both just stayed still, wide-eyed, barely breathing. The sun was still shining bright, but the warmth felt distant, like a blanket that had slipped away. Everything was so quiet. The wind that had whispered through the wheat was gone, and the only sound was the distant chirp of birds, but even that felt muted far away. I remember the cold sweat on my skin, the chill running up my arms, the pounding of my heart. I remember the feeling of being small and exposed out there, with nothing but wheat and sky around us. The man stayed there for what felt like forever, watching us silently from the edge of the trees. Then, without a word, Carrie grabbed my hand and started to jog back across the field. I remember the panic rising in my chest, squeezing tight like a fist. The wheat rustled loudly as we ran, the stalks hitting my arms and legs, the noise rushing in my ears. We didn't look back. I don't think we even spoke. We just ran. The sun was still bright, but I felt like we were running away from something dark. My chest burned and my breath came in quick, shallow gasps. The wide open field suddenly felt dangerous, like there was nowhere to hide. The farmyard was miles away, but every step felt urgent. When we reached the farmhouse, I was trembling. I don't remember what happened next, if the man followed us or if he stayed there in the trees, but I do remember the fear. It stayed with me for a long time, that cold, heavy fear that makes your skin crawl and your mind race. Sometimes I wonder if we really saw someone, or if it was just my imagination running wild. Maybe it was a shadow, or a trick of the light. Maybe I was just a kid scared of the dark woods at the edge of the farm. But the memory is so clear in one way. How scared I felt, how quiet everything was, how suddenly the warm summer day felt cold and heavy. That feeling stayed with me long after we left the farm. Even now, when I think about it, I can feel that panic rising in my chest like it did all those years ago. I never told anyone about it, and maybe that's why it lingers, a shadow in my mind I can't quite shake. The memory is blurry and incomplete, but the fear is real. I try to tell myself it was nothing, just kids playing in the fields and making something out of nothing. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see those dark trees, the broken wagon, and the silhouette of that man standing silently at the edge of the woods. And I remember how, even on the sunniest day, the world can suddenly feel cold and dangerous in a way you can't explain. That night still plays over in my mind, clear as the stars that barely pierced the dense canopy above the road we took. It wasn't planned to be anything more than a quick adventure, just a simple drive down a local road known among some as haunted. I had heard whispers from friends about it, stories that sounded like urban legends. Nothing wild or supernatural, just enough eerie to make you think twice. It was off the main roads, tucked away in a patch of thick forest. When we arrived, it looked like the kind of place that could swallow you whole without a second thought. The entrance was strange, like something out of a dark storybook. The trees on either side bent and twisted inward, their branches knotting together overhead, forming this arch that felt both beautiful and menacing. It was like walking into a tunnel made of wood and shadow. The light there was dim, even though it wasn't too late yet. I remember the air was cooler, heavier somehow, like it was holding its breath. The ground was covered with fallen leaves, damp and decaying, making a faint, crunchy sound underfoot. We had 2 cars with us that night. My friends and I were in the lead car, with the second car lagging behind because they got stuck at a traffic light on the way here. So, we waited at the entrance. Just standing there, waiting felt odd. The silence was too thick, too complete for a place near a road. Then it started, whispers. I'm not talking about the kind of whispering you make to be sneaky or funny. It was soft, almost too soft to tell if it was really there, like someone speaking just beyond hearing, barely above the rustling of leaves. The kind of sound that makes your skin prickle. At first, we looked around, trying to figure out if someone was nearby. No cars, no people, just the trees. The whispers didn't seem to come from one place, but all around us, like they were floating on the air itself. Each of us asked the others if they were hearing it too. No one wanted to admit if they were scared, but the looks on our faces said it all. We all agreed it was real, even if we didn't want to believe it. The moment we agreed, the mood shifted. We suddenly wanted to leave. Not just because of the whispers, but because something about the place felt wrong. There was no easy way out. The road was narrow and one way, no turning around. It was as if the trees were waiting for us to commit before letting us go. We got into our car and started driving. The road was barely wide enough for one car, lined on both sides by thick woods. The branches scraped the sides of the vehicle, like thin fingers reaching out. The canopy above blocked most of the moonlight, plunging us into near darkness. Our headlights cut through the blackness in front of us, but beyond the beams, the road disappeared into shadows. We drove for about 3 minutes. The only sounds were the engine humming and the crunch of tires on gravel. The forest pressed in tight on both sides. Then it happened. I felt something, a sudden rush of air brushing past my face like a cold blanket, though the windows were closed. It was quick but enough to make me shiver. Then, without warning, I started crying. Tears came out of nowhere, and I couldn't stop. It wasn't sadness or fear. It just poured out uncontrollably, hot and raw. I tried to hold it back, but my chest tightened and sobs shook me. The others in the car noticed, but no one said anything. It was as if the air itself had opened a door inside me. The windows fogged up quickly, thick clouds spreading over the glass. I wiped a spot to see ahead, but my breath hitched again and the fog returned. Then, a handprint appeared on the windshield. Not a smudge or random mark, but a clear handprint pressed from the outside. It looked fresh, like it had just been made. The outline was detailed, showing fingers and palm clearly. I stared at it, frozen, while the handprint slowly changed. It stretched and shifted, becoming a footprint. A full foot, toes and heel pressed against the glass, moving downward like someone was sliding their foot down the window. Then, just as quickly as it came, the print vanished, fading into the fog and leaving the glass clear again. The crying stopped as suddenly as it started. The air grew normal again. The windows cleared. We continued driving, and before long, the road opened up into a familiar stretch, and the feeling of suffocation lifted. The tightness in my chest went away. I looked around at my friends, all pale and wide-eyed, still silent. None of us spoke for a long time. Even after we left that road, the heaviness lingered. The trees lining that entrance, the way they bent and formed a dark gateway, felt like a warning. That night, something unseen brushed against us, and it wasn't just in our heads. We never tried to explain what it was, because the more you talk about it, the more real it becomes. And some things, we agreed, are better left alone. To this day, the road is still talked about. It's a place some people seek out, drawn by stories and daredevil curiosity. But every time I think about it, that cold air and the sudden flood of tears come back. The handprint on the fogged window stays burned in my mind. No matter how many times I tell myself it was just my imagination or a trick of the mind, it feels too real. Maybe it was just the isolation, the darkness, or the way the forest shapes the wind and sound. But some part of me knows the road doesn't want you there. It waits, watching quietly, ready to reach out when you're not looking. That night taught me that some places hold a weight you can't see, something that presses against your skin and slips inside your mind. You don't need ghosts or monsters for something to be scary. Sometimes it's just the silence, the emptiness, and the feeling that you're not alone even when you should be. I haven't gone back since, and I don't plan to. The road is still there, bending like a dark breath in the woods, waiting for the next person curious enough to drive through. And maybe next time, it won't just be a handprint on the window. Maybe it'll be something worse. Back in the late 1980s, my brother and I decided to take a trip to Paris. It was one of those trips that felt like a rite of passage, something we had been talking about for years. We were both into music and the culture around it, and one of the main things on our list was to visit Jim Morrison's grave. We had grown up listening to The Doors, and the idea of seeing where he was laid to rest felt important, even if it was just a tourist thing. It wasn't about superstition or any of that. It was just a moment we wanted to capture and remember. We both had our own 35mm cameras, reliable old-school film cameras that we knew well. We had taken plenty of photos before, during other trips and everyday life. We were careful with them, always double-checking that the film was loaded right, that the cameras were closed tight, and that the film advanced correctly after each shot. Opening a camera by mistake and exposing the film was a rookie mistake we didn't make anymore. The day we went to the cemetery, it was a dull, gray morning. The sky was overcast, but not rainy, just heavy with clouds. We walked through the streets of Paris, full of tourists and locals, until we finally reached Père Lachaise Cemetery. It's a famous place, sprawling and old, with rows and rows of tightly packed graves, some of them ornately carved, others plain and weathered. The air had a quiet stillness to it that felt different from the busy city just outside the gates. We spent a long time walking through the cemetery, trying to find Jim Morrison's grave. There were signs pointing the way, but the cemetery was so vast and maze-like that it took a while to get there. As we moved deeper into the rows of tombstones and monuments, the noise from the city faded almost completely. The only sounds were the soft footsteps on gravel paths and the occasional distant murmur of tourists. When we finally reached the grave, it was a small plot surrounded by a simple wrought iron fence. People had left flowers, notes, and small tokens, guitars, records, and little figurines. It felt more like a shrine than just a gravesite. We both raised our cameras and started taking pictures. We snapped photos of the grave itself, the surrounding monuments, and the people quietly paying their respects. It felt like we were capturing something meaningful. After a while, we moved on and took pictures around other parts of the cemetery, old statues, weathered mausoleums, twisted trees. Then we left the cemetery and spent the rest of the day wandering around Paris. We took pictures at famous spots like the Eiffel Tower, Notre Dame, and along the Seine River. Everything seemed normal. The cameras worked perfectly. When we got back home, we were excited to get the film developed. We handed over our rolls to a local photo lab, which was pretty standard in those days. A few days later, we picked up the prints, eager to see the images from our trip. That's when things got strange. The pictures taken outside the cemetery were perfectly fine. The shots at the Eiffel Tower were sharp and clear. The images of Notre Dame and the Seine looked exactly how we remembered them. But when we looked at the pictures from inside the cemetery, most of them were completely black. It wasn't a slight underexposure or a blurry shot. It was total darkness. No shapes, no shadows, just blackness. Out of all the pictures we took inside Père Lachaise, only 2 came out at all. The rest, around 16 images between the 2 rolls, were blank. The odd thing was that this happened on both our cameras. We didn't share a camera or the same roll of film. We had 2 separate rolls, and the issue appeared in both. The before and after sections of the film were fine. The shots we took just before entering and just after leaving the cemetery printed perfectly, but all the pictures from inside were gone. We were experienced enough to know this wasn't a case of user error. We hadn't opened the cameras or exposed the film to light. We hadn't done anything differently that day than usual. The cameras functioned correctly before and after that part of the trip. The film was fine, and the lab had no complaints or mix-ups. They even checked their equipment to make sure nothing had gone wrong during development. Everything seemed normal except for those black frames. It didn't make sense. At first, we thought maybe it was some kind of accidental exposure or a problem with the chemicals in the developing process. But that would have affected the whole roll, not just the middle section from the cemetery. It felt like something was selectively ruining the images from that specific location, that specific moment. We went back and looked at the photos multiple times, trying to find a clue or an explanation. The 2 pictures that did print from inside the cemetery showed the grave and a nearby monument, but the rest were blank. We compared notes about what we remembered photographing, and it matched perfectly with the images that were missing. We knew exactly what should have been there. We even checked the cameras again to see if something was wrong with the shutters or light seals, but both cameras were fine. The film was fresh, not expired or damaged. It was one of those moments where you question everything, wondering if you missed something obvious, or if the world just decided to mess with you. In the end, we never found a clear answer. We never discovered a technical fault, a mistake, or anything that could explain why nearly all our photos from that time inside Père Lachaise cemetery were lost. It wasn't a ghost story or something supernatural, just a strange and frustrating mystery that left us puzzled. The experience stuck with us, though, a reminder that sometimes, even with the best equipment and careful hands, things just don't go as expected. And sometimes, memories are the only things that stay intact, even when the pictures don't. I was about 12 years old when it happened. It was one of those clear, warm summer nights on Long Island, the kind that feels like it stretches forever. My mom and I were in the hot tub in our backyard, wrapped in the soft, warm bubbles, looking up at the night sky. The backyard was quiet, except for the gentle hum of the hot tub jets and the occasional rustle of the trees. I remember how the steam rose from the water, mixing with the cool air, and how the stars above looked especially bright against the dark blue canvas of the sky. We often spent time outside like that, just relaxing and stargazing, because the sky over Long Island, despite all the city lights, could still show a decent number of stars on clear nights. Of course, there was almost always something in the sky to remind us we were close to the city and the airports, a commercial plane, a military jet from the nearby Air Force Base, helicopters. The air traffic was constant, like a never-ending parade overhead, and it was something I had grown used to. But that night was different. As we soaked and watched, my mom suddenly pointed out something unusual. "Look," she said quietly, "there isn't a single plane up there right now." It struck me because it was true. The sky above us was completely silent. No blinking lights, no distant engines, no steady drone from the aircraft constantly passing overhead. It was rare to have a clear sky with no planes for even a minute or two, let alone longer. The quiet felt strange, almost unnatural. The usual background noise of the night, distant cars, crickets, the buzz of airplanes, was suddenly gone. Then, just after my mom said that, all the other ambient noise around us stopped too. Not just the planes, but everything else. The crickets went silent. The wind seemed to drop. Even the trees stopped their soft whispering. The backyard felt like it was holding its breath. I don't know why, but my attention was drawn sharply to the eastern part of the sky. There was a magnetic pull, almost like something was calling me to look there. I followed that feeling and focused on the eastern horizon. At first, there was nothing but stars and the usual faint glow of distant city lights. Then it appeared. The object materialized in the sky, as if it had suddenly dropped out of nowhere, or maybe even appeared from space. It wasn't moving slowly, like a plane climbing in altitude. Instead, it was already there, head-on, coming straight toward us. But it wasn't an airplane. At least, it didn't look like any plane I'd ever seen. It was crescent-shaped, a black silhouette against the stars. The shape was strange, like a wide curve, smooth and sleek, with no visible wings or tail fins. Its body was deep black, darker than the night sky, almost like it was absorbing the stars behind it. Along the curve were 4 large, steady green lights spaced evenly apart. They weren't blinking or flashing like aircraft lights normally do. Instead, they glowed steadily, with a strange calmness, casting a subtle green tint on the edges of the craft. It was enormous. It took up about a third of the sky above us. Impossibly large for something flying that low, but it wasn't very far up either. I estimated it was maybe half a mile above us, just high enough to be clearly visible, but close enough that the size was overwhelming. The way it moved was what truly caught me off guard. It flew across the sky without making a single sound. No engine roar, no whirring of turbines, no faint buzzing. Nothing. It just glided silently, smooth as glass, with a motion that was too perfect, too deliberate to be a normal aircraft. As it passed overhead, it pulled up sharply, banking to the south, heading toward the ocean. It moved quickly, but not in a rush, just steady and sure. It left behind no contrails, no trails of smoke or vapor, nothing to mark its passage except for a strange feeling in the air. When it disappeared over the southern horizon, the atmosphere around us seemed to shift. The air felt charged, like just after a thunderstorm when the sky is clearing and the breeze carries the smell of rain on the ground. But there was no storm. The feeling was electric, almost like the air itself was humming quietly with energy, though no sound came from it. My mom and I stayed there for a long time after it passed, trying to process what we'd just seen. I've lived near the Air Force Base my whole life, so I've seen plenty of military aircraft, jets, helicopters, experimental planes, even some old stealth bombers flying practice runs at night. Nothing I've ever seen looked or behaved like that crescent-shaped craft. The next day, when I tried to explain what happened, I found it hard to put into words. How do you describe something that seems impossible? Something that looks like it came from another world, but feels so real you can almost reach out and touch it? I never forgot that night. It left a mark on me, not because it was frightening, but because it made me realize how much we don't understand about what's out there in our skies. I kept watching the sky for years after, hoping to see it again or something like it. Sometimes, I'd tell myself maybe it was a trick of light or some kind of unusual reflection. But deep down, I knew what I saw was real. It was unlike any aircraft, drone, or military plane I've ever seen. I never saw it again, but that moment stayed with me. The silence, the stillness, the way the sky just seemed to open up and show me something completely unexpected. Sometimes, when the night is still and the sky is clear, I still look east and wonder if it's out there, waiting to come back. I was about 10 years old during the summer of 2000 when my family went on a long road trip through the Southwest. It was one of those trips that felt endless for a kid, driving through wide open spaces, long stretches of highway, and twisting canyons that seemed to stretch forever. The sun was hot, the windows were down sometimes, but mostly I just sat in the back seat staring out the window, bored and restless. We were driving through what I think was Arizona, but I'm not totally sure anymore. The canyons were high and rocky, reddish-brown and orange, with green scrub here and there. The road clung to the edge of cliffs and wound back and forth, snaking through the landscape. I remember the guardrails along the side of the road, long, shiny metal bars that were meant to keep cars from slipping off the steep drop. They stretched for miles. Because the drive was so boring and long, I didn't pay attention most of the time. I was daydreaming, watching the scenery slide past, the guardrails flickering in and out of view as the car curved through the canyon. Then, suddenly, something strange happened. For a brief second, the guardrail disappeared entirely, and then it snapped back again like it was never gone. It caught my attention right away. I sat up a little straighter and looked out the back window to see what was going on. There was a break in the guardrail, like a chunk was missing, and the metal bent and twisted. It looked as if someone had driven off the road there, crashing through the barrier. I told myself maybe the wind or sunlight made it look weird, but it was definitely a gap. I spoke up, pointing it out, saying maybe a car had gone over the side. I was curious and a bit worried, but my stepdad, who was driving, wasn't someone who liked to listen or take me seriously. He had a nasty way about him and loved to shut me down. So of course, he snapped back, telling me I was imagining things and that I should stop talking nonsense. He didn't like to agree with me about anything, no matter what. I got frustrated, annoyed at being ignored, so I huffed and turned back to staring out the window. The broken guardrail stayed on my mind, though. I tried to focus on the passing desert and rocky hills, but that spot stuck in my brain. It was weird seeing the metal bent like that, like it was a scar on the road. We kept driving through the canyon, winding down lower toward the canyon floor. Hours passed, the sun climbing high and then starting to drop as afternoon turned into evening. Eventually, we circled around to the bottom of the canyon, where the road leveled out and the cliffs towered overhead. That's when I saw it again, the same spot where the guardrail had been broken. Only now there was something more. Parked off the side of the road, half buried in dirt and gravel, was a car turned upside down. Its wheels were pointing at the sky, and the windshield was smashed. The whole thing looked battered and abandoned, as if it had been left there a long time. I couldn't believe it. My heart jumped, and I pointed it out excitedly. I wanted to stop and call for help, worried that someone might still be inside or hurt nearby. But my stepdad refused. He said there was nothing to do, that someone else probably already called the police. His voice was sharp and dismissive. I remember staring at the car for a long time as we drove past. It was strange, and the whole situation felt heavy and unsettling. I kept wondering if there had been someone inside when it happened, if they were hurt or worse. The road was quiet except for the engine and the sound of tires on pavement. What stuck with me the most was how the car was just left there, on the side of the hill with no sign of rescue or cleanup. There was no smoke or fire, no flashing lights from emergency vehicles, nothing to suggest anyone had come to deal with it. I couldn't understand why the car wasn't removed or towed away. It looked like a frozen accident scene. The rest of the trip passed in a blur, but I never forgot that broken guardrail or the overturned car. Years later, I still think about it whenever I see a guardrail or drive through similar canyons. I wonder about the people involved, if they survived, if they got help, or if the accident was too dangerous to clear. Maybe the car was too risky to remove because of the steep cliffs or unstable ground. I don't remember ever hearing about the accident in the news or seeing anything about it afterward. It's like the whole thing just vanished, left to sit there quietly on that lonely road. That trip felt like a small moment frozen in time, a strange gap in the everyday, where something bad happened but got ignored or forgotten. It wasn't a ghost story or a fairy tale. It was just real. It was about a broken guardrail, an overturned car, and a kid watching it all in silence, wondering what had happened and why no one was fixing it. Sometimes I think about how close danger can be, how easy it is for something terrible to happen just beyond the edge of the road, hidden from view. I think about how adults don't always take kids seriously, and how little moments like that stick with you, long after the trip is over. That day in the canyon is a memory I carry quietly with me, a reminder of how fragile things can be, and how sometimes the scary part is not what you see, but what's left unanswered. When I was 12 years old, I got a phone that was pretty special for the time. It wasn't just a regular phone. It could turn sideways and act like a little camcorder. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. From the moment I got it, I started recording everything. I recorded my friends, my family, little adventures, and random moments that seemed boring back then, but felt important somehow. I liked having something to look back on later, something to prove that the day actually happened. One of the places I loved to explore with my brother was the junkyard right in front of my cousin's house. My cousin lived just across the street, and the junkyard was behind their house, fenced off but old and a little beaten down. The fence wasn't high, just a rusty wire one, and my brother and I used to jump over it like it was nothing. It was one of those places that you might think would be scary, full of old, broken-down cars and junk scattered everywhere. But to me and my brother, it was like a secret playground. We were always curious about the old cars, the rusted hoods, the shattered windshields, and the strange smells: oil, rust, dirt, and something else hard to describe. We'd wander around for hours, climbing over piles of scrap metal and leaning into the cracked windows of the cars to imagine what they were like back when they still worked. I always had my phone with me, filming every little thing. My brother would sometimes take the camera, and sometimes I would. We never really felt scared there. It was more like an adventure. The junkyard wasn't big, maybe just enough space for a dozen or so old cars and trucks, and it seemed quiet all the time. I never saw any workers there, no owners, nothing. Just the junk and us. One summer afternoon, my brother, my cousin, and I decided to go back again. I had my phone, and I was excited to record us jumping over the fence. My brother had his own phone, but mine was better for video. We stood on the street, laughing and teasing each other, trying to get the perfect angle to catch each jump. My cousin was the first to go, then my brother, and finally me. My brother held the phone and pointed it at me as I climbed up the fence and swung my legs over. The moment I landed on the other side, he handed the phone back to me. I turned it so I could start filming the junkyard itself, panning slowly across the grass and the old cars. The grass there was tall, maybe up to our knees, wild and tangled. The sun was starting to dip lower, casting long shadows across the field, making everything look a little darker, a little more mysterious. As I moved the phone to show the scrap piles, I caught something on the screen that made my stomach drop. In the distance, just past one of the cars, something moved. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, or maybe a deer or a stray dog running through the grass. But when I zoomed in later, it was clear it wasn't an animal. It was a human figure. The shape was quick and blurred, running fast through the grass and slipping behind the car. Just like that, it vanished. I felt a chill. The figure moved in a way that didn't seem normal, too fast, almost like it was trying not to be seen. The grass around it rippled as it passed, but no footsteps or voices reached us when we were there. It was as if the figure had melted into the junkyard itself. I showed the video to my family later that night, replaying it over and over. Everyone was quiet, watching the figure run and disappear, and then looking at me like I was crazy for even bringing it up. My uncle, who was the kind of guy who loved mysteries and hunting for weird stuff, said we should go out there at night and record again, try to catch whatever it was. But I wasn't interested in going back after dark. The idea of that figure, running through the junkyard in the fading light, made my skin crawl. The junkyard never had a sign, never had any lights, and there was never any sound except for the wind or the rustling grass. I never asked about its history because I didn't want to know. Sometimes, it's better not to know what went on behind a place like that. The feeling I got from that video stuck with me for a long time. Even when I wasn't thinking about it, sometimes I would catch myself staring out the window at night, imagining that figure running just beyond the edge of the street, always watching, always waiting. We kept going to my cousin's house sometimes, but we never went back into that junkyard after dark. My uncle gave up on the idea of going out there at night to record, and eventually, we all just stopped talking about it. The video stayed on my phone for years, a quiet reminder of something strange that didn't make sense and probably never would. I never saw the figure again, and I never found out who or what it was. But every time I think about that day, and that moment when the phone caught something moving through the grass, I remember how real it felt. Not like a ghost story or some made-up scare, but something much simpler, something human and silent, and maybe just a little dangerous. That was the day I realized that some places hold secrets you don't want to dig into, even if you're curious. And some things you catch on camera don't want to be found. I was out walking in the woods with some friends. It was the middle of the day, the kind of day where the sunlight filters through the leaves in long, warm beams, and the air feels fresh, but still holds the faint scent of damp earth and pine. The woods weren't very deep or wild. We could see houses a little way off, just across a field that stretched between the edge of the trees and the distant road. The kind of place where the woods slowly fade into someone's backyard, where the sound of lawnmowers and distant voices sometimes drift through the air. There were 4 of us walking along a narrow dirt path that twisted and turned through the trees. The path was well-worn but narrow enough that we had to walk in a rough line. The trees on either side were tall and close enough to block most of the wind. The forest floor was soft with fallen leaves, broken twigs, and patches of moss. We were all enjoying the walk, moving at a steady pace, with the quiet chatter of friends around me and the occasional bird call from the canopy above. Suddenly, without warning, 3 of us stopped dead in our tracks. I don't know who first sensed it, but it was like the air itself shifted. We all looked at each other with a kind of wordless understanding. Our eyes flicked sideways, searching the woods ahead and behind, as if trying to spot something that wasn't there, or maybe something that wasn't supposed to be. "Something is coming," one of us said quietly, his voice barely a whisper, more like an instinct than a full thought. Nobody disagreed. The feeling was too strong, too clear. The kind of feeling that makes the hair on your neck stand up even though the air is still. For a moment, we just stood there waiting. Then it came. It moved faster than anything I've ever seen or felt. It traveled along the same narrow path we were walking on, but it wasn't just in front of us. It seemed to pass through us. I can't explain how or what it was, but it felt like a gust of wind without any actual wind. There was no sound, no rustle of leaves, no sudden movement in the trees. Just this sudden rush of presence, a powerful but invisible force that slid through the space where we stood. It was like something enormous, but without a solid shape. Not a shadow, not a blur, but a weight or pressure, like a wave of cold air that doesn't touch your skin, or the moment when you lean against a heavy door that suddenly swings open. The 4th person in our group didn't stop. He kept walking, oblivious to the pause and the strange feeling we shared. At the time, it didn't seem strange that he didn't notice. We just assumed he was distracted, or maybe not paying attention. Later, I found out he was diagnosed with a kind of bipolar disorder, which maybe explains why he didn't experience what the rest of us did. When we caught up to him a few minutes later, nobody mentioned what had happened. I've thought about that moment many times since. It's hard to describe, but it wasn't frightening in a way that made me want to run or scream. It was more like witnessing something outside of normal reality, something that didn't belong but wasn't malicious. It didn't want to hurt us. It was just passing. The whole thing lasted maybe 5 or 6 seconds from the moment we stopped to when the feeling had moved past us. But in those seconds, time felt stretched and strange, like the world was holding its breath. Afterwards, we kept walking, but none of us spoke about it. It was as if acknowledging what had happened would somehow give it more power, or maybe make us question our own sanity. Looking back, I realize how odd it was that we never talked about it. Usually, when something strange happens, people want to share, to explain it, to make it normal again by putting it into words. But that day, we all just carried the weight of it quietly, like a secret we didn't know how to share. Later, when I got the chance, I asked one of the friends who had stopped with me if he remembered it at all. He said he remembered it faintly, just like me, the feeling of something huge and strange passing through the woods with us, moving too fast to see, too close to ignore. He mentioned our friend, who didn't notice anything, and told me about his diagnosis. It made me wonder if we really did experience the same thing, or if our minds just played tricks on us in that silent forest. The strangest part was how it seemed to come from nowhere, like it was moving from a different time or place altogether, but then passed right through here, through us, and disappeared again just as quickly. It didn't linger or try to follow. It was like two worlds brushing past each other for a brief moment, with no intention beyond crossing the same narrow path. I never found any answers. There was no logical explanation for what we felt, no sound, no footprint, no disturbance in the woods to mark where it had been. Just a deep, inexplicable presence that passed on, leaving us standing there, wondering if it had really happened or if we had all imagined it together. I don't think I'll ever forget that day, or the strange weight of silence that followed it. It was one of those moments that reminds you how little we actually understand about the world around us, how there can be things moving just beyond the edge of what we can see or touch, and how sometimes the only proof of their existence is the feeling they leave behind in the quiet. And in the end, that's all it was, a fleeting, silent passing through the woods, something larger than life, but utterly indifferent to us. It didn't want anything from us. We were just 4 people walking on a path, crossing its path by chance, and for a moment, our worlds brushed together before moving on. I still walk those woods sometimes, alone now. I look for that feeling again, but it never comes back. Maybe it was never meant to. Maybe it was just a glimpse of something beyond, a reminder that the world is bigger than we can ever imagine, and sometimes it moves in ways we can barely feel. That summer in Upper Michigan felt like it was going to be like every other camp trip I had been on before. Nothing special, just a few days in the woods with my cabin group, some campfire songs, cooking over a fire, and sleeping in a tent. We were at this place called Sherwood Forest, not the famous one from England, just some deep, thick forest miles away from any town or road. The kind of place where your phone loses signal as soon as you get out of the parking lot. We had arrived in the early afternoon, the sun still warm but starting to dip lower in the sky. Our group set up the tents quickly, knowing we'd need to get a fire going for dinner soon. The forest was dense, with tall pines and firs everywhere, blocking most of the sunlight. The ground was soft with a thick carpet of pine needles, and the air smelled like wet earth and pine resin. The river was maybe 100 yards from our camp, winding quietly through the trees, the water clear and cold. Dinner was the usual, foil packets of potatoes and chicken cooked over the fire, with some bread and instant coffee. After eating, we took our dishes down to the river to wash them out. It was still light but fading fast, a dull orange glow pressing through the trees. That's when I first noticed the light. Across the river, a soft yellow glow flickered, almost like a lantern. I squinted, trying to see who could be holding it, but all I could make out was a hand holding the lamp, moving slowly back and forth. There was no figure I could see, no body, no shadow, just the hand holding the lamp in the dark. I mentioned it to my friends, but they shrugged it off, thinking it was probably another camper, or someone fishing maybe, who hadn't noticed us. We finished washing the dishes and walked back up to camp, the trees now dark shapes around us. There was no other sign of life. No voices, no other lights. Back at camp, we crawled into our tents, the soft hum of crickets filling the air. I lay on my sleeping pad, the damp smell of canvas mixing with the sharp scent of pine. The forest felt alive, but quiet in that way a forest does at night, like it was watching but waiting. I was almost asleep when my friend shook me awake. He looked pale and wide-eyed, like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. Without speaking, he pointed toward the edge of the tent. I strained to listen. At first, there was nothing but silence. Then, faintly at first, a rhythmic sound. It was a slow, steady drumming, like someone beating on a tree or a rock far off in the woods. It wasn't regular like a song, more like a deep, constant thump, 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 echoing softly through the trees. It wasn't loud, but it carried in the still night air, growing clearer with every passing second. Everyone in our tent was silent, frozen in fear. We could hear it too, the other tents nearby tense and quiet. Outside, the forest was still dark and quiet except for the drumming. The sound felt too close, like someone was moving slowly through the trees, moving deeper into the forest, but always just out of sight. The drumming lasted exactly 15 minutes. I could feel my heart pounding, each beat somehow syncing with the distant thump. Then it stopped suddenly, leaving a heavy silence. Relief washed over us, but it was short-lived. A new sound began, a strangled, choking noise, soft at first, then growing louder. It wasn't words or talking. It was gasping and struggling, like someone was fighting for air or drowning. The noise seemed to come from all around us, mixed in the dark shadows of the trees. We couldn't see anything moving, but the choking noise was getting closer, louder, sharper. It lasted for maybe 2 minutes, growing in intensity, making my skin crawl. Then it stopped just as suddenly as the drumming had. Then, a piercing screech shattered the night. It was so loud it hurt my ears, a long, high-pitched scream that echoed through the forest and seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a sound I'd never heard before, like the scream of an animal caught in terror or pain, but no animal I knew could make a sound like that. The counselors didn't say a word, but immediately told us to pack up and get ready to leave. We were loaded into the vans and drove out of the forest in silence, the strange noises still ringing in my ears. No one explained what we heard or why we left so suddenly. I asked around after, but no one had any answers, just silence or nervous looks. Back home, the memory stayed with me. I tried to tell myself it was probably hunters or some strange animal sounds, but the pattern of the drumming, the choking noises, and the scream didn't fit anything normal. It felt like something out there was in pain, scared, and watching us. Even now, when I think back to that night in Sherwood Forest, I can still hear that distant drum, the desperate choking, and the scream echoing in the dark. It's something I'll never forget, and something I hope never happens again. The sky that evening was unlike anything I had ever seen before. It was one of those rare moments where everything around you feels charged with a kind of quiet tension. Something's off, but you can't quite put your finger on it. My parents' garden, usually a peaceful place filled with the sounds of birds and distant cars, felt different that night. It was just me, my sister, my partner, and my parents standing outside under umbrellas, all of us drawn out by this strange weather. The clouds were the first thing that caught our attention. They weren't the fluffy, lazy clouds you expect on a normal day. These were black, heavy, and rolling in a way that looked almost unnatural. They moved fast, much faster than any storm cloud I'd ever seen before, tumbling over one another like waves crashing on a shore. The sky wasn't just cloudy, it was alive with motion, a wall of darkness stretching across the horizon just beyond the distant trees at the edge of the garden. We stood still, just watching. The clouds were a deep, inky black, and their shapes twisted and folded in on themselves with a speed and fury that made the whole scene feel unreal. I could almost feel the pressure in the air changing, like the atmosphere was holding its breath. The wind was still for a moment, but the air around us was heavy, thick with the promise of what was coming. Suddenly, it started to rain, but it wasn't the kind of rain that soaks you through in seconds. It was just a light pitter-patter, gentle drops falling from the sky as if testing the ground before the storm arrived. It lasted only a moment, just enough to dampen the leaves and make the grass glisten in the dim light. Then the rain stopped, as suddenly as it had started, and the wind began to rise. The wind came in waves, blowing leaves from the trees and whipping branches back and forth with an urgency that made us all hold tightly to our umbrellas. The sky continued to roil above us, the black clouds now almost swallowing the horizon, stretching wider and wider until they seemed to cover everything in sight. The sound of the wind was sharp and biting, carrying with it the scent of rain-soaked earth and fresh leaves. Then, just as suddenly as it had come, the rush of wind dropped away. We looked up and realized something strange, like something out of a weather report or a nature documentary. The clouds weren't just moving over us, they had formed a huge circular pattern in the sky, like a donut or a ring, and we were standing right in the middle of the whole. Above us, the sky was completely clear, blue, calm, and untouched by the storm surrounding us. The silence was almost deafening. It felt like time had paused. The wind had stopped entirely. The trees that had been bending and thrashing a moment before stood perfectly still now. Leaves drifted gently down like snowflakes, their descent slow and deliberate. It was as if the world had gone quiet just to let us take in this surreal moment. The air was cool but calm. The pressure we had felt earlier seemed to lift slightly, leaving behind an eerie calmness that felt both peaceful and unsettling. I could see my breath in the cool air, steady and calm. The birds had stopped singing. Even the usual distant hum of cars and life felt muted. It was like we had been cut off from the rest of the world. For about 5 minutes, we stood there, frozen in place, watching the calm center of the storm. It was mesmerizing. The black clouds circled us, moving slowly around the edges, while above us the stars started to come out faintly in the darkening sky. The contrast between the bright, clear patch directly above and the dark, churning storm ring surrounding us was stunning. Then, the other side of the storm arrived. The wind picked up again, this time sharper, colder, and faster than before. Leaves and small branches whipped past us. The clouds above shifted and darkened again, moving in fast from the opposite direction. The peaceful calm vanished instantly, replaced by the urgent rush of the storm's return. It was a reminder that we were just a small part of something much bigger, something powerful and uncontrollable. We retreated slowly back into the house, leaving the umbrellas behind as the rain began again, heavier this time, drumming against the windows. Inside, the warmth and safety felt even more precious after standing in the eye of that storm, that strange, silent moment between two forces of nature. In the days that followed, I kept thinking about that night, about how something so calm and peaceful could exist right in the middle of chaos, how the world could feel so still while everything around it roared and moved. I looked up at storms differently after that, wondering about the quiet spaces hidden in the heart of wild things. Even though the storm passed and life went back to normal, that moment stayed with me, a reminder of the strange beauty and power of nature, and how sometimes the most frightening experiences can be the ones that take your breath away with quiet wonder instead of fear. When I was a kid, my grandpa owned a large piece of forest land that had been in the family for decades, probably close to 70 years by then. It wasn't just any piece of land. It was thick woods with tall oaks, pines, and underbrush so thick in places that you could easily get lost if you wandered too far. Grandpa kept horses there, and sometimes he would take them out to graze or just let them roam around the fenced-in areas. The land was kind of wild, but also familiar to me and my siblings because we spent a lot of time there playing and exploring. One summer day, my sister and I went out into the woods to play. We didn't have any special plans, just wanted to wander around and see what we could find. It was late afternoon, the sun hanging low enough to cast long shadows, but still warm enough to keep the bugs buzzing around. The forest floor was soft with fallen leaves and pine needles, and there was a faint smell of damp earth mixed with the scent of wildflowers and grass. We followed a narrow path near one of the old fences where Grandpa kept the horses. The horses were out grazing nearby, occasionally flicking their tails and snorting, but they weren't paying any attention to us. We kept walking deeper into the trees, pushing aside branches and stepping over roots. After a while, something caught our eye, a small pile of clothes lying near a fallen tree. It looked like someone had left them there. My sister and I exchanged a quick look, a little curious, but not exactly alarmed. The clothes were definitely women's clothes, some kind of old blouse and a skirt. What was weird was that they were way too small to belong to either my grandma or my mom. The blouse was thin and faded, and the skirt had little floral patterns that seemed out of place in the middle of the woods. We picked them up briefly, but neither of us really cared enough to think much about it. Kids don't always question things like that. They just notice, then move on. So we dropped the clothes back down and kept walking, more interested in looking for bugs or funny-shaped rocks. As we wandered farther, we came to a small clearing that looked different from the rest of the forest. The ground was disturbed, like someone had dug there recently and then covered it back up. The soil was loose and darker than the rest of the earth around it, and there were small patches where grass hadn't grown back yet. Of course, being kids, the first thing we thought of was treasure. We joked about how maybe someone had buried something valuable there, like pirate gold or old coins. That's the kind of thing that seemed possible in stories, so it stuck in our heads. Without really thinking about it, we started digging. At first, it was just with our hands, pulling up dirt and tossing it aside. Then we found a small stick and started using it to poke into the ground. It felt strange, like the earth was hiding something. We dug down about a foot before hitting something hard. It wasn't like a rock or a tree root, but solid and flat. My sister scraped dirt away with her fingers, and it looked like a slab of cement. We kept digging around the edges of the slab and found it stretched out wider than we expected. It was about 4 or 5 feet wide and at least 7 or 8 feet long. The slab was smooth on top and seemed to be part of something bigger underneath the dirt. At that point, we realized this wasn't just some random buried treasure. It was something else. We called our brother over, who was older and stronger, and he brought a shovel. Together, the three of us dug around the slab, trying to see what it was. The more we dug, the more questions we had. Why would there be a big slab of cement buried out here in the middle of the forest? And what was under it? The slab was too wide to be part of a sidewalk or driveway, and there were no buildings nearby, no signs of construction or anything. We were getting dirt all over ourselves, our clothes torn from the branches we pushed through to get here. Our hands were scratched and muddy, but we were too curious to stop. Eventually, we gave up on digging deeper, at least for the moment. The slab was too heavy and too deep for us to move, and we didn't have the tools or the strength to break it up. So we decided to tell Grandpa. When we found him, he was fixing a fence post near the horses, hammer in one hand, sweat on his forehead. We told him about the clothes and the slab, and he looked at us quietly for a moment. He said, "Huh," then went back to his work without much more. Later that afternoon, Grandpa called us all together. Me, my sister, and our brother, and we sat on the back porch with him while the sun started to set. He looked serious, his eyes dark and steady. He told us, without any fuss, don't go looking for trouble where you don't need to, and don't go telling others about stuff they don't need to know. We didn't ask why. We didn't want to push him. There was something in his tone that made it clear this was not a game or a mystery for kids to solve. After that, we stayed away from the clearing and didn't talk about the slab or the clothes again. But the memory stayed with me, nagging like a shadow in the back of my mind. Years later, I asked my dad about it, trying to see if he knew anything. He said Grandpa never talked much about what was under that slab, but the family rumor was that long ago, before Grandpa even owned the land, someone had hidden something there. No one knew exactly what or why, but it wasn't anything legal or good. That made sense to me. The forest was quiet, but it held its secrets tightly. Whatever had been buried there was probably better left alone. When I think back on that summer day, I remember the feeling of unease that crept up the longer we dug. There was something wrong about uncovering what was meant to stay buried. And even though we were just kids, we felt it. Grandpa was right. Some things are better not disturbed. Some things are meant to be left alone, locked away beneath the soil and out of sight. I never went back to that spot again, and when I visit the land now, I steer clear of that clearing. It's a quiet reminder that some mysteries aren't for solving, and some secrets have a price. Back in college, during one of the winter holiday breaks, I took a job that gave me a little extra money, working as one of the resident assistants who stayed behind while most of the campus emptied out. It was just me and a handful of others keeping watch over the dorms and facilities at the college in Putney, Vermont. The campus was tiny during those weeks, barely more than a ghost town, especially after most of the students went home for the holidays. There were fewer than 20 students left on campus, mostly international kids, or those with no place else to go. The rest of us RAs rotated shifts to keep things running and safe. The college itself was perched just a few miles away from the Yankee nuclear power plant. You could see it from the dorm windows on clear days, this massive gray concrete structure with tall cooling towers billowing steam into the cold Vermont sky. It was always a little unnerving to be so close to a place like that. There was something about its presence, looming so near, that made the whole area feel quieter, heavier, like the air carried some unspoken tension. Most of the campus was shut down for the break. The library was closed, the gym was closed, even the common lounges were locked up tight. One of the only places still open during those nights was the campus cafe. It was a little building down the hill from the dorms, near the center of the campus quad. The hill was steep, and on a clear night, you could look down from the dorm windows and see the dim glow of the cafe's lights far below. One night, a couple weeks into the break, my friend, another RA, asked if I wanted to come with him to the cafe for a hot drink. I was tired from the shift, but welcomed the break. The dorms felt colder than usual, and the warmth of a cup of coffee or tea sounded good. We grabbed our jackets and headed out together. It was late, well past midnight, and the campus was almost silent. The air was thick with cold. When we stepped outside, I noticed the faint crunch of snow beneath our boots, the way it muffled other sounds and made everything seem distant, as if the world had been wrapped in cotton. The sky was heavy with thick clouds, blocking any stars or moonlight. The dark, heavy clouds pressed down on the landscape like a low ceiling. We walked down the hill toward the cafe, the path slick with ice in places. The buildings around us looked sharp against the dark sky, windows blacked out and empty. We didn't say much. The cold made us keep our heads down, focused on the footing and the goal of the warm cafe waiting below. Then, as we neared the bottom of the hill, I heard it. The sound was like something out of a movie, an enormous mechanical hum that started deep in my chest and vibrated through the ground beneath my feet. It was low, steady, but it began to wind down like a giant machine powering off. I stopped mid-step and turned my head, trying to locate where it was coming from. The hum filled the valley, deep and steady at first, then fading slowly. My breath fogged in front of me as I listened. Then, almost immediately after the sound died away, the entire campus went dark. Not just the cafe or the dorms. Every single light in every building flickered out, plunging everything into absolute blackness. The kind of darkness that swallows you whole, where you can't even see your own hands in front of your face. I instinctively reached for my radio, fumbling with the buttons to call in, but the sudden silence was disorienting. I felt my heart jump in my chest, the cold air suddenly sharper against my skin. Then, without warning, the sky lit up. It wasn't the usual kind of light like lightning. This was something different, bright green neon, an unnatural glow that burst through the cloud cover and lit up the sky like someone had hit a giant floodlight from behind the hills. The light spread across the clouds, rushing overhead in a wave of green fire, as if the sky itself were on fire. It started far off on the horizon and swept over us, racing across the dark clouds with a strange, almost liquid motion. The green glow faded as quickly as it came, swallowed by the darkness, and then the wind hit. It was the most powerful gust of wind I've ever felt, blowing down the hill with a roar that sounded like the storm was breaking loose. The wind was so strong it almost knocked me over. I dropped to the wet grass to steady myself, the icy blades biting through my jacket. The silence returned immediately after the wind died down, but the lights stayed off. The entire campus was still blanketed in darkness. I stayed low on the grass, heart pounding, waiting for the lights to flicker back on. About 40 seconds later, maybe a minute, the lights blinked back on, building by building, like some giant circuit had reset itself. The cafe's warm yellow glow came back first, followed by the dorm windows. The street lamps along the quad flickered on, lighting up the campus again. My friend was quiet beside me. I could hear him breathing, quick and shallow. The night air was still cold, but the wind had died completely. The green glow was gone from the sky. The clouds still hung heavy, but now they were just dark, nothing more. We both just sat there for a moment, trying to catch our breath, trying to process what had just happened. The hum, the blackout, the eerie green light, the burst of wind. It felt like something out of a nightmare or a science fiction movie. When we finally stood and made our way to the cafe, the warmth inside felt like a lifeline. The hum of the espresso machine, the soft chatter of the few students inside, it was normal, familiar, almost like the weird moment outside had never happened. But it did happen. We never forgot it. Back at the dorm, we both sat on the floor near the heaters, talking quietly about it, though no one else seemed to believe us. We thought maybe the power plant had some sort of emergency shutdown or malfunction, but the campus never got any official word. The blackout lasted only about a minute, but the feeling of that night stuck with me. It was a reminder that despite how safe the campus seemed, how normal our lives were, something unpredictable and powerful was so close. Years later, whenever the subject came up in conversations with other RAs who stayed over holiday breaks, someone always mentioned it again. A shared memory that was strange and unexplained. Did we imagine it? Were we too tired, too cold, or just caught up in some weird dream? We didn't know. But I know what I saw. That green light over Putney, the sudden silence, the terrifying darkness, the wind that could have knocked me over. That night, the nuclear plant wasn't just a distant presence looming on the horizon. It felt alive, dangerous, and very real. When I was about 10 years old, my family loved camping. We didn't always go far away or to fancy campsites. A lot of the time, we just camped in our own backyard. I guess that made it feel safe, and we got used to all the little sounds of the night in our neighborhood. The crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl, or the distant bark of a dog. Those nights were special. We'd build a fire pit, roast marshmallows, tell stories, and fall asleep in our tents with the soft hum of the night around us. It felt like a little adventure, right at home. One summer, my family and I went to visit my cousin's house. Her backyard was big, much bigger than ours, and it backed up right to a dense forest. The trees were tall and close together, and I could see shadows moving between them even during the day. It felt a little wild and a lot mysterious, but also exciting. That night, we decided to camp in her backyard, just like we did at our house. We picked a spot right at the edge of the forest, close enough to feel like we were really camping in the woods, but still close to the house if we needed anything. We pitched our tent carefully, making sure the stakes were deep in the ground and the rain fly was tight. The air was warm but had that fresh, earthy smell that only comes when trees and dirt mix in the night. There were crickets chirping constantly, and in the distance, I could hear the faint buzz of a bug zapper near the porch light. My sister and I settled into our sleeping bags side by side, the soft fabric brushing against my skin as I pulled the zipper up around me. I felt safe and happy at first, tired from a day of running around and exploring. It wasn't long before I fell asleep. The night was quiet, save for the usual nighttime noises, crickets, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves, the distant bark of a dog. I was dreaming about the hike we'd done earlier that day, imagining the soft dirt trail winding through the forest and the cool shade from the trees. Suddenly, I woke up. Something had caught my attention. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to stir me from sleep. The first thing I noticed was the sharp zap and crackle of the bug zapper going off somewhere nearby. I recognized the sound immediately. It was that electric pop when a bug touches the wire grid. It was a familiar sound, but in the quiet of the night, it felt a little louder than usual. I tried to settle back down, telling myself it was nothing. But then I heard another noise, faint at first, like a twig snapping. I opened my eyes fully and sat up in the sleeping bag, the thin nylon of the tent brushing against my arms. The tent walls glowed faintly from the moonlight, casting shadows of the trees outside. My heart started to beat a little faster, not too fast, but enough to tell me I was alert. The snapping sounds kept coming, small but steady, like someone or something was walking through dry branches and twigs just outside the tent. I told myself it was probably just a deer or maybe a squirrel. Animals lived in the forest, of course, and it wasn't unusual to hear them at night. But the sounds were close, too close, and that made me nervous. My fingers gripped the sleeping bag tighter. Then something worse happened. I heard a low, deep growl, like a breath being let out slowly and heavily, coming right from the edge of the tent. It was different from any animal sound I'd ever heard before. It wasn't a small noise. It was heavy and guttural, like something large and wild was just outside, watching us. My brain immediately jumped to the worst possible thing, a bear. I'd learned about bears in school, and how dangerous they could be if they got too close to people. My stomach twisted, and a cold rush of adrenaline hit me. I felt trapped, scared, and wide awake all at once. My chest tightened, and I started to breathe faster. My hands shook a little as I tried to think. I wanted to scream, to wake my family, but I was frozen. My mind raced through everything I'd been told about camping safety. Don't run, don't make loud noises, stay calm. But it was hard to stay calm when the growl came again, louder this time, and the sound of twigs snapping was right outside. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment, trying to steady my breath. I reminded myself it was probably not a bear. Maybe it was just my imagination, or some other animal making a strange noise. I thought about the stories my dad told me about raccoons and foxes making weird sounds at night. I told myself it was okay, that nothing was going to happen. Then suddenly, the growling noise changed. It became a different kind of sound, a deep, rhythmic snore. I blinked, confused at first. The noise was coming from very close, but now it didn't sound threatening at all. It was slow and steady, like someone breathing deeply while asleep. I opened my eyes and looked toward my sister's side of the tent. She was still curled up, completely asleep, and the snoring was definitely hers. Relief washed over me like a wave. The growling wasn't a growl at all. It was just her loud snoring mixing with the sounds outside. My heart slowed down, and my breathing returned to normal. I smiled quietly to myself and let out a deep sigh. All the fear and tension disappeared. It was the biggest relief I'd ever felt in my life, realizing it wasn't a bear or some scary creature out there, just my sister sleeping soundly beside me. I settled back into my sleeping bag and closed my eyes again, feeling warm and safe despite the forest just beyond the tent. The bug zapper kept zapping bugs outside. The branches cracked occasionally from small animals moving through the trees, and my sister's steady snoring became the background music to the rest of the night. I drifted back to sleep peacefully, knowing that even when things seem scary, sometimes they're just ordinary and harmless, waiting to be understood. The forest was still there, dark and full of unknowns, but inside the tent, with my family nearby, I felt safe and calm. That night taught me that fear can trick you, but it's okay to be scared as long as you find your way back to calm. And sometimes, the scariest noises are just someone sleeping next to you. My brother and I had been talking about this for weeks, exploring Olavsvern, the old abandoned military base, hidden inside a mountain just outside Tromsø in northern Norway. It's massive, something like 25,000 square meters carved deep into the rock, with tunnel after tunnel twisting through the mountain like a giant underground maze. I'd seen pictures online before, but nothing prepares you for the real thing. The place has this cold, heavy silence that settles in your bones as soon as you step inside. We planned to go on a Saturday morning, hoping the weather would hold. When we arrived, the gates were barely shut, just some rusty metal bars with a chain that looked more like a suggestion than a real lock. No guards, no cameras that we could see. It was obvious the place was forgotten by most. We slipped through the gate easily, feeling this rush of excitement mixed with a weird, nervous energy. The air inside smelled damp, a mix of wet concrete and something metallic, like old machinery left to rot. The tunnel entrance was huge, wide enough to fit a small truck, and just beyond it, the darkness swallowed everything. We pulled out our flashlights, but as soon as we stepped in and walked past a sensor on the wall, the lights flicked on automatically, like in the movies. Bright fluorescent tubes buzzed to life overhead, casting sharp shadows on the concrete walls. That was the first thing that caught me off guard. The whole base was still wired for power, even if most of it looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. We started walking, the echo of our footsteps bouncing down the long corridor. The tunnels were endless. It felt like every step took us deeper into the mountain's belly. The air grew cooler and thicker as we moved forward, and the silence was almost oppressive, broken only by the hum of the old lights and the occasional drip of water somewhere far away. After maybe 500 meters, we reached a small side pocket on the left. It was like a little room off the main tunnel, and there, parked against the wall, was an old, rusty bicycle. The paint was chipped, the tires flat, but it looked like someone had just left it there recently. On the wall above it, spray-painted in faded white letters, was a sign that said speed limit 30. It was weird to see something so casual in such a serious place. Without really thinking, my brother grabbed the bike and started riding down the tunnel. The tunnel was smooth enough that it was easy to pedal, and the feeling of moving faster through the dark was a rush. The lights kept turning on just ahead of us as we moved, like the place was alive in some strange way. We laughed quietly, feeling like kids sneaking around a secret clubhouse. After a while, we decided to leave the bike and continue on foot. We pushed it into a corner and began to explore the tunnels that spread out in every direction. The walls were stained in places with rust and moisture and old signs, some in Norwegian, some in English, warned of hazards or pointed to different sections like control room or ammo storage. Every so often, we'd spot discarded tools or scraps of paper, remnants of a past that felt frozen in time. Eventually, we came to a fork, a Y-shaped junction where we had to decide whether to go straight or turn left. We picked the left path, feeling the walls close in a little more as the tunnel narrowed and the lights flickered uncertainly. The air smelled colder here, and I could feel my heart beating faster. The silence pressed down again, and every little sound, our footsteps breathing, even the creak of the bike's old chain somewhere behind us, seemed amplified. After some time exploring the tunnels branching off from the Y, we decided to head back to the main corridor. I felt a little thrill of relief at the thought of leaving. The excitement was mixing now with something heavier, a creeping sense that we didn't belong there, like we were trespassing somewhere better left alone. But when we got back to where we had left the bike, it was gone. We searched the area, shining our flashlights in every direction, but it wasn't there. Not where we'd put it, not even nearby. The feeling that settled over me then was pure panic. How could the bike just disappear? We were deep inside a restricted area, a place hidden inside a mountain, and suddenly our only way out felt uncertain. My brother's face mirrored my own fear. We didn't say a word, just grabbed our flashlights and started running back the way we came. The tunnel curved ahead of us, so we couldn't see very far. Every second stretched out like a minute. I kept thinking, what if an alarm goes off? What if someone's waiting for us just around the bend? Our footsteps echoed wildly, and my chest felt tight, lungs burning as we pushed ourselves harder. We didn't stop until the gate came into view. The sunlight pouring in was like a promise of safety, even though the cold mountain air hit us like a slap. We slipped back through the gate without looking back, hearts pounding in our ears. Even now, when I watch the pictures and videos we took, I feel that same chill. The place is massive, full of secrets, and it's clear we barely scratched the surface. We still don't know what happened to that bike. For all we know, someone else could have been inside, watching us the whole time. We're planning to go back soon. This time, I'll be ready. That hike still sticks with me. I remember it so clearly, like I can feel the damp, cold air and the heavy silence of the forest every time I think about it. It was probably about 3 years ago, on one of those late summer evenings when the sun seems to disappear suddenly, leaving you with that odd in-between twilight where everything looks both clear and shadowy at the same time. The kind of light that makes the forest feel like a different world, quieter, slower, but somehow heavier. My friend and I had been out hiking most of the afternoon. The park where we were is this huge state park not far from town, full of dense woods and a maze of trails. We had picked a route that was supposed to be a loop, but as the day went on, it became obvious we were behind schedule. We started realizing the sun was getting low in the sky, and we needed to turn back to avoid being caught out there in the dark. The forest was thick in this part of the park, massive oak and maple trees that stretched so high their branches locked together, blocking out most of the light even during the day. The ground was soft and covered with leaves, moss, and twigs, and the air smelled like wet earth and pine needles. We were quiet for a while, walking side by side down the trail back to the parking lot. The path was narrow and winding, with thick bushes and undergrowth pressing in close on both sides. I was tired, my legs sore from the long walk, and I remember feeling this weird mix of relief to be heading back, but also an unsettling tension in the air. Something about the way the forest felt at that moment was different. Maybe it was the dark settling in or just the isolation, but it was hard to shake that feeling that we weren't quite alone. That's when I noticed it, a patch of torn-up vegetation right next to the trail. The leaves and plants were ripped apart, crushed, and scattered like something big had been moving through there recently. At first, I thought maybe it was a deer bed or some animal's den. It wasn't unusual to find deer tracks or signs of wildlife in the park, but this looked more deliberate, more rough and destructive than anything we'd seen before. I pointed it out to my friend, and we both slowed down to get a better look. The torn plants led to a narrow path that veered off the main trail, disappearing into the shadows between the trees. There wasn't a sign or anything marking it, just this small trail worn into the undergrowth. Against my better judgment, curiosity got the better of us, and we decided to follow it. The air grew colder as we stepped off the trail. The light was fading fast now, and the thick canopy above blocked what little daylight was left. The path was rough, lined with roots and broken branches, and it felt like we were pushing deeper into a part of the forest few people ever saw. The silence was intense, no birds chirping, no rustling in the bushes, just the sound of our footsteps and breathing. After walking maybe 50 yards, the path opened up into a clearing. The ground was covered in dead leaves and dirt, and the trees around it were huge old oaks, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches twisting overhead like claws. The clearing was circular, maybe 20 feet across, and at its center was something that stopped me cold. There was a large deer skull sitting right in the middle of the clearing. It was old, bleached white, but still showing some bits of dried flesh hanging from the edges. Around the skull was a big star shape drawn in the dirt. The lines were deep and carefully made, like someone had taken time to mark it out precisely. At each point of the star, there were small piles of rocks and empty shells. The whole thing looked like some kind of ritual site or offering spot, but what made it worse was the way it made the air feel. Heavy and oppressive, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I looked at my friend, trying to find any hint of what he was thinking, but he was just staring at the skull with a strange intensity. I remember feeling my heart start to race. The sun had almost completely set, and the forest around us was growing darker by the second. We should have left right then, but something about the scene made it hard to move. Then, out of nowhere, my friend reached down and picked up the skull. I froze. He held it in his hands like it was some kind of trophy. I wanted to tell him to put it back, to just forget it, but no words came out. The forest seemed to close in around us even more. We didn't linger after that. We took off running, the skull in his hands, sprinting back the way we came, dodging roots and branches, barely noticing the sweat stinging my eyes or the burning in my legs. The forest was a blur. The narrow path back to the main trail felt like it stretched on forever, but eventually, we burst out into the fading light and saw the parking lot just ahead. Back at the car, my friend set the skull on the passenger seat. We didn't say much on the drive home. The silence was thick with that shared unease neither of us wanted to break. When we got to my place, we left the skull on the doorstep. Neither of us wanted to bring it inside. Over the next few days, I kept thinking about that clearing and the strange setup we found. I kept imagining what it meant and who could have made it. The thought that someone might have done something sinister there gnawed at me. But as days turned to weeks, the memory faded, and life went back to normal. The skull sat outside my door, a strange and quiet reminder of that night. People joked that it was just a weird lawn ornament, that no harm could come from it. And honestly, I hoped they were right. No one in my family ever acted strange or got sick. Nothing weird ever happened in the house. It was just a skull on the doorstep, an odd souvenir from a hike. Looking back, I think what haunted me most wasn't some ghost or curse, but that moment in the forest when everything felt so raw and real. The silence, the dark, the weight of the unknown. I realized then that sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or spirits, but the quiet, unsettling truths hidden deep in places no one wants to go. The cold air hit me the moment I unzipped the tent flap. It was just before dawn, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones and makes you shiver despite your best layers. I rubbed my hands together, trying to warm up as I crawled out onto the damp ground. The tent felt cramped and still from where my friend was sleeping, completely unaware of the world waking outside. I tried not to disturb him. He was out cold as usual after a long day of hiking and setting up camp. The campsite was quiet except for the faint rustling of leaves and the soft buzz of early morning insects. We had picked this spot because it was remote, away from the usual trails and any chance of other campers wandering in. It was deep northern California, dense with pine trees that towered overhead like silent guards. The ground was covered in a thick layer of needles and moss, soft underfoot. A few scattered rocks were dotted around, and to one side was a small pond, no more than maybe 20 yards across. The water was still and clear, reflecting the early light in a way that made it look like glass. I stepped lightly, careful not to make much noise, heading toward the pond. The grass was slick with dew, and the chill made my breath come out in short, sharp puffs. The sun was just starting to peek over the tree line, painting the sky in pale pinks and purples, promising a clear day ahead. I looked down at the water and felt a strange calm settle over me. The whole scene looked like one of those paintings you see in a gallery, soft, peaceful, untouched by the chaos of everyday life. The colors were muted but perfect, and the way the light hit the trees and water reminded me of those peaceful Thomas Kincaid paintings, the ones with the little cottages and quiet streams. But out here, it was just us and nature, no humans, no distractions. I squatted down near the edge, aiming for a peace spot behind a small cluster of bushes, careful not to get too close to the water. Afterward, I pulled out the small camping stove we had brought and started boiling some water for coffee. The cold made my fingers clumsy, but I liked the ritual. The hiss of the stove, the smell of the coffee grounds, the steam rising in the crisp morning air. I was alone with my thoughts, no one else around but the trees, the water, and the occasional bird waking up somewhere in the distance. That's when everything changed. One moment, I was standing there, coffee in hand, taking in the beauty around me. Then suddenly, all the usual morning sounds vanished. No birds chirping, no rustling leaves, not even the distant buzz of insects. It was like someone had pressed pause on the entire forest. The silence was so thick I could almost hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I turned slowly, looking around to see if I had missed something. Maybe an animal had gone quiet, or something was blocking the usual morning breeze. But there was nothing. The air was still, the trees motionless. The usual morning haze that sometimes drifts through the forest was gone. Instead, something else was happening. From the right side, above the treetops, a thin fog began to creep down. It wasn't the kind of fog that rolls in like a heavy blanket or a thick cloud that swallows everything whole. No, this was different. It was delicate, like someone had blown a soft breath of smoke over the pond, and the mist just settled on the surface of the water, spreading gently but deliberately. It moved slowly, curling and twisting, filling in the gaps over the pond, but it didn't spread beyond the water. The trees stayed clear, the ground dry. It was beautiful but eerie. The fog had an almost unnatural quality to it, like it didn't belong. I stood frozen, watching as the mist laid itself across the pond, the sunlight catching it in places and making it glow faintly. The stillness remained. The silence stayed. I waited, expecting the fog to grow, to rise up and cover the entire clearing. That's what usually happens when fog rolls in. It thickens and expands, wrapping everything in a ghostly white. But this didn't happen. The fog just stayed there, limited to the water's edge, as if it was being held back by some invisible barrier. For what felt like a long time, I just stared. My coffee cooled beside me, forgotten. The quiet pressed in on me from all sides. I thought about waking my friend, but there was something about this moment that felt private, like nature was showing me something I wasn't meant to share. I wanted to speak, to say something, but the words got caught in my throat. After a while, the sun climbed a bit higher, and the fog slowly started to dissolve, retreating back into the air until it was gone completely, leaving the pond clear and still again, as if nothing had happened. The sounds of the forest came back, birds singing, leaves rustling, insects buzzing. The ordinary world returned. I looked around again, half expecting to see something out of place, but everything was just as it had been. My friend was still asleep in the tent, breathing evenly. The camp looked untouched, peaceful. The pond glimmered in the light, nothing more than a pretty reflection. I brewed my coffee and sat quietly, thinking about what I had seen. The fog phenomenon didn't make sense, at least not to me. I've been camping a lot in my life, spent time in all kinds of weather and landscapes, and I'd never witnessed anything like that. No heavy fog banks, no creeping mists, just this thin, delicate veil that appeared and disappeared without a sound. It left me with an odd feeling. Not fear, exactly, but something close. Like a reminder that nature still holds secrets we don't fully understand. There's a wildness in the world that's impossible to control or predict, no matter how often we go looking for comfort in it. We packed up later that morning, leaving the quiet pond and the fading traces of the mysterious fog behind us. The hike back was uneventful, but I kept glancing back at the trees, half expecting to see the mist return. It never did. That experience stayed with me. I've told a few close friends about it over the years, but no one has ever had a similar story to match. It's just one of those strange, beautiful moments that happen out in the wild, when you're alone with the earth and the sky and the silence. And maybe that's what makes it scarier than any ghost story or fairy tale. Not knowing why it happened, not understanding it, but knowing deep down that the world is far bigger and stranger than you ever imagined. When I was about 15, my friends and I spent a lot of time just hanging around the small park in the village where we grew up. It wasn't a big place, just a simple patch of grass with a few trees scattered around, a worn-out bench or two, and an old, cracked basketball hoop at one end. The village itself was quiet most days, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else. and nothing much ever happened. On that particular day, the sun was out in full force. The sky was a clear, deep blue, not a single cloud to be seen, and the heat was gentle, the kind that makes your skin feel warm, but not sweaty. It was the kind of day that seemed perfect for just being outside, kicking a football around with your mates, and not having a care in the world. We had the ball moving between us easily, passing it back and forth, laughing when someone missed a catch, or when the ball rolled off into the bushes at the side of the park. We weren't very serious players. It was all for fun, but we knew the basics, and the game gave us something to focus on besides school or other usual stuff. The sun reflected off the grass, which was patchy in places, the dirt showing through where people had walked too much or the grass had died back. It was peaceful, quiet, apart from the sound of the ball hitting the ground and the occasional bird call from the trees. Then, suddenly, something strange happened. It wasn't like the sun disappeared or clouds rolled in. Nothing obvious like that. But the colors around us shifted. The bright green of the grass didn't look bright anymore. It turned soft and washed out, like pastel chalk. The blue sky was still there, but it seemed faded, dull, like someone had taken a filter over the whole world. The trees' leaves were no longer deep green, but a pale, almost grayish tint. It felt like looking through a foggy window, but the air was clear, and the sun was still shining. I wasn't the only one who noticed it. My friends stopped moving the ball and looked around too. We all caught the same strange change. We exchanged glances, silent but aware that something was off. The usual vibrancy of the day was gone. It felt like the world had lost some of its life. We sat down on the grass, feeling the cool blades beneath us, but it didn't feel the same anymore. It was almost as if the park itself had been drained of energy. The familiar sounds, the rustling of leaves, the distant hum of a car passing on the road beyond the village, were still there but seemed distant, muffled. That's when the feeling hit us. I can't describe it any other way except to say it was like an overwhelming weight pressing down on my chest. A sense of impending doom, like something terrible was just about to happen, though we couldn't say what or why. It wasn't a sudden shock or panic, but a slow, creeping dread that settled into the pit of my stomach. I looked at my friends' faces. They all looked the same, quiet, unsettled. No one spoke. We just sat there, the strange feeling hanging heavy between us. It was like time slowed down, and the normal energy of youth, the carefree vibe we always had, was sucked out of the air. We started thinking about the past, about the old days, though we were all still pretty young. It was a weird thought, like we had lived a lifetime already, like there were things left unsaid or undone that we suddenly felt the weight of. I remember thinking about small regrets, things I wish I'd done differently, or moments I'd missed with family or friends. It was the kind of reflection that usually comes much later in life, not at 15. The park, the village, everything around us felt suspended in that strange moment. The sunlight still shone, but it was like it was filtered through a layer of quiet fear. I wanted to shake it off, to stand up and say it was just a weird feeling, nothing real. But it wasn't that easy. It felt very real, very heavy. Eventually, the silence between us was broken, not by words, but by movement. We slowly stood up, each of us moving stiffly, as if the air itself weighed us down. Without talking, we all started walking in the same direction, the same way we'd come from the village, heading home. The walk back was slow. The usual chatter and jokes were gone. The football was left behind in the park, forgotten on the grass. As we moved, the colors began to return, though very gradually. The grass started to look greener, the sky a deeper blue, but even then, everything felt muted, as if we were waking up from a bad dream and weren't quite sure what was real anymore. When I got home, the feeling lingered for a while. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that it was just my imagination or maybe some kind of weird optical illusion. But the truth is, that strange pastel world and the sense of doom stayed with me longer than I'd like to admit. For days afterward, everything seemed a little off. The light, the colors, even the way people moved and talked. Looking back now, years later, I realized that moment changed something inside me, though I didn't know it then. It was like a quiet warning, something you can't quite explain or put into words, but that stays with you, reminding you that even the most ordinary days can suddenly feel strange and fragile. Life can shift in an instant, and sometimes, without any clear reason, you catch a glimpse of that change, that underlying uncertainty waiting just beneath the surface. That day in the park was one of those times. It wasn't about ghosts or magic, or anything like that. It was just a very real, very human feeling, an awareness that time moves on, that nothing stays the same, and that sometimes you have to face the uncomfortable truth that things are different now, and maybe the world you knew isn't quite as solid as it seemed. After that, I started paying more attention to those quiet moments, the small changes, and the feelings that come without warning. I never forgot that day, and I don't think I ever will. It was a moment when the ordinary world showed me that beneath its surface, something fragile and unknown was always waiting, just out of sight. That night still sticks with me, not because anything super dramatic happened, but because of how weird and unsettling it all felt. It was just a normal winter night, but something about it has never left me. I was about 18 or 19, still living at home with my parents in a neighborhood where everyone was pretty close. Like, you could walk to your friends' houses without much trouble. We all knew each other and hung out a lot, especially in the winter when driving was a hassle. Snow and hills don't mix well when you don't have a decent car or just don't want to risk slipping and sliding all over the place. So, instead of driving, we just walked or skated to each other's places. This particular night had been cold, typical winter with a fresh layer of snow covering everything. The kind of snow that muffles sound and makes the world feel quieter than usual. It was around midnight, maybe a little later, and I had spent the evening at one of my friends' houses. We didn't do anything wild, just hung out, played video games, talked, and watched some random shows. Time passed, and eventually, I decided it was time to head home. The walk home wasn't long. I could have taken the long way by following the main road, which was lit by those usual street lamps spaced out along the sidewalk. But since it was freezing cold and snow was still falling lightly, I figured I'd take the shortcut instead. That meant cutting through the school parking lot and a patch of woods beside it. The school was empty, of course, and everything was quiet. Snow had blanketed the area, and I could see my own footprints behind me in the fresh powder. As I stepped into the parking lot, I noticed something strange. The street lights that usually lined the road and the school parking area suddenly went out. One by one, all the bulbs just died, plunging the entire place into darkness. It wasn't like the street lights had a timer to shut off at midnight. These lights were supposed to stay on until dawn. So, this was unexpected. For a moment, I just stopped, standing still, letting my eyes adjust to the dark. It was pitch black except for the faint moonlight reflecting on the snow. I could barely make out the outlines of the parked cars and the edges of the buildings. My breath was visible, making small clouds in the cold air. Then came the sound. It was loud, but not like anything I'd heard before. It was this low, creaking noise that seemed to come from inside the school building behind me. I couldn't say exactly what it was, but it reminded me of an old, rusty door being pushed open slowly, but somehow way louder than any door should be. The sound echoed through the empty halls and bounced out into the parking lot, carrying this weird sense of weight with it. At first, I thought maybe it was just the wind pushing against some metal door or a window frame, but the wind was barely blowing that night. And the sound wasn't just a soft creak, it was deep and groaning, like the building itself was waking up or shifting. The kind of noise that feels like it could snap at any second. I started walking faster. The snow made every step a little harder, but I wasn't about to stand there and listen to whatever that was. I looked over my shoulder to see if I could catch any movement or light, but there was nothing, just the dark outline of the school building and the frozen silence around me. My heart was beating faster now, but not wildly, just enough to make me aware of how tense I felt. Normally, small creepy stuff like this wouldn't bother me much. I've always been pretty calm in these situations, but something about the total darkness combined with that strange sound triggered this sharp feeling in my gut. It was like my body was telling me to get out of there immediately. I started jogging, though running in snow is harder than it looks. My boots sank into the powder, making a soft crunching noise with each step. My legs felt heavy, as if the snow was pulling me down, making it harder to move quickly. It was frustrating, because all I wanted was to get away fast. The cold air burned my lungs as I tried to breathe steadily, but I couldn't stop looking back, even though I knew it wasn't safe. The street lights finally flickered back on after a few minutes, but by then I was almost home. The bright glow from the lamps felt like a relief, washing away some of the dark weight pressing on me. I kept moving, glancing at the familiar houses, the street signs, and the snowy sidewalks leading to my front door. When I finally stepped inside, closing the door behind me, I felt like I could breathe again. I didn't tell anyone what happened that night, mostly because it seemed so minor compared to other scary stories people talk about. There were no monsters or ghosts, no chase or fight, just a dark parking lot, broken streetlights, and a creaking sound that I still can't explain. I've walked that same route 100 times since then, during all kinds of weather, and nothing like that ever happened again. The lights never went out like that, and I never heard the building make that sound. It was like the night decided to throw me that little scare, just enough to remind me that sometimes normal things can feel a little off. And when that happens, it's okay to trust your gut and get out of there. Looking back, I'm glad I didn't freeze up or try to figure it out. I just kept moving, even when it felt like the snow was trying to slow me down. It taught me something important. Sometimes the smallest, quietest moments are the ones that stick with you the most. And even if it's just a creak in the night, it can make you feel more alive than any big event ever could. When I was younger, me and some friends got this crazy idea to explore the old school at night. The place had been closed for years, empty and locked up tight, but we thought it would be exciting to sneak in and check it out. The fence surrounding the schoolyard was high, rusty, and covered with patches of sharp barbed wire. But we found a weak spot where the metal bent just enough to climb over without too much trouble. It was a cool night, not too cold, but with a chill in the air that made the hairs on my neck stand up. The moon was mostly hidden behind thick clouds, so the school grounds were dark except for the faint glow from the distant streetlights along the empty road outside the fence. We were all buzzing with nervous energy, whispers and muffled laughs filling the quiet air as we crouched low and took turns hoisting each other up and over the fence. My heart was pounding harder than I expected, maybe because of the thrill or maybe because something deep down told me to be careful. Once on the other side, the school looked even bigger and more abandoned than I'd thought. Windows were cracked, some boarded up, the paint peeling off the walls like dead skin. The playground swings squeaked softly in the breeze, their chains creaking a low, eerie song. We stuck close together, moving slowly around the perimeter, trying to keep our voices low. I remember feeling a strange mixture of excitement and fear, like we were trespassing on something forgotten, something better left alone. As we rounded the corner near the locker rooms, that's when I noticed it. A flicker of light coming from one of the classroom windows. It was strange because the school was supposed to be completely shut down. No power, no lights, nothing. The light flickered on and off like an old, faulty bulb struggling to stay alive. My stomach twisted into knots. I told myself it was probably just a streetlight reflection, or maybe some electrical fault nobody had fixed yet. But something about the way it blinked, the irregular pattern, made my skin crawl. We crept closer, trying to get a better look without making a sound. The window was grimy, half covered with torn blinds, but through the gaps I could see the faint outline of a room filled with rows of lockers lining the walls. The light came from a small lamp, or maybe a flickering emergency light near the ceiling. Then I saw it. At first, it looked like a shadow, a black silhouette forming against the flickering light. But it wasn't like any shadow I'd ever seen. It started out small, almost like ink being poured into water, spreading slowly and thickly, taking shape like a dark liquid filling a glass. The figure grew larger, slowly and smoothly, as if some invisible force was pulling it up and out of the darkness. Then it stopped, perfectly still, standing in front of the lockers. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The figure seemed to turn toward us. I didn't see a face, just a dark mass, but where the eyes should have been, there was a bright white glow, like two small lights shining directly at us. They weren't just reflections, they seemed to shine from inside the silhouette itself, cold and piercing. The whole thing felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain. It wasn't human, but it wasn't some supernatural ghost either. It was something else, something I've never been able to put into words. My legs trembled. My chest tightened like I was being squeezed from all sides. I wanted to look away but couldn't. The figure just stood there, staring right at us with those glowing eyes, not moving or blinking. I swear I could hear the sound of my heart pounding in my ears, the blood rushing in my head. Then, without warning, a loud bang echoed from inside the school, like a heavy door being slammed shut or maybe a locker being smashed. The sound shattered the silence and made me jump so hard I nearly lost my balance. That was the moment I snapped out of it. I grabbed my friends and shouted without words, just pulling them to run. We sprinted back to the fence, adrenaline screaming through our veins. The fence suddenly felt impossibly high as we scrambled over it, fingers clawing for purchase on the rusty bars. Behind us, the school was silent again, but the image of that dark silhouette with the glowing eyes burned in my mind. We didn't look back until we were far down the street, hearts still pounding, breaths ragged in the cold night air. Even now, years later, thinking about that night still sends chills down my spine. I've never been able to explain what that figure was, or why it appeared in that locked, empty school. No one else has ever reported seeing anything there, and the light was never on again when I passed by. It was just us that night, facing something that didn't belong in the real world, but wasn't a ghost or a story either. It was a moment when something completely unknown brushed up against reality, and it scared me more than anything else ever has. We were driving back from the dispensary, me and my friend, both just trying to chill and unwind after a long day. The sun was dipping low, that weird twilight where it's not quite dark yet, but the sky's lost its color and shadows start stretching. You know that time when you're turning on your headlights, but it's still light enough to see most things if you squint. That time, the road we took was one we rarely used, a little off the beaten path, quiet, kind of tucked away. It's the kind of road that's easy to forget exists unless you know it. It ran under an old bridge, one that was part of some construction zone or another. The kind of place that looked abandoned but wasn't, with construction signs, orange cones scattered around, and rough patches of gravel and dirt. We had picked up some medicine from the dispensary, medical, of course, and we were already feeling the buzz as we cruised back. Music low in the background, windows cracked open just enough for a little breeze. The kind of ride where you're relaxed, but your brain still notices little things, even if you don't want it to. The road curved under that bridge just before it got dark enough to feel unsettling. That's when I saw them. Two men, both wearing black hoodies with their hoods pulled up tight. It was weird enough that they were out here at this time, but what caught my eye was how they were moving, on the same bike. I don't mean one behind the other like you sometimes see kids do, no. One guy was pedaling, facing forward, steering carefully down the rough pavement under the bridge. The other was sitting facing him, perched on the handlebars like it was some kind of casual hangout. Both full-grown men, shoulders hunched against the evening chill, moving fast enough to catch my attention, but not so fast they looked reckless. That bike was not made for two grown men riding like that, especially down this narrow, isolated stretch of road surrounded by nothing but dirt, piles of construction material, and shadows stretching out under the failing light. Me and my buddy locked eyes for a moment, both of us frozen in this weird, uneasy silence. You know that feeling, like when you're coming up the stairs at night and suddenly think someone's right behind you. That prickly sensation crawling up your spine that sets your whole body on edge. But there's nothing there except your imagination. Or maybe there is. The two men didn't look our way, didn't slow down or hesitate. They passed under the bridge, disappeared quickly down the road that just kind of ended in nowhere. It was the kind of dead-end road that dead ends in a cluster of overgrown bushes and rusted-out old construction equipment. Maybe a forgotten dirt path leading off into the woods. We didn't say a word. We just kept driving, the tension in the car growing heavier with each second. I kept replaying the image in my head, trying to figure out what the hell we'd just seen. Two grown men, dressed in black, riding one bike in a way that made no sense. It wasn't playful, it wasn't casual, it was off. There was something about the way they moved, like they were in a hurry but didn't want to be seen, like they belonged somewhere else, but were stuck here for a moment. We took the next turn quickly, trying to get back on a better road, out of that creepy little stretch. The air inside the car felt thick, like we were holding our breath without knowing it. We both glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see them behind us, but there was nothing but the empty, dark road stretching back under the bridge. We didn't stop talking until we were miles away, in a busier part of town, lights buzzing over the streets, people around. Even then, the image stuck in my head. Where were those guys going? Why were they riding like that? And what the hell were they doing out here in the first place? I tried to shake it off, telling myself maybe they were just messed up or messing around. Maybe they were friends who figured out a dumb stunt to pass time. But the way they moved, it wasn't right. It was like they were trying to get somewhere fast, but didn't want anyone to know where. It was the kind of thing you see in movies where something bad is about to happen. For days afterward, I kept thinking about it every time I passed under that bridge or drove down that road. Every time the sun started to set and the sky turned that shade between day and night. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see them again, just two shadows on a bike speeding toward nowhere. Out in the desert near Joshua Tree, California, the late afternoon sun was slipping behind the rocky hills, stretching long shadows over the dusty dirt roads. The air was dry and still, filled with the faint smell of creosote bushes and the crunch of brittle sage underfoot. I was out quail hunting, my Jack Russell Gus, trotting happily beside me, nose to the ground, occasionally stopping to flick his ears at some unseen rustle. Gus was a solid little dog, scrappy, full of energy, and usually calm in the field. He knew the drill, no sudden moves, no barking unless he found game. Today, though, would change all that. Joshua Tree's outskirts are a maze of dirt roads. They stretch on for miles, twisting and crossing through the scrub and rock. The more traveled intersections have actual stop signs, an odd sight in the middle of nowhere, but useful landmarks when the sun goes down. I'd been out longer than usual, pushing my luck, edging close to my bag limit. The birds had been plentiful, and I was keen to finish before nightfall, but I didn't bring a flashlight. I usually don't. I prefer hunting during daylight, and I know these roads well enough to find my way back. Still, as dusk crept in, the light faded fast. I was making my way back to the Jeep, my last bird tucked safely in my game bag, the soft click of Gus's nails on the hard-packed dirt behind me. The silence out here is thick. No city noise, no hum of traffic, just the occasional caw of a raven or the distant howl of coyotes starting their evening chorus. The desert was cooling quickly, and the shadows were growing deep, stretching over every ridge and valley. As I approached a four-way crossroads marked with 4 stop signs, the kind you'd see in a small town, Gus's behavior suddenly shifted. He went from relaxed to tense in seconds. His body stiffened, his hackles rose along his neck and back, and a low growl rumbled from deep in his throat. I froze, instantly alert, scanning the brush and the darkening outlines of the hills. Usually, Gus's alarms meant one of the local critters was near. Maybe a javelina rooting through the brush, a bobcat prowling in the shadows, or even a rattlesnake. But nothing moved, and the desert felt eerily quiet. I double-checked my shotgun, sliding in a couple extra shells. The cold metal felt reassuring in my hands as I scanned the area again, trying to pinpoint what had my dog so rattled. Then I saw it, just beyond the intersection, standing near the stop sign diagonally across from me, was a creature unlike anything I'd expected to see in the desert. It was about 2.5 to 3 feet tall, with the shape roughly like a rooster. Thin neck, small head, wings folded against its sides, and long legs. I blinked, certain I was seeing things, preparing to scold Gus for freaking out over a big chicken. But before I could speak, the creature leapt. No running or hopping, but a sudden, smooth jump that took it from the ground straight to the top of the stop sign. It perched there like it owned the place, completely silent, like it was balancing on a tightrope. That was the moment all doubt vanished. This wasn't any kind of bird I'd ever heard of. The silhouette was wrong. The way it moved was wrong. My gut screamed at me that this was something dangerous. I raised my shotgun, keeping my finger near the trigger, and tried to hold Gus back, who was pulling hard at the leash, growling nonstop. The dog's instinct was clear. Whatever this thing was, it was bad news. I kept my eyes on the creature and noticed its eyes. Huge, glowing with an unnatural shine in the fading light, like tennis balls reflecting every bit of what little light remained. That's when I fired. Twice, quick and sure, both barrels. The blast echoed through the quiet desert, shaking loose the calm I'd felt just moments before. The creature sneezed. Yes, sneezed, an odd, almost human sound like a harsh cough. Then, without hesitation, it jumped down from the stop sign and darted into the nearby scrub. I reloaded quickly, heart hammering, but the thing was gone. Gus's growling slowed, and soon he was back to sniffing the ground like nothing had happened. But I didn't stay to watch. I ran all the way back to the Jeep, chest burning, legs aching from the sprint. When I climbed in, I flicked the headlights on and drove back down the road slowly, shining every light I had. The stop sign was peppered with holes and marks, the unmistakable signs that I'd hit my target. Since that night, I've never gone out in the desert without a sidearm, and I've kept Gus close at my side, his instincts proving to be as sharp as ever. That strange creature I saw, whatever it was, remains a mystery to me. But one thing's for sure. It's out there, lurking in the shadows of the Mojave, and I'm not about to meet it again unprepared. I was probably 8 or 9 years old when my uncle took me salmon fishing out in the boonies with a couple of his friends and their kids. It was sometime in the 1980s, and I remember it as a perfect day, the kind of day that makes you feel like nothing could ever go wrong. The sun was shining brightly, warming up the earth and the leaves on the trees. The air smelled fresh, a mix of pine, damp soil, and the faint scent of the river that we were headed to. We had set off early that morning, loaded down with gear, fishing rods, tackle boxes, coolers packed with sandwiches, and extra clothes. The whole group was in high spirits, the grown-ups chatting and laughing, the kids like me tagging along excitedly. The place we were headed to was pretty deep in the woods, far from the noise of the city or any houses. The path we were walking was narrow and winding, barely more than a trail made from repeated foot traffic, lined by tall trees on both sides that let specks of sunlight through their thick canopies. Birds chirped overhead, and every so often a squirrel or a chipmunk would dart across the path, disappearing quickly into the underbrush. At some point, the path crossed a dry creek bed. It wasn't really a creek anymore. Maybe it had been at one point, or maybe it only filled with water after heavy rains. But right then, it was completely dry. A small wooden bridge, maybe 5 feet long, spanned the creek bed. It looked old but sturdy enough, made of rough-hewn logs and planks that creaked slightly underfoot. The bridge wasn't anything special, but it was a relief to not have to climb down and up steep banks, especially since we were all carrying so much gear. I was walking across the bridge, the sun beating down and warming my face. The day was just perfect, and I was loving every minute of it. I looked around, soaking in the woods, the sounds, the smells, and feeling happy to be outside, away from the usual dullness of home. Then, as I reached the middle of the bridge, I glanced to my left. That's when I saw it. Lying in the middle of the dry creek bed was the bloated corpse of something that didn't make any sense at all. It looked like some kind of animal, but nothing I had ever seen or read about before. It was big, maybe 5 or 6 feet long, with skin that was pale and slimy in places and stretched tight over its bloated belly. What made it so strange was its shape. It looked like a dolphin, but with legs, or maybe like a man with fish parts stuck on him. The body was twisted in an unnatural way, and flies buzzed all around it, lazily moving between the creature and the nearby dirt. I stared, frozen. It was hard to look away because it was so creepy. The thing had fins, yes, but no scales like a fish or a reptile. Its skin was smooth and rubbery, almost like the skin of a dolphin or a seal. Its eyes were the worst part, shark-like, dark and empty, staring blankly at the sky. The mouth was slightly open, showing rows of small, sharp teeth. I remember feeling sick to my stomach, but at the same time, I was curious. It was the weirdest thing I had ever seen, but I also knew this wasn't normal. I wasn't a dumb kid. I read the encyclopedia for fun. Back then, there was no internet or Google for quick answers, but I loved those big books that sat heavy on the shelf, full of pictures and facts. And nothing in any book I had read talked about a fish with legs. There was no such thing as a creature like this. No one else saw it. Everyone else was still behind me, chatting and carrying their gear. I kept looking at the creature for a few moments longer before forcing myself to keep moving forward. I never told anyone about what I saw. Not my uncle, not the other kids, not even my parents. That day, we spent hours by the river fishing. The water was cold and clear, and we caught some salmon, enough to make the trip worth it. The woods felt peaceful, and the strange thing in the creek bed felt like a secret buried somewhere deep in the forest, something I was not meant to see or understand. But that image stayed with me for years. I tried to forget it, but every time I thought about those woods or went fishing later, I remembered that creature. I wondered what it was, where it had come from, and if anyone else had ever seen something like it. Looking back now, I think I might have stumbled on something rare, or maybe something no one was supposed to find. I never saw anything like it again. It didn't move, and it wasn't alive anymore, but the way it looked, with that impossible mix of dolphin and human features, made my skin crawl. I never figured out what it really was, and I doubt anyone else ever will. The woods keep their secrets, and sometimes, those secrets look nothing like anything you expect. The sun was dipping low behind the trees, casting long shadows across the wide stretch of our farm field. The sky was painted with pale orange and fading blue, that eerie hour where daylight holds on just enough to make shapes look strange, but not enough to see clearly. My younger brother and I had grabbed our rifles earlier that afternoon, deciding to try and spot some coyotes before dark settled in. The wood line on the far side of our property was thick and shadowy, a perfect spot where those predators liked to prowl. We figured if we sat quiet and steady, maybe we'd get lucky. We made our way slowly through the knee-high grass, the dry stalks brushing against our jeans and boots, every step crunching softly. The air was sharp and cool, the smell of dirt and pine thick around us. My brother, a few years younger but already steady with a scope, found a spot near the edge of the field where we could look out across to the next tree line. I settled down behind a fallen log, knees on the ground, rifle steady in my hands. My brother crouched beside me, the lens of his scope aimed carefully across the field. We scanned the shadows, watching for movement. The wind was calm, but I could hear the occasional rustle of leaves from the woods, like whispers just out of sight. Every little sound made me tighten my grip. After a few minutes, my brother let out a sudden, sharp gasp. I turned to him, heart jumping. His face was pale, eyes wide, fixed through his scope. Without a word, he pointed across the field to something just at the edge of the far wood line. I squinted, trying to make out what he saw. There, barely visible in the dim light, was a huge, dark shape. At first, I thought it was a large coyote, but then my eyes caught the glowing green eyes staring back at us. They weren't the reflective eyes of a deer or fox. They were sharp, intense, and unnervingly bright. The thing was massive, too big to be any coyote I'd ever seen, almost like a bear, but the shape was wrong, leaner, taller, and strangely upright. We just stared at it, frozen in place. The thing didn't move at first. It was like it was studying us as much as we were studying it. The silence felt thick, the kind that presses down on your chest and makes it hard to breathe. My brother and I exchanged a quick glance, the same thought hanging between us. Shoot it. The first shot cracked through the twilight. The bullet hit somewhere around the creature's side. It flinched, then something strange happened. It seemed to straighten, as if it was standing up or growing taller. Suddenly, the thing looked even more human-like, but wrong. Its shape was broader, with long limbs that didn't quite match any animal I knew. It began moving toward us. My brother and I both jumped up, firing 2 more rounds in quick succession. The noise echoed across the field, and the creature didn't stop. Instead, it kept coming, slower now, but relentless. Fear hit me like a punch to the gut. We turned and ran, pounding through the grass as fast as we could, not daring to look back. Our boots thudded against the dirt as we sprinted almost half a mile, adrenaline pushing us past exhaustion. By the time we burst through the back door of the house, both of us gasping and shaking, the night had fully taken over the sky. The woods outside felt darker than ever, and an uneasy silence settled over the farm. We never saw that thing again, but after that night, every time I stepped near the woods, that cold feeling of being watched crawled over my skin. It was supposed to be a quick drive through West Texas. We were coming back from a trip I can barely even remember now. Something routine, nothing special. It was late, sometime around 3 in the morning, and the highways were mostly empty. I was with my mom, my uncle, and my grandmother, and we were all worn out. The long drive, the dark desert roads, and the tiredness building up, it all created this heavy feeling in the truck. One of those nights when even the air feels like it's pressing in on you. Somewhere along the way, we took a wrong turn. It wasn't the first time that night we got a little off track, but this time felt worse. There were no gas stations in sight, no signs with clear directions, just those long stretches of road with barely any lights. Only the moon and whatever glow the truck's headlights could pull from the dust. We started arguing over which way would get us back to the interstate. My uncle swore we should have turned right at the last split. My mom was frustrated and tired, gripping the steering wheel like it was about to fall apart. My grandma just kept repeating that she didn't remember seeing any of this on the way down. Then we passed a sign that read Iran. I hadn't heard of it before, but nobody really paid attention to the name. We were more focused on trying to find our way back to a familiar highway. The GPS was giving us nothing. Just a frozen blue dot on a blank screen. No signal. No data. I remember holding my phone up to the ceiling like that was going to magically bring it back to life. Eventually, we pulled into what looked like a residential street. Just rows of small houses, old but not exactly run down. It was the kind of neighborhood you'd expect in a small desert town, like something you'd see from the window of a Greyhound bus. The pavement was cracked, but not broken. Yards were mostly dirt, not grass, with a few half-dead bushes and the occasional sagging porch. The houses had lights on their porches, but none of them were lit. In fact, there wasn't a single light on anywhere. Not in the houses, not on the streets, not even the occasional flicker of a TV behind a window. Just pitch black, all except for our headlights. Then came the silence. It wasn't the kind of quiet you notice. It was the kind that slowly wraps around you until it starts to feel wrong. At first, I thought it was just the late hour. Most people would be asleep at 3 a.m., especially in a town this small. But it was more than that. No hum of air conditioners. No dogs barking. No cicadas. Not even the sound of the wind pushing against the truck. It was as if someone had hit a mute button on the world. We slowed down, still arguing half-heartedly, voices starting to drop off as the silence seemed to weigh on us. The tires rolled over loose gravel and small rocks, making the only sound in the world. My mom was driving, white-knuckled and staring straight ahead. My uncle was looking left and right, windows rolled down halfway, as if expecting something to make itself known. My grandma just stared out her side of the truck, like she was trying to remember something buried deep. I was sitting in the back seat on the passenger side, leaning slightly forward between the front seats, looking up through the windshield. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a reflection. A trick of the light, maybe some weird glare from the windshield. But the more I stared at it, the clearer it became. A silver disc, perfectly smooth and silent, floating across the very top of the windshield, just barely within sight. Not fast, not slow. It wasn't spinning. It wasn't glowing. It just moved, completely steady, almost like it was sliding across a glass table, following some invisible line in the sky. It wasn't a drone. I know what drones sound like, and they don't move like that. It wasn't a bird or a balloon.